Chapter 1457. Han's son followed the woman to the spirit hall of the shelter, and she sat down on the throne there. Han's son looked around him, and saw that there were no other chairs. So he stood. Not long after, Han's son saw a number of powerful spirits enter the hall. Every spirit that walked in had a life force equivalent to that of the red cricket. That meant the entrants of the hall were at least king class in caliber. But they were all clad in gray cloaks obscuring their faces. When the spirits arrived, all of them bowed before the woman, and politely they all bid her, "Greetings, my master." Then they split up and stood at both ends of the hall. Not long after, both sides of the hall were skirted with a large number of these spirits. There were 20 to 30 king-class spirits. Han's son was shocked seeing them, as they all appeared to be of the same visual distinction. Han's son's senses told him that their bodies and energy were all very similar. It could have been a family of spirits, for all he knew, like the dark spirit tribe. Maybe she really isn't human? Otherwise, how does she rule and preside over such a large and powerful family? Han's son thought this entire scenario was strange. But still, despite repeated readings of the woman, she still seemed human to him. The 20 to 30 king spirits all turned to look at Han's son then. It was obvious they thought his presence there was strange. Fortunately, Han's son had been in similar situations in the past. The king's spirits were all very strong, but they didn't scare him. He continued to stand where he was unfazed. Bauer looked around in curiosity. If Han's son didn't hold her tight, she'd squirm free and head for the spirit statue. "Is everyone present?" the woman asked, scanning the lines of spirits. "Master, aside from Ghost Moon, all are present." A spirit to her left politely informed her. "Why is Ghost Moon absent?" the woman asked with a frown. The spirit said, "You asked us to borrow something from outer sky. I sent Ghost Moon there." The woman nodded and responded, "Then there is no need to wait for her. I have something to announce. From now on, he is our priest of Elysium Shelter." When the woman said this, all the spirits around looked shocked. "Master, we can't do that. The priest has always been chosen from within our tribe. How can you allow an outsider to accept such a distinguished role?" "Master, I see a bronze light in him. He is a creature with a bronze geno core. How can he be our priest?" The entire spirit hall was kicked into a frenzy as the spirits all begged and pleaded for their mistress to recall her decree. They all went down on the floor too, to underline their sincerity. Only Han's son remained on his feet. Han's son was frozen, and he didn't even know what the role of priest would mean. And while it sounded like something of power and import, he wasn't planning on sticking around this place. But quite obviously, whether he became a priest or not wasn't Han's son's call to make, so he decided to remain quiet and just watch. He was going to see how things unfolded first. "Master, Ghost Moon is a far better candidate than this creature. She is a much greater choice," the spirit to her left said. "There is nothing for any of you to say. My mind on this matter is settled. Return at once." The woman cared little for their pleading, and she gestured with her hand for them to leave her be. After that, the spirits turned to leave. They looked awfully upset, but they did not dare disrespect the mistress they had pledged allegiance to. Their eyes swept across Han's son in simmering anger. When the king's spirits had all vacated the hall, and the door was shut, Han's son bore a wry smile. "I'm just a human with a bronze geno core. I don't think I can do much for you. Why not just select a strong one of them to be your priest?" The woman coldly said, "I have my reasons for selecting you. Just play your part. I'm afraid of being too weak to accomplish that which you desire of me." Han's son looked bitter. The woman suddenly smiled. She actually looked quite beautiful, and it stilled Han's son's heart instantly. "Well, perhaps you need some motivation. If you do perform poorly, I will have your head." The woman said this with that same smile. "I didn't say I could do this, but you're forcing me to commit to all this, and now you're threatening to cut my head off if I fail. It's not fair." Han's son tried to debate with her. "It's not fair because I am stronger than you. That's a good enough reason for you to do anything I tell you," the woman said. "Fine." Han's son said no more, and he was willing to accept his role as the priest, given the circumstances. "At least tell me what this role requires of me first. If it's for me to go out and kill super creatures, Then I can't help you there, Han Sun said. The woman smiled. We don't need you to kill super creatures. The priest of Elysium Shelter only has one task, and it should be easy. The woman then turned to look at Bauer on Han Sun's shoulder. And what would that be? Han Sun did not want to talk. It's to teach and take care of Elysium's holy child, the woman said slowly. Elysium's child? Is that your son? How old is he? Han Sun's mind was hit with a barrage of questions he wanted answers for. The woman looked straight at him. I just told you. It's Elysium's child. The spirits you saw were all children of the Elysium family. You must teach their latest. But I'm not a teacher, and I've never taught anyone anything. And I most certainly haven't taught spirits. Han Sun didn't think this was a good mission to be given. The spirits did not want him to be the priest, and they already hated him. Even if they did accept him in the role, it wasn't as if Han Sun wanted this task. Again, I'll cut your head off if you fail to be a decent teacher. The woman reinstated her threat, and it was as effective as it had been the first time. There was nothing Han Sun could say. He couldn't decline. He simply followed the woman out of the hall, until he was told to enter a building located in the garden. You will teach him in this garden. Remember what will happen if you fail, the woman said coldly. Where is he? Let me see him. There was nothing else Han Sun could do, so he had to roll his sleeves up and get to teaching as well as he could, as soon as he could. The holy child is here, the woman said, looking across the garden. Han Sun looked in the same direction. His eyes opened wide in disbelief as he said, He is the holy child. Chapter 1458 Han Sun expected the holy child of the Elysium would have been just that, a child. He had a lot of experience babysitting, all things considered, but when he looked at what the woman was indicating, it wasn't a person from Elysium he was seeing. In fact, it wasn't even a spirit. Han Sun saw a stone that was around 10 feet tall. He initially believed it to be a fake mountain, often seen in such gardens as decorations. Taking a closer look, he noticed a drawing on the rock. The drawing featured a woman standing on a bridge with an umbrella. It was raining in the picture, and only the woman's back was seen. While you could not see her face, her posture suggested she was a woman of some elegance. Are you telling me she is the holy child? Where is she? Han Sun didn't believe what his mind was trying to tell him, so he asked the woman for clarification. The woman was able to read Han Sun though, and she said, It is just as you are thinking. That drawing is the holy child. The drawing itself? The actual drawing is the holy child? Han Sun used his Dongxian aura and scanned the rock. There was no life force, so even if it had been alive, it was now dead. Not bad, the woman said quite seriously. You can return to the Alliance if you wish. It's best to be prepared. Bring back some famous books, and try to get her to think, behave, and believe she is a human. If you teach her well, these are yours to keep. If you fail, your head will be mine to keep. After that, the woman brought out the crocodile scissors and gave them to Han Sun. But Han Sun wished to say something, but she had already turned around and left the garden. Shit. Are you crazy? I have to teach a drawing? Does this rock have ears? Can she hear me? Han Sun said disheartened. Who suggested I cannot hear anything? Suddenly, the rock sounded with the voice of a woman. Han Sun jumped. He stared at the stone with his Dongxian aura, but noted it still appeared lifeless. Are you talking to me? Han Sun looked at the stone in disbelief, and directed his question to the drawing of the woman. Is there anyone else here? The voice really was coming from the rock, but Han Sun could not see any changes in the drawing. Han Sun said something, but she didn't reply. Hey, are you still there? Han Sun asked this a few times, but he didn't hear her voice again. Weird. Am I hearing things? Han Sun felt very strange. Regardless, he leaned in closer to check the painting on the rock with a keener inspection. But Han Sun knew the rock and the drawing were special. That much was for sure. And Han Sun now knew why the woman had asked him to teach the painting. Han Sun could not run off or shirk this duty. So, he decided to return to the Alliance and find a few books he could read to her. After that sentence he first heard, though, he never did hear her speak again. The woman wouldn't let Han Sun leave the garden, and so he was stuck there having to read a book to the drawing of the woman. When he wasn't doing that, he spent some time practicing his Jade Skin and Dongxian Sutra, so he could get the crystal core and bulwark umbrella back. Han Sun did not focus on the woman with green clothes in the painting, actually. Before long, he spent most of his time playing with Bauer and practicing. It was not like he did not want to teach, but reading in front of a lifeless stone, or painting felt silly. He thought he was overqualified for something as simple as that. The woman could get any old books and any old spirit to read to them diligently. She didn't explicitly need Han Sun for that. And the spirits wouldn't be as lazy as him either. Fortunately, the woman hadn't come looking for him. So, Han Sun was free to be as lazy as he wanted to be. Her surprising absence was almost as if she had forgotten about him being there. Han Sun ended up staying there for half a month, and aside from the painting, he did not see another living soul. I hope Ling Meier is safe. I don't want her to get tricked by Spirit 13. Even with Han Sun's desire to help her, he was unable to do anything for her right then. After practicing Jade Skin and the Dongxian Sutra, Han Sun had nothing to do. He summoned Taya to practice Six Paths Heart Sword technique. Heart Sword wasn't really about attacking power or physical strength. This technique in particular boiled down to your heart and your mind. Han Sun loved the skill, but his practice with it was not going well at first. Han Sun thought the problem lay in the Six Paths sword. Six Paths could use Heart Sword because he was talented, and his Geno Core Six Paths sword was a perfect match with Heart Sword. Han Sun did not have the Six Paths Geno Core. If he wanted to master Heart Sword, doing so without it would be difficult. But Han Sun did not plan to learn Heart Sword like Six Paths. He wanted to use Heart Sword to make his faith stronger, and to find a way to look into himself. He wanted to understand himself more, and become one with his true self. Although Heart Sword was from Six Paths, Han Sun could use it differently due to the differences in their personalities. He and Six Paths were opposites. Six Paths was a perfectionist, and nothing could leave a mark on his heart. He was even willing to destroy his Emperor Geno Core, due to it not being perfect. But Han Sun had been through a lot, and he couldn't just let things go easily. Heart Sword was based on the fortitude of your heart. The usage of that skill could be completely different, depending on who performed it. Six Paths, when using Heart Sword, made others obey him. He got others to want to throw themselves onto his sword. But when Han Sun used it, it was different. If people saw it, they'd be provoked. Han Sun could not control it. It came from who he was. It was reflective of his beliefs. He never gave up, even when the going was tough, and the chances of success were slim. When that faith was put into the sword, it defined his style. His performance of the technique would only change if his personality was somehow altered. This technique is good. What's its name? As Han Sun practiced, the woman's voice came from the rock again. Chapter 1459. You're familiar with using a sword? Han Sun looked at the green-clothed woman in the painting. Seeing your sword skills, I understand enough. The voice sounded from the stone again. If you would like to learn this, I can teach you. Han Sun eyed the woman in the painting. I have already learned it, the woman in the drawing said. You learned this skill by watching me? Han Sun said, with an intonation that suggested he did not believe her. The woman on the painting reverted back to silence, but Han Sun noticed that she started to move across the canvas of the painting. The rock had become something like a television, and in the rainy scene depicted, the woman closed her umbrella. Then, she showcased Heart Sword to him, using the closed umbrella as a weapon. Han Sun was frozen. She used Heart Sword perfectly, in a complete 1:1 recreation of his own performance of it. Her reenactment of his talent with Heart Sword captured every emotion. Ah, but you're just copying what I did. That doesn't mean you've properly learned it. Han Sun didn't look that surprised, though, when her showcase of the skill set came to a close. Heart Sword was powerful because of one's faith and mind. It changed depending on the user. What the woman had done was copy Han Sun, and she seemed happy enough with that performance to declare it was something she had learned. The woman in the painting was not Han Sun, though. She didn't have his personality. After seeing his Heart Sword once, and then being able to reenact the performance with pinpoint accuracy, She had only displayed that she had an incredible knack for copying others, and not much else. What's the difference? The woman in the painting asked coldly. Han Sen thought about the answer he could give, and then told her. It doesn't matter how well you copy someone, because at the end of the day, it isn't of your own doing. The path to learning heart sword depends on your actual heart. Right now there's no element of you in the skill. Even if you can cast it, it doesn't mean you have actually learned it. And what does learning it constitute? The woman asked. If you can use your own faith to cast it, that is what constitutes learning it, Han Sen explained. The woman stopped talking then. Han Sen waited for a response, and eventually asked a question of his own. She did not answer this either. She had gone back to being a silent, motionless object. Does that mean only powerful skills can snare her attention? Han Sen thought to himself. As Han Sen was mulling this, someone entered the garden. Han Sen was shocked. He had been there for half a month, and this was the first time a spirit had approached him. He thought it was a woman, due to the shape of her body, but he couldn't be 100% certain. She was wearing a gray cloak that obscured her face. You are the new priest? The spirit asked, looking right at Han Sen. Only her eyes could be seen, and they gleamed with a mean streak. Yes, Han Sen answered. How were you able to achieve this position? The female spirit asked. It's not something I wanted. Your mistress has forced me into this position, and I had no choice but to abide. Han Sen had experienced a lot, and he could immediately tell she was upset that he had become the priest. She was probably here to cause trouble. 3 months. If you can't make the holy child revive and speak a single word in 3 months, I, Ghost Moon, will replace you. Not even the master can stop this. The female spirit said this to Han Sen with absolute sincerity. It was a threat, and there was no way to interpret her words differently. Han Sen looked at Ghost Moon as she walked away, and then asked, Is it difficult to make the drawing speak? Ever since the last priest, Ghost Sword from 6,000 years ago, none have been able to make the holy child speak. I will be the next one. I will be the next priest to make the holy child talk. After Ghost Moon said this, she left. Han Sen didn't even have the chance to respond. Getting her to speak a few words is not that difficult. The holy child might not be very talkative, but there's no way she didn't say a single word in 6,000 years. She's already spoken a few sentences to me, Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen hadn't shown her any other skills in case she might steal them. He didn't think showing her new moves was necessary either. It would actually be a good thing if Ghost Moon replaced him in 3 months. Perhaps then he could leave. Han Sen was worrying a lot about Ling Mayer. He asked Moment Queen to seek her out in the underworld and help her out in any way she could. Moment Queen was still fairly weak, however. She only had a bronze Geno core. But it was good that at heart, Moment Queen was a completely different person than Ling Mayer. Moment Queen was sneaky, conniving, and always trying to trick people. She could definitely sniff out any conspiracies that were working against Ling Mayer. Ling Mayer also had the Black and White Snake King for protection. All she really needed was some experience and a half-working brain. A day later, Moment Queen used her mind to reply. She had already found her Ling Mayer and earned her trust. The two were staying in Mask Shelter. Bauer was initially curious and enjoyed playing in the garden. But after a few days, she didn't like being there. Han Sen wanted to take her back to the Alliance. And since Ji Yanran was going on vacation with Little Flower, Han Sen decided to accompany them. It was a family trip, with Bauer Zero and Ji Yanran. Little Flower was able to walk by now, but he was a rather quiet child. Still, he sat on the air cushion while he played with Bauer. Han Sen, Ji Yanran, and Zero sat beneath a tree. They were chatting merrily while eating food and watching the leaves fall. They were on Rainflower Planet. This was the season where all the flowers bloomed, and it was not uncommon for many visitors to come and observe the flowers and watch them blossom. Han Sen had heard about this before, but it was only now, being there, that he was able to truly understand and appreciate the beauty of that place. There was a cheerful mood in the family, and Han Sen and Ji Yanran found themselves getting nostalgic in remembrance of their past in the academy. But suddenly, a man in a suit seemed to be approaching them. They looked at him. Most people there wore casual clothing and sat beneath individual trees to mind their own business. But this man was walking straight their way. He was obviously going to them. Hi. I am Wang Gukai. I work for demigod Qiuming. Mr. Qiuming will come here soon. And he is very fond of this spot. Give me a price and I will buy this spot. While the man sounded polite, there was an undercurrent of intimidation in his words. Chapter 1460. Han's son looked around. Rainflower Planet had rainflower trees all across it. There were countless places to watch the blossoming of the trees, from the plains to the mountains. There was no particular need for them to relinquish their position. Han's son checked the man out and coldly told him, "There are many other places here to sit. Demigod Qiuming doesn't have to sit here, does he?" Wang Gukai maintained his composed demeanor and replied, "You misunderstand me. Demigod Qiuming likes the quiet. So, it was our hope we could provide him a pleasant environment to view the flowers in tranquil solace." Han's son looked around and noticed many other workers around them, probably asking all the other visitors to vacate the area. Some visitors were obliging and moving, while others stood up to argue. Most people were inclined to move, however, out of respect for the man being a demigod. Wang Gukai carried on, hoping to convince Han's son. "I hope you can understand. We are willing to pay you any price you name." "Forget it. Let's go. I don't want to stay here if that's the case," Ji Yanran said. Han's son nodded. They were out there to relax, and there was no need for them to have an argument. What was most important to them, on that day, was keeping their spirits high. There were many other places to view the flowers, so there was no need to fight with the dogs, as Han's son thought of them. It'd only damage his image. Han's son and Ji Yanran were about ready to move, but before they packed their things, they suddenly heard some arguing. Han's son and Ji Yanran looked over and saw a young couple arguing with one of the workers, just like Wang Gukai. The wife was sitting on the ground crying, while the husband was standing, yelling at the worker with red eyes. "What's wrong with you people? I told you my wife is pregnant and can't move much. How can you ask us to move in this condition?" The worker coldly responded, "Kid, do you want to be an enemy of demigod Qiuming? So what? Can they do as they please? We're not moving, not for any price. Get lost." The young man had gotten really riled up. The worker was getting annoyed by the reluctance, so he spoke to a machine. Then, many of the other workers came over to that spot, pulling the family away from their spot. Han's son frowned seeing this. Ji Yanran ran up to that kerfuffle and shouted, "What's wrong with you people? Is this how you treat a pregnant woman?" Wang Gukai stopped Ji Yanran going any closer and frowned. He said, "This is none of your business. If I were you, I'd step away and simply leave, especially when you're stepping on the toes of a demigod. So, demigods are still average citizens. They can't subvert the system." Ji Yanran pushed him out of her way and continued forward to the hassled couple. "What's wrong? Demigod Qiuming will be here soon. You lot are still arguing?" A middle-aged man approached them on a flying chair. He was frowning a lot. "Boss, there's an incident. There's a couple refusing to sell their spot," Wang Gukai said. "Give them whatever they want, just get them gone." The middle-aged man looked annoyed. "The young couple said they don't want money," Wang Gukai said. The young husband said, "Your money can't do anything. I don't want your stinky money." When the middle-aged man heard this, he smirked. "We respect you enough to offer you money for moving. The whole of Rainflower Planet belongs to me, Zhou Changlong. I can throw you out without giving you a dime." Ji Yanran was upset seeing their mistreatment. "Even if the planet does belong to you, you've charged the visitors here. You can't kick them out. My place, my rules. You can sue me if you don't like it, but not right now. You need to get a move on," Zhou Changlong coldly told her. "And what if I don't go?" Ji Yanran responded equally cold. "If you are unwilling to move, then I'll simply force you out." Zhou Changlong waved his hand. Then, some workers approached Ji Yanran, while more came for the young couple. Han's son wanted to laugh, unsure who this Zhou Changlong clown was. The fact that the man didn't know who Ji Yanran was told Han's son one thing. This guy wasn't as big as he was making himself out to be. The real big players would know who Ji Yanran was. If he didn't know she was the president of President Ji, they should at least know she was the wife of Han's son. Han Sun wasn't going to let his wife get bullied, however. So he grabbed one of the workers' arms and immediately dislocated the man's shoulder. One step, one person. After a dozen steps, a dozen workers were writhing on the ground in agony. Do you have any idea who you are assaulting? Zhou Chonglong did not seem surprised and he laughed. Your people? Han Sun smiled. Zhou Chonglong pointed at the workers and said, young people are very reckless. If I were you, I'd run. If demigod Qiuming was here and saw his brother-in-law getting threatened like this, not even the likes of President Ji could save you. So you are demigod Qiuming's uncle? Han Sun thought about what he said and knew what he was implying. Han Sun wasn't stupid. Others wouldn't say something like this. He realized Zhou Chonglong was talking about himself. Not bad. Zhou Chonglong coldly continued. You still want to go through with this? Han Sun laughed. Did you say even President Ji couldn't quell Qiuming's wrath? Yeah, have you got something to say about that? Zhou Chonglong said, with a face of twisted pride. No problem. Qiuming does seem powerful, but my wife is too. If she's angry, even President Ji would be afraid. Han Sun laughed. What nonsense are you trying to sell me? Zhou Chonglong looked at Han Sun with disdain. Han Sun and Ji Yinran were very young themselves, and he believed them to be surpassers at best. It's true. A voice rung out from afar, as an old man came down from the hills. Brother-in-law. Zhou Chonglong greeted the old man with a smile. Chapter 1461 Pact. The old man slapped Zhou Chonglong across the face. His face immediately started to swell up, and his men froze in place. Brother-in-law, why did you hit me? Zhou Chonglong stared at the old man, one hand pressed against his sore face. The old man said darkly, Yes, I only hit you this time. Next time I'll kill you. It's better than being killed by the others, ruining my reputation, and embarrassing your sister. You can be a bad man all you please, but don't be a stupid one. Do you not know the daughter of President Ji and the super aristocrat when they're standing before you? That is Han Sun and Ji Yinran. Zhou Chonglong's face changed to one of disbelief. How many times have I told you? You can be bad, yes, but you need to know the faces of those you insult. I asked you to remember all the important people in the alliance, and you don't even know these two prominent figures? Damn you. After saying this, the old man slapped Zhou Chonglong's other cheek until it was swollen. Brother-in-law. Zhou Chonglong had once looked cruel and important to the assembly there, but before that old man, he was terrified. The old man simply ignored him, and then walked towards Han Sun. He eyed the young man up and down, and with each step, he looked as if he was carrying a mountain on his shoulders. Ji Yinran herself felt there was a monumental power approaching them. Han Sun stepped in front of Ji Yinran, and then that power was gone. She frowned. Qiuming, your brother-in-law did something wrong. Are you going to take it out on us? Qiuming, as he approached, responded coldly. I will correct him when he does bad deeds. But I can't allow him to be bullied by others either. It's no wonder you two are from Angel Jean. You're both rotten, Ji Yinran said angrily. Qiuming still held himself in a manner that suggested he was superior by default. Because of President Ji, I won't kill him. But I need him to know, like any dog should, that he should respect the whip of a master. Dear, be careful. Qiuming has been a demigod for a long time. He might have a gemstone geno core. Ji Yinran warned Han Sun in a hushed voice. Han Sun nodded. He had heard about Qiuming when he was researching demigods. He was not from the Zhou family, but for some reason, he was allowed to join Angel Jean. He was as mean a person as one could be. Zhou Chonglong, who had just been slapped, now looked happy again. Brother-in-law, teach that asshole a lesson. Who cares if they are the daughter and son-in-law of the president? Han Sun watched Qiuming quietly approach, initially believing him to be bluffing. As he walked, an armor of sorts appeared on his body. It looked sturdier than a mountain, and this mountain was coming close. An earth element geno core? Interesting, Han Sun said as he watched the old man approach. Qiuming didn't respond. He just quickened his pace, and came towards Han Sun like an armored train. The power he wielded looked as if it could sunder mountains. Han Sun didn't plan to dodge the attack though. He simply threw his fist forward to meet with Qiuming's. Kill him! Zhou Chonglong yelled to the sky, seeing Han Sun raise his fist towards his brother-in-law. He knew the power Qiuming possessed, and he knew his Geno core was gemstone class. It was called heavy earth armor. When he battled the Shura, his armor was strong enough to block blasts from their Sun-class battleships without breaking. Qiuming had the highest defense in all the alliance. And yet, Han Sun hadn't been a demigod for very long. Taking a bash from the heavy earth armor should have been enough to crush every bone in his body. Qiuming frowned. He only wanted to teach the punk a lesson, not kill him. Angel Jin and Han Sun had long been enemies. And while things might have been different in the sanctuaries, he wasn't allowed to kill Han Sun in the alliance. With Han Sun not dodging his bash, Qiuming was set up to do serious damage. It also reinforced his belief in Han Sun's arrogance. You think I won't dare hurt you? I'm going to cripple you. The Ji family won't be able to save you now. Qiuming's eyes flashed with murder, and he came at Han Sun's fist with greater force. Boom! The fists collided with the armor, and Qiuming's train-like body came to a full stop, as if he had rammed headfirst into an impenetrable wall. As the people surrounding the conflict watched, everything came to a standstill. Their ears rang with the simple sound of silence, as their eyes told them something most stunning. It hadn't ended yet, though. The armor Han Sun had thrown his fist at began to web with countless cracks. Pang! The heavy earth armor that could protect its wearer from Sun-class battleship blasts shattered, crumbling to the ground in pieces. Zhou Chonglong watched in shock as Qiuming's body went flying far away. He broke through 8 rainflower trees on his descent, then began heaving blood. In my eyes, dogs are dogs. The only difference is their sizes. Big or small, there are no masters, Han Sun said coldly. Then, he left with Little Flower and Ji Yanran. Zhou Chonglong and all the workers were in shock. Qiuming had a godlike strength in their eyes, and they couldn't believe what Han Sun had done to him in a single punch. The young couple were in shock too, and they swiftly followed after Han Sun. Han Sun, we knew you were the first super aristocrat in the alliance, but I didn't suspect you could destroy a demigod like that with such ease. You were able to take him down in a single punch. You are so strong. The young couple spoke to Han Sun with fervent excitement, as the first-hand viewing of that punch instantly brightened their mood. Why is he so strong? Is it because I don't have a super Geno core? But he didn't even use one to break my heavy earth armor. Qiuming gritted his teeth as he lifted himself off the ground. His face looked pale as he watched Han Sun quietly walking away. Chapter 1462. Qiuming hadn't expected Han Sun's fitness to have developed far faster than his Geno core had. His body far exceeded what his Geno core was capable of, and if he had used his Geno cores, the attack wouldn't have been half as devastating. Discovering the sanctuaries has allowed humans to acquire superpowers. While that is most certainly good, there are downsides to this. It has given humanity a freedom of possibilities, and this unlimited wealth of possibilities has resulted in many believing they are above the law. Ji Yanran was discussing this with Han Sun as she flew the airship home. Demigods aren't gods. If they want to properly be above everyone, they'll need to upgrade to god status first, Han Sun said calmly. Speaking of gods, Han Sun's mind returned to the god that was said to have tricked Dawn. Han Sun wondered if it really was simply a creature from the 5th sanctuary. Han Sun went to relax, and although there had been trouble, it was behind him. Getting comfy again didn't take long. Back in the sanctuary, he was still bound to the garden and his duty in it. Let's see if this sword skill is right. Upon arriving in the garden, the woman displayed on the stone immediately began speaking to Han Sun. This was the first time she had instigated a discussion. Han Sun was surprised to hear her speak so soon. He looked at the rock and watched the woman close her green umbrella and begin casting a new technique. She cast Heart Sword, but it was different. It wasn't a copy of his like last time. It looked very sad, and it tugged at the heartstrings of those who saw it. Fortunately, Han Sun had the fortitude and resolve to keep himself from shedding tears. But if it was a woman who was watching, he wagered they'd be crying their eyes out at the sight. You have sorrow in your heart. Tell me what ails it, and perhaps I can help you. When the green-clothed woman finished, Han Sun let out a long sigh. The green-haired woman did not respond. She opened her umbrella and stood on a bridge. Rain was falling in the scene depicted, and she stood facing away from Han Sun. Over the next few days she did not talk. So, Han Sun used this time to finish rebuilding his crystal core and bulwark umbrella. Perhaps he was mistaken, but Han Sun felt that the new crystal core and bulwark umbrella were stronger than they had been before. After a while, the woman he hadn't seen for a while finally returned. She appeared in the garden, looking the same as she always did. Almost nothing could tarnish her starched image. Sometimes, Han Sun took to wondering how old she might have been. He theorized she might have made a wish like Dawn did, to that god, in the hopes of becoming immortal. But Uncle Bug told him the woman and the elder from the Ning family hadn't made a wish. They were the only two of the 7th team that didn't. There was something Han Sun still didn't understand. If Han Jinji had entered the sanctuaries after joining Blood Legion, that meant he already knew about the sanctuaries when he encountered that god. He should have known it wasn't real. Furthermore, why did he make a wish? Ghost Moon came looking for me. She wants to replace you. You have 2 months left. If you cannot wake her up, you will be relieved of this task, and she will be made the new priest, the woman said. If she can be the priest, why not let her? Han Sun said. The woman laughed. I did tell you I'd cut your head off if you failed, didn't I? If you're still not producing results in the next 2 months, watch your neck. Han Sun felt depressed. He was hoping Ghost Moon would replace him, so he could get off scot-free. It seemed the woman was very reluctant to let him go. To grow a better holy child, I have a request, Han Sun told the woman. Go on, tell me. The woman sounded fairly interested. I was hoping I might use the Geno core storage of this shelter, Han Sun said, after spending a moment deliberating whether or not he should ask. The woman was not keen on letting him go, but he did want some form of liberty and freedom. If he was allowed to enter the Geno core storage, he could leave the garden, and that meant he could escape for a time. What does the Geno core storage have to do with you being able to look after the holy child? The woman asked. If I am too weak, how can I effectively teach her? There is nowhere else I can grow my talents right now, but I can do that in Geno core storage, Han Sun explained. The woman nodded. Okay, but remember, you have 2 months left. If the holy child has yet to awaken, your head belongs to me. I'll try my best. Han Sun was happy. The woman seemed to not know the green-clothed woman had spoken to Han Sun on a number of occasions. And since his task was effectively complete, he had nothing to worry about. After she was gone, Han Sun walked out of the garden. The guards did not prohibit his passage, and he was able to go straight to the Geno core storage. In the Elysium Shelter Spirit Hall, the woman was lounging on the throne. There was a mirror in front of it, and the image of Han Sun was there. Interesting. He made the holy child speak. He really is that old liar Han Jinji's heir. He is a very good liar himself, especially to women. The woman was talking to herself, having watched Han Sen's every movement with the device. Han Sun prepared to enter the Geno core storage with his bulwark umbrella. He wanted to get first place with that now, so he could reinforce it 9 times. When he practiced his Dongxian Sutra, he felt as if he had achieved some sort of breakthrough. It might have suggested the bulwark umbrella would be silver soon, so he couldn't miss out on the opportunity of reinforcing it before that occurred. The woman watched Han Sun use the bulwark umbrella in the Geno core storage. She looked at him strangely. An umbrella Geno core? It looks so similar to the Holy Child's Geno core. Is that just a coincidence? Han Sun entered the Geno core storage and began testing the umbrella before the Rockman. The woman turned the mirror off, as it could only keep an eye on Han Sun while he was in the sanctuary. With him in the Geno core storage, she was unable to see him. Master, the ranking on the bronze Geno core storage leaderboards have changed. Another bronze Geno core leapfrogged to first place, an Elysium spirit informed her. Chapter 1463. A new Geno core has immediately reached first place again? Is this world truly changing? The woman frowned, and then asked the spirit, which Geno core reached the top? The spirit answered, Master, it was a Geno core called Bulwark Umbrella. It even managed to display 6 paths, which now sits at second place. Bulwark. Umbrella? A weird look fell across the woman's face. She retreated into her thoughts. An umbrella Geno core? Is that just a coincidence? Bulwark umbrella reaching the top sent another shockwave across the fourth god's sanctuary. Everyone was talking about it. The umbrella hadn't been the sole achiever of this, as a few others had been able to reach first place on their debut. The higher-ups of the fourth god's sanctuary were starting to feel squeezed. Does this mean we're at the dawn of a new era? So many powerful Geno cores are coming into existence now. This is a frightful time we live in. All the spirits felt like this. They were scared. However, no one except for Six Paths knew that all the Geno cores, so terrifying to the spirits and creatures, belonged to Han Sun. And he still had his coin Geno core, which had yet to show up. Han Sun did not want his coin Geno core up there, as it was recognizable to humans. He did not worry too much about the umbrella's presence there though. And within the next month, he guessed that it might reach the silver level too. That meant he wouldn't have to fight with it to keep up appearances and maintain the quota. Aside from Six Paths, he didn't think anyone would actually challenge his bulwark umbrella anyway. And just as Han Sun thought about this, it happened. Six Paths sent Han Sun a challenge request. He ignored it, however. If he leveled up to silver class in the time frame he expected to, he didn't need to accept any fights. With his task done, Han Sun left the Geno core storage. Venturing down a street in Elysium Shelter, Han Sun noticed how strong all the spirits and creatures were there. Han Sun scanned as many as he could with his Dongxian aura, and he knew right then and there that he'd have no hope of making an escape if they were to follow on his heels. He returned to the garden, and he found the woman reclining on a lawn chair. I am glad to see your bulwark umbrella has reached first place. She addressed him before Han Sun could even say hello. Han Sun knew how to hide things well, so his facial expression didn't even move. He asked, "What umbrella?" The woman hadn't expected him to confess. You are a little different than that old liar Han Jinji. I'll admit I may have underestimated you. What do you mean? Han Sun blinked. That man lies just the same. But at least you are able to teach the holy child. If you can wake her up, the crocodile scissors are yours. And your freedom will be returned to you as well. After saying this, the woman got up and left. It sounds like she can watch my every move. She must have seen me entering the Geno core storage with my umbrella. But there's no way she can tell for certain that I was the one who took first place, is there? Han Sun frowned, and he proceeded to think. If she saw me enter the Geno core storage with the umbrella, she must be able to watch me here in the garden. And if she sees the garden, she must have heard the woman in the painting talk to me. It's strange how she never said anything about that. Maybe for her to wake up, it will require more than for the lady to just speak. Han Sun didn't think she'd expose things freely. Perhaps this was a way in which the woman was telling Han Sun that the talking bit wasn't enough, and he'd need to do more. In that case, how can I get her to wake up? Han Sun wondered to himself. Han Sun went to the stone and spoke to it. Again, there was no reply, and so he just gave up and went back to practicing with Taya. Han Sun could put his faith into performing the technique, but for him to achieve the proficiency of Six Paths, he had a long way to go. Without the Six Paths sword Geno core, the workload and difficulty were much higher. But Han Sun was just shooting the breeze, and his practice might prompt the woman on the stone to speak. Han Sun put his whole focus into the skill. Heart sword required a lot of faith, and he had to remain as concentrated as possible. When he finished, he looked at the stone again. She hadn't shown any response. She was still standing on that bridge, facing away from him. Her body is good, but I wonder what her face looks like, Han Sun said. Due to there being a heavy rain, her face had still been partially obscured when she performed the technique for him before. He still hadn't had a chance to see her properly. After that, the mad voice of a woman rang out from the rock. How dare you judge a woman like that? You are clearly nothing good. Just as Han Sun sought to reply, the umbrella in her hand began to spin like a pinwheel. As it spun, it produced the image of a black hole that seemed to exert a tangible magnetic effect. Han Sun immediately felt a strange power grab hold of him, summoning him ever closer to that hole in the stone. Han Sun couldn't escape it, and he found himself thrown against the rock. He didn't feel pain though. When he was thrown against the stone, it felt as if he had been thrown into water. More accurately, Han Sun had been drawn into the canvas that was the stone. He was now inside the painting. Han Sun had touched the rock in the painting before, and it was unmistakably solid. Having now entered it, he felt very strange. He looked around, and just as the image had depicted, it was raining. But he was also able to see many things he couldn't from the previously 2D representation of the painting. There was a small river with a stone house nearby. The stone bridge he frequently saw was in front of Han Sun, and there stood the woman, just like she always had. In that rain, the woman looked towards Han Sun. The rain was heavy, but even though Han Sun could not see her face clearly, he could tell she was mad. There's a world inside the painting? Is the painted rock a Geno core? Han Sun asked the woman. The green-clothed woman did not speak. She merely clutched the umbrella tightly and began walking towards him. Han Sun was then able to see her face. She looked very pretty, but at this point in time, she looked very angry as well. The face also seemed familiar to Han Sun. Chapter 1464. There are many pretty women in the world, but the prettiest one had to be the mystic woman. The face of the woman before him was the very same as hers. Even her eyes and her eyebrows were the same as the mystic woman's. For all intents and purposes, they were identical. Are you playing with me? Han Sun frowned, looking at the green-clothed woman. The green-clothed woman did not respond, and she merely used her umbrella like a sword. Then she cast Heart Sword, the technique she had learned from Han Sun. The skill's performance flowed like water, driven through a passion of hatred and overwhelming sadness. Han Sun used Taya to block the umbrella, but it kept on coming at him. He had to keep stepping back, clearly at a disadvantage. Han Sun wondered, after seeing her performance, whether the mystic woman used a sword too. Regardless, she was obscenely powerful. He had even witnessed her slaying mighty super creatures in a single strike. She was far stronger than Han Sun, whatever the case might have been. The green-clothed woman used Heart Sword, but her speed and power were definitely inferior to the mystic woman's abilities. Her power was comparable to Han Sun's, and performance-wise, you wouldn't think she and the mystic woman were the same person. The green-clothed woman kept on attacking, though, not giving Han Sun the opportunity to catch his breath. Han Sun used Taya and attacked back with his own Heart Sword. It was different than the green-clothed woman's Heart Sword. Han Sun's display of the skill was strong. There were rhythm and order to it all, despite it also looking like he was messing around. He struck at her during every crucial opportunity he was offered, catching her by complete surprise every time. The green-clothed woman boxed Han Sun into a corner on a number of occasions. But in every single instance of this, he was able to slip away and send her reeling into a dangerous spot of her own. Not long after, she realized she was the one at a disadvantage. She was being suppressed by Han Sun. She wanted to fight back, but Han Sun was always there. Seeing her sword skills getting suppressed, she found it more and more difficult to maintain her combination of hatred and sadness. Are you that woman? Han Sun was the one with the advantage now, and so he was in the position to ask questions. When Han Sun said this, though, he noticed it wasn't a very good question. He didn't even know what the woman's name was after all. Phrasing such a question, in the heat of such a moment, wasn't easy to do. The green-clothed woman did not speak. She changed the skill she was employing via the umbrella into one he had never seen before. After that, the green-clothed woman regained her advantage. The tables had turned once more, and it was Han Sun who was being suppressed. This sword skill was very different than Heart Sword. This skill was so free. It was reminiscent of the clouds in the sky. It was impossible to determine how she would strike and from where. If Han Sun's skills were all predetermined and set, then the woman's skills were undefined and always changing. Her sword skills were so free. They looked complex and complicated, almost as if they were composed on the spot. But there was a thread of unity and clarity underlining it all, as if was not a random composition. She used the skill, whatever it was, very well. No matter how Han Sun struck, the woman was able to block each and every time. He thought he could break her attacks, but it looked surprisingly dangerous to risk it. This is so powerful. Who can have a brain that's smart? One that can produce such a complicated skill. Han Sun was taken aback by her performance of this. Han Sun had mastered Heavenly Go and the Dongxian Sutra, so he was very good at predicting the enemy. But seeing this skill now, even he was thrown for a loop. The constant changes in the skill were striking and difficult to decipher and keep up with. The movements of this skill were never expected. Han Sun was losing, but he was not afraid. In fact, he was quite happy. He realized there weren't any other sword skills out there that were more suitable to him than this. With his Dongxian Sutra and Heavenly Go, this skill was perfect for him. It'd be the exact sort of technique he'd need. One that could constantly change and flow. Han Sun waved Taya, not wanting to beat her. He just wanted to see how far and broad the changes of that skill could go. The skill didn't disappoint him. The possible alterations were endless and limitless. Han Sun kept on fighting her, and as he did so, he thought about the changes and possibilities. There were so many changes, Han Sun was unable to remember them all. He had to find the rule or algorithm that dictated the changes that were possible if he wanted to learn the skill properly and in secret. Han Sun watched her for so long, but this rule escaped him. He couldn't figure it out, and the constant changes made it seem as if she had combined every skill in the entire world into one. It was as if she was using every sword skill ever created. This is a good skill. Who could possibly be smart enough to create this technique? Han Sun admired it a lot. He didn't think the woman had made the skill herself because when he saw her use Heart Sword, she didn't look like a very generous person. This wasn't a matter of talent. If you weren't a generous being, you simply couldn't create a skill like this. The tip of the umbrella made contact with Han Sun. It produced a wound that bled. Good skill. What is the name of it? Who created it? Han Sun used Taya again to strike, and he risked his life to do it. It made the green-clothed woman, who thus far had the advantage, stagger back a little. It kept Han Sun in the game. Why? Am I not capable of creating this? The green-clothed woman asked. Her hands did not stop moving, and her ever-changing sword skill went back to suppressing Han Sun. This is not a skill for women. Only a man with a generous heart could create something like this. Han Sun kept on swinging Taya to fend off the changing sword skill. When the green-clothed woman heard Han Sun say this, her face changed. The umbrella raged with powerful attacks now more than ever. Han Sun was hit again, and the blood from the wound splashed his face. Under the constant barrage of attacks he was facing, this was the sixth strike that had nicked him. But Han Sun didn't feel much pain. He was more excited than ever. And it was then that, through the woman's blitzing rage, Han Sun saw a unifying thread that connected the entire skill. Chapter 1465. 1465. This woman definitely didn't create this sword skill. If she had, she wouldn't be using it so angrily and allowing me to notice the unifying thread. Han Sun was happy to learn this. That being said, he noticed it was only one branch of the greater trunk of the skill. This thread, the particular moveset he was tracking, was like the starting point of a ball of twine. From this, Han Sun could unravel it all, bit by bit, and get to the core of what lay under the hood of the skill. But it wasn't easy, and the fight between sword and umbrella had cost Han Sun a lot of blood. Although the fight was going much better for the woman than it was for him. That didn't quell the fire of excitement that burned in his heart. And now, as the fight continued to rage, the secrets of her techniques unraveled. His understanding was increasing as they fought. It was very lucky for Han Sun to discover a skill that suited him so well, with his mastery of the Dongxian Sutra and Heavenly Go. The Dongxian Sutra and Heavenly Go weren't lethal attacks. They applied to the user's versatility and movement. Han Sun had always wanted to find a hyper-geno art that went well with these two techniques. Now, seeing this woman's skills, he giddily concluded that his desire was about to be fulfilled. Once he learned the skill, it would only require small modifications. After that, it'd fit his usage of the Dongxian Sutra and Heavenly Go like a glove. It was like cooking, he thought. The Dongxian Sutra and Heavenly Go were like cooking techniques that allowed for the preparation of delicious food. But to formulate a feast, you needed ingredients. You couldn't have a feast with just rice on offer. The woman's sword skill was a bounty of different ingredients, all of the highest quality. With the cooking skills of the Dongxian Sutra and Heavenly Go, whatever he produced was sure to be momentous. Although the woman fought hard, he suspected there was a note of restraint in her movements. It didn't seem as if she wanted to kill him. If she explicitly wanted to kill him, he wouldn't have lasted against her with his unfinished heart sword. And if the woman had truly wanted Han Sun dead, he wouldn't have stuck to making use of heart sword either. His double fly was not as complicated as her skill, but its simplicity meant he could fight and challenge her almost as an equal. The woman noticed Han Sen's simmering excitement as they fought, despite the injuries he had incurred. She was surprised, and his unexpected reaction made her anger subside a little. And then all of a sudden, she noticed the sword skills Han Sun was employing had changed. The skills he was now using were similar to the ones she employed herself. The woman was shocked. He is practically making use of Ghost Sword. Ghost Sword Priest was the very first sword master of the Elysium. He spent 1,000 years crafting the basis of this technique, and he spent many more years modifying it further. When Ghost Sword Priest taught me, it took me an entire year just to get a handle on it. How is this human learning it so swiftly? The woman could not allow herself to believe Han Sun was actually using Ghost Sword, but after some time passed, the expression on her face became more and more complicated. She couldn't let herself believe that he was using Ghost Sword, but his moves had echoed her own for so long, it was unmistakably similar. Han Sun was replicating the woman's precise techniques shortly after she used them. To make things worse, she realized that Han Sun was not only copying her, but performing the very same skill to an even better degree. It wasn't that Han Sun had changed the core skill. It was just that when Han Sun used Ghost Sword, his timings were far more precise, and his accuracy and precision were flawless. Han Sun had been losing, but when he started making use of her skill, he fared much better. They were locked in a stalemate, as far as she could tell. The woman was in absolute shock. She finally accepted that Han Sun was indeed using Ghost Sword, and that this was something he had learned directly from her. Did you learn a sword skill such as this before our encounter? The woman asked Han Sun, leaping away from the fight. Kind of. Han Sun nodded. Han Sun had never actually learned Ghost Sword, of course, but he could replicate the primal essence of the skill. Through his proficiency with Heavenly Go and the Dongxian Sutra, he was able to learn Ghost Sword with relative ease. He just had to get to grips with the underlying rule and thread that connected it all. If Han Sun hadn't learned those two, he would never have been able to start casting Ghost Sword in the manner he just had. This wasn't a skill you could just pick up, remember, and use. The complicated movements the skill required were just one of the many bases you had to cover. The woman looked at Han Sun with a confused expression. She opened her umbrella and spun it. Han Sun then felt as if something was sucking him. It lasted a while, and when the suction was gone, he found himself standing before the rock. The woman was where she always had been, standing solemnly on a bridge. Don't tell Gu Qingqing you entered the Avoid World Stone. The woman's voice rang out from the stone. Who is Gu Qingqing? Are you referring to that woman? Han Sun snapped out of his daze and looked straight at the green-clothed woman. Han Sun knew she wasn't the mystic woman. Despite their appearance being nearly identical, they were very different people on the inside. Didn't she tell you? The stone continued to sound with the green-clothed woman's voice. No, this is the first time I've heard her name. Han Sun stared at the woman in the painting, and after a bit he asked her, Who are you then? Gu Qingqing's twin sister? There was no response. It didn't seem as if she was prepared to answer him. The mystic woman is called Gu Qingqing? It's a name that certainly sounds human. I've never heard of a spirit or creature possessing the name Gu. Dark spirit uses the name Ling, and Elysium folk use ghost. So I don't think Gu is something that would be used by spirits or creatures. Han Sun reckoned to himself. Who is the green-clothed woman then? Is she a sister, or a straight-up doppelganger of Gu Qingqing? Or is she just a spirit inside a painting? And why won't she let me tell Gu Qingqing I entered the painting? Han Sen's mind was filled with a number of questions. He continued to look at the green-clothed woman, but she was still facing away from him. Chapter 1466. Although the woman in the painting wasn't willing to elaborate on her association with Gu Qingqing, Han Sen thought it might have been for the best. Gu Qingqing was most likely watching his every move, anyway. But Han Sen got ahead of himself, and it turned out she hadn't actually seen him enter the painting. She watched him intently, but she had only seen Han Sen standing in front of the stone, doing absolutely nothing. She hadn't seen him enter the image on the rock at all. Han Sen spent much time mulling over the relationship between the green-clothed woman and Gu Qingqing, but he couldn't come up with any plausible theories. The next morning, Gu Qingqing came looking for Han Sen in the garden. His heart leaped when he saw her, fearing she might have known about his brief stint inside the painting. "I'm leaving the shelter for a while. For the duration I am gone, you'd best stay put in the garden," Gu Qingqing said, surprising Han Sen. "I'm stuck here. I don't know where I'd go even if I did leave." Han Sen exaggerated a shrug. "You know what I mean." Gu Qingqing turned to leave, not willing to spare time explaining things any further than that. "Where are you going?" Han Sen asked. Gu Qingqing hesitated and answered, "To get something. If you can make the Holy Child revive, it'd be good for you and her both. But remember, you'll have to wake her up first." Before she left completely, she said one more thing. "While I'm gone, don't set one foot outside this garden." Han Sen knew what she was implying. There was every chance the Elysium might come for him wielding pitchforks in her absence, so it was best for him to stick to the safety of the garden. Han Sen knew this was her way of being nice to him, but her absence still made for his best chance of escaping. The next day, Han Sen decided not to follow Gu Qingqing's commands. Instead, he slipped out of the garden and made his way to the Geno core storage. No one confronted him on his way there, and although the spirits looked at him with extra hostility, they did nothing. As usual, they simply tried to kill him with a nasty stare. Han Sen went back and forth a few times from there. With no threats and nothing prohibiting his coming and going, he really did think this would make for the perfect chance to escape. Many spirits and creatures were coming and going on the east side of Elysium Shelter. They did not belong to Elysium Shelter, and it seemed as if some manner of business had brought them hither. Han Sen watched them for 2 days, and over the course of that time, he saw many more creatures and spirits than he had expected. There wasn't much in the way of security either. Han Sen figured he'd be able to hide in the crowds to slip out. All he needed to do was pick the right opportunity for making a move, something he wagered would not be difficult. An Emperor-class shelter has this glaring vulnerability? No way. This has to be some sort of trap. Perhaps this is all a ruse established by the Elysium, setting me up for an easy excuse to take my life. If I stay, they'll have no reason or just cause for killing me. I'll be safe. If I leave, they'll undoubtedly cherish the ability to hunt me down, Han Sen thought with concern. Han Sen hesitated to depart. It looked like a great opportunity for an escape, but it looked like a trap too. "You want to leave?" As Han Sen wondered what he should do, the green-clothed woman spoke to him from the stone. "Why would I do such a thing?" Han Sen was shocked by the sudden question, and he quickly turned to deny what she had suggested. "Whatever you're seeing is just a trap," the woman informed him, seeming to disregard what Han Sen had said. Han Sen's face changed, and he didn't deny his desire to leave again. She went on to say, "If you think you can trust me, I have a way in which you can escape. Would you like to give it a try? Why would you want to help me?" Han Sen curiously eyed the lady. The woman coldly answered, "I'm actually helping myself. I want to escape, but I want you to come with me." "Aren't you the Holy Child of the Elysium? Why do you want to leave?" Han Sen asked with surprise. She fell silent for a little while, then said, "I am the Holy Child of the Elysium, but I don't want that title. I don't want any of this. I just want to be an ordinary run-of-the-mill spirit." "Okay, and what does this plan of yours involve?" Han Sen was neither interested nor willing to hear whatever sad life story she seemed about to tell him. He wanted a way out, so he was going to get down to brass tacks. The lady quietly murmured, "While Gu Qingqing is gone, I can help you escape. But unless you can get me my spirit stone back, I'm not going anywhere." "Where's your spirit stone?" Han Sen didn't think she was the sort to lie to him, And if she had a way in which they could escape successfully, he didn't mind helping her out. The woman in the painting said, "The spirit stone in the spirit statue is mine, believe it or not." "The spirit stone in the spirit statue is yours?" Han-sun frowned. If her spirit stone resided inside the spirit statue, the only way she could get it back was if she pledged obedience to someone else. The spirit hall would have many guards, however. Getting in would not be easy, and going for the stone would be a much harder method of escaping the shelter. If it's not my spirit stone, who else would it belong to? Gu Qingqing is just a human after all, the woman inside the painting said. Gu Qingqing really is a human? Han-sun had been wondering if she truly was. He found it difficult to believe an entire spirit family like Elysium would willingly obey a human. And if Gu Qingqing was a human, then why was the woman inside the painting a spirit? The woman did not answer Han-sun directly, and when she spoke next, she actually mocked him. You humans aren't afraid to die, are you? Even in the midst of all this, you're going to ask questions like that? I was just asking. I want to help you get your stone back, but my powers won't take me any further than the gates. Han-sun shrugged again. Who said you have to walk in through the front door? The green-clothed woman smiled. I told you the spirit stone in the spirit statue is mine. I can control the shelter. And that means I can send you to the spirit hall with ease. All you have to do is grab the spirit stone. Han-sun was wary of trusting her. If things were that easy, why couldn't she have gone and taken it herself? But there is one minor issue we have to deal with first. There was a catch, of course. Chapter 1467. The minor issue mentioned by the green-clothed woman was a berserk super creature guarding the spirit statue. The green-clothed woman could send Han-sun to the spirit hall with ease, but Han-sun would have to slay the beast in order to grab the stone that was embedded in the statue's forehead. According to her, the berserk super creature had resided in the shelter since before the Elysium elders perished. Over the years, the berserk super creature had only become stronger and stronger. Its power was immense, and with that thing guarding the spirit statue, Han-sun didn't fancy his chances. Even after inquiring about the berserk super creature's powers and abilities, he wasn't entirely sure whether or not if he should agree. Let me think about it. Han-sun didn't reject the offer outright. You don't have much time to dwell on this. When Gu Qingqing returns, this opportunity will be gone, the woman said. Just let me think for a moment. Han-sun was still not convinced. Han-sun was smart. He knew the limits and extent of his own capabilities well. He knew squaring off against a berserk super creature for a spirit stone was a fool's errand for someone of his strength. The only way Han-sun would be able to grab the spirit stone was if he entered the spirit hall completely undetected and remained out of sight. The green-clothed woman did not rush Han-sun to make a decision. Do you know what Gu Qingqing went to do? Do you know? Han-sun knew she was being rhetorical. The woman said, You have entered the Geno Core storage, haven't you? Do you know about the Geno Core battleground? Of course. Han-sun nodded. There are two different types of Geno Core battlegrounds. You have only seen one. There is another type that requires a special Geno Core storage to enter, the woman explained. Are you saying Gu Qingqing went to another Geno Core battleground? What is she doing there? Han-sun asked. The woman quietly told him. It is called Geno Battleground, but this one is a battleground for combatants to claim the Geno Cores of others. What does that mean? Han-sun frowned. The demigods that enter this battleground can kill their opponents and claim their Geno Cores. Geno Cores grow quickly in that place, and they can level up quite fast, the green-clothed woman said. There's a place like this? How can I get there? Han-sun asked with shock. To enter a Geno battleground, you first need an access point for the Geno Core storage. But it has to be a special Geno Core storage access point. Gu Qingqing left so she could modify her own Geno Core storage to allow this. When I wake up, she will force me into this battleground and make me level up quickly. Does this benefit her in any way? Han-sun asked quietly. I don't know, but you are my priest and you must go with me. There is a high chance you will be killed in such a place, the woman said. Why? I think you're weaker than me. Han-sun laughed. The green-clothed woman rebutted. If I die in there, I can revive via my spirit stone. If you die, you die. How's that for a comparison? I understand. Han Sun bore a wry smile and shook his head. If you don't want to be forced into the Geno battleground, this is the only way to avoid that. If you take my spirit stone, I will help you escape Elysium shelter, the woman said. But there is a berserk super creature there. Even if I did grab your spirit stone from the statue, getting out would be a different matter entirely. When I take the stone, you won't be able to control the shelter anymore. You won't be able to zap me out, and I'll have that berserk super creature breathing down my neck. Who said I can't? If I can't do something that's simple, what's the point of me being referred to as a holy child? The volume of her voice dropped then, and she said, I have an escape route. Grab the stone, and I'll get you out of that hall. Let me think about it. Although Han Sun was tempted, he didn't entirely believe her. They were still practically strangers, and Han Sun didn't know her too well. Wimp, the woman said, then stopped talking. Her mood soured, and she looked mad. Han Sun cared little about upsetting her though. He would rather go to the Geno battleground to level up his Geno core than risk his life by infiltrating the spirit hall. Over the next few days, though, she tried many times to convince Han Sun to change his mind and get the spirit stone for her. He eventually ignored all mentions of the subject. She knew Han Sun was not willing to risk this for her, and her attitude eventually took a turn. After a while, she ignored him completely. When Gu Qingqing returned and noticed that Han Sun had actually stayed in the garden, she smiled. You didn't disappoint me. You really are the heir of Han Jinji. You too might always lie to others, but you never allow yourselves to be tricked either. My grandfather is Han Jinji, but he was only a small officer. He's not the one you keep referring to. Han Sun sighed. Han Sun had picked up on one thing for sure. Something had happened between Han Jinji and Gu Qingqing. That was why Gu Qingqing didn't like Han Sun very much. It probably boiled down to him being a descendant of Han Jinji. Gu Qingqing looked at Han Sun with disdain and said, Don't talk crap. That old fox might be able to fool others, but I'm the only one he never could. You didn't get tricked by the holy child into doing something stupid, however. Not bad. You know she is awake, don't you? Han Sun asked Gu Qingqing. She nodded and said, It is best not to believe anything she says. Otherwise, you'll end up dead before you know it, without a clue how it came about. Then, what were you doing while you were away from the shelter? Han Sun asked. Modifying the Emperor-class Geno core storage. I required a rare Geno component. I was the only one in Elysium shelter who could retrieve it. Gu Qingqing actually looked happy. The Geno core storage's modifications should be finished soon. Then you may enter with the holy child. At least the woman in the painting didn't lie about this, Han Sun thought to himself. Chapter 1468. Are you sure I can revive the holy child? Gu Qingqing always sounded like she was certain Han Sun could get the job done. Gu Qingqing smiled. If an Elysium spirit became a priest, the holy child would ignore them. You are human, and that's different. Furthermore, you perform well. If she wanted to make a move, she was bound to wake up sooner rather than later. Gu Qingqing looked at the woman on the painting and said, Am I right? The stone did not reply, and the green-clothed woman pretended not to hear a word. But you still need to hurry. There is only a month left to go, Gu Qingqing said. Han Sun asked, Then what marks her as revived? You need to get her to leave the painting. Gu Qingqing replied to Han Sun swiftly. Gu Qingqing left after that. Han Sun looked back at the woman in the painting, and he noted how strange the relationship between the two must have been. What Gu Qingqing said had been intoned for the woman in the painting to hear. Hey beautiful, what's the relationship between you and Gu Qingqing? Han Sun asked the painted lady. That is none of your business, wimp. The green-clothed woman seemed angry. Humans only live once. I have to be careful. Han Sun did not think fearing death was a bad thing. There is nothing else you can do now anyway. You'll have to go to the Geno battleground. It'll be fun, seeing how you end up dying. The woman's words were chilling. When Han Sun heard her though, he was happy. That meant she really might exit the painting. Han Sun chatted a little more with her, but overall, she sounded upset. Eventually, she retreated into silence and stopped talking completely. A few days later, the Dongxian Sutra had its breakthrough. Han Sen's body evolved, and so did the bulwark umbrella. The umbrella was now a silver Geno core. Jade Skin was getting close to the breakthrough point as well. It wouldn't be much longer until that followed suit. After that day, the green-clothed woman continued to ignore Han Sen completely. It made him worry quite a bit, as the deadline for the deal with Ghost Moon was getting near. If the green-clothed woman did not exit the painting in 3 months, and Ghost Moon was then made priest, Gu Qingqing had said she would behead Han Sen. Whether or not she'd actually do it remained to be seen though. No matter what Han Sen said to her, the lady ignored him. He tried to discuss serious matters, tell jokes, and even read her stories. It was all to no avail, and he might as well have been talking to any old stone. The 3 months were over. In that time, Crystal Core also managed to reach silver. Only real blood and coin were still bronze Geno cores. And when the deadline hit, the green-clothed woman was continuing to ignore Han Sen. While Han Sen's mind raced for an idea of what he might do next, Gu Qingqing appeared in the garden with a few spirits in tow. Ghost Moon was there, and she bowed to Gu Qingqing. Master, 3 months have elapsed. The human failed to revive her. Please, allow me to replace him as priest. That was the deal. You will indeed replace him as priest. Gu Qingqing nodded. Thank you, Master. Ghost Moon and the spirits all looked delighted, and they all bowed before Gu Qingqing. I also said I would remove his head if he failed within the 3 months he was given. Now that you have become the priest, I will give this task to you. You may be the one to execute him. Gu Qingqing coldly told Ghost Moon. Ghost Moon did not hesitate. She pulled out her scimitar and immediately approached Han Sen. Han Sen had been thinking about how he might escape, and if there truly was no way to get out of the shelter, then he'd have to just run to the Alliance. His fitness was good, but his Geno cores were still lacking. At least he was able to practice and work on his Geno cores in the Alliance. When he got the Geno cores to Gemstone class, he could teleport back and perhaps escape Elysium shelter under those conditions. With a plan in mind, he moved in front of a tower. When Ghost Moon came close, he was going to run inside and leap into the teleporter. Hang on. Before Han Sen made his move, the green-clothed lady suddenly spoke. Everyone turned to look toward the stone in shock. Gu Qingqing smiled, as if she knew this would happen. The painting suddenly looked like a swirling vortex, as if a spinning tear in the dimension had manifested upon it. The green-clothed woman, with her umbrella, began walking out of the painting. Not long after, she emerged into the garden like a real human. She looked exactly like Gu Qingqing. They went to stand next to each other, and they were so identical, no one could tell them apart. All the spirits, Ghost Moon included, suddenly knelt before the green-clothed lady and said, "The Holy Child! Keep him as the priest and let him join the Geno battleground," the green-clothed lady said coldly. The faces of all the Elysium spirits changed, but no one dared to challenge or second-guess her command. After the green-clothed lady said this, she exited the garden. Han Sen quickly followed after her. He ignored the angry stares of all the Elysium spirits. "Thank you for saving me," Han Sen quietly told her. The Elysium spirits had stopped following after they reached the Geno core storage. The green-clothed woman coldly rolled her eyes and responded, "I am not so nice that I would save a wimp. I'm dragging you to die elsewhere, that's all." The green-clothed lady walked into the Geno core storage teleporter. She used her umbrella to enter, as if it were a key. Han Sen thought to himself, the Geno core storage has tiers. With my power there should be nothing to fear. No one should be able to kill me where I'm going. Perhaps I'll just level up quick, and that's that. Plus, our tiers might be different, and we won't be compatible. Han Sen looked around the Geno core storage. He had come here a lot, but it didn't seem as if anything had changed. He was unable to tell if this place had indeed been modified. Han Sen used his bulwark umbrella as the key to enter the Geno core storage. There was a flash, and when his vision returned, Han Sen was shocked by what he saw. The moon had turned red, and the mountain river and trees were red too. It was all so very weird. There was no Rockman, and neither was there a Geno core tablet. There was only a teleporter, and the woman was standing near it watching him. Chapter 1469. What's going on? You and I both have a silver Geno core? Han Sun looked at the green-clothed woman with surprise. This Geno core storage looked very different. I told you, this Geno core storage has received some modifications. We're in a different sort of Geno battleground, and in here, any and all Geno core levels can gather. Your silver Geno core will be brutally murdered here though. The woman slightly raised her lips. What is your Geno core's level? Han Sun smiled. Mine is gemstone. I only need a little bit more juice to level it up to super. The woman sounded cocky. Han Sun was able to predict this state of affairs though. Her fitness was similar to his, so it was very likely she had a gemstone Geno core. Han Sun did not step out of the teleporter though. He wanted to go back with his umbrella. He had finished the task of waking up the holy child, so Gu Qingqing had no reason to want him dead. If he returned and spoke to her, perhaps he'd be allowed to leave Elysium Shelter now. If she really wasn't going to let him, he'd come right back. But Han Sun noticed the teleporter wasn't doing anything. It was like it had been broken, refusing to send him back. Don't waste your time. You can't get out unless you find the Geno core tablet. Unfortunately, the Geno core tablet is near a dangerous place. Many elites like camping there, so they can kill any who try to leave, the woman said coldly. That's bothersome. Han Sun frowned. The woman smiled. Now do you regret not listening to me? When I told you it was time for us to run? Han Sun laughed, looked right at her and said, well, now that we're partners for the time being, how about you tell me your name? I can't keep calling you, you. Pa. Who would think of partnering up with such a wimp? If your Geno core wasn't such a low level, I'd just kill you and take it for myself. It's not even worth the effort, the green-clothed woman said, then kept walking. Han Sun didn't take offense, so he just followed after her. If she truly wanted Han Sun dead, he wagered she wouldn't have exited the stone, right as Ghost Moon was about to kill him. It also took a while for Han Sun to teleport in. She had obviously waited, and if she cared that little about him, she could have been long gone by now. Even if we're not partners, I should still know your name. It's horrible to keep calling you. Han Sun stopped by her side and turned towards her. Elysian Moon, the woman said with a wintry tone. Elysian Moon? That's a very good name. It's as bright as the black perched comfort the moon provides. Han Sun smiled. The green-clothed woman just stared at him. It's Elysian. It still bears an association to the Elysium. Elysian Moon. Elysian Moon. Han Sun said it twice. That sounds similar to Ghost Moon. She copied my name, but we're nothing alike. Elysian Moon smirked. Han Sun continued following her. It sounded as if she didn't like Han Sun, but she still seemed content to walk alongside him. She was a very different person now, not like the quiet person who originally inhabited the painting. They continued to speak as they walked, but Elysian Moon spent the entire time mocking Han Sun. Repeatedly he had to just laugh it off. They crossed over a mountain, then stopped looking at each other. Elysian Moon turned to look over a nearby valley. Come on out. If you wish to kill us, cowardly assassination from the shadows is a bad idea. As her voice echoed back out of the valley, the heavy sound of footsteps followed it out, bouncing off the gulches of the valley. They saw a minotaur, decked out in heavy armor. It had a ruby spear, and its eyes were red too. It's a Geno battle soul, Elysian Moon said, finger pointing at the minotaur. What is a Geno battle soul? Han Sun asked. The creatures that occupy the Geno battleground count as Geno cores themselves. Killing them will strengthen your own. Elysian Moon paused. But Geno battle souls are rare, and they're always at least gold level. This one, however, looks gemstone class. Killing it is sure to increase my Geno core. Elysian Moon swung her umbrella and rushed forward to engage the minotaur. Boom! The umbrella and the spear collided against one another, instigating a fearsome mixture of terrifying power that generated shockwaves. The impacts tore apart the ground, leaving them fighting in a deep crater. In the next second, Elysian Moon opened her umbrella. As it spun in her hands, A phantom force of suction began to pull the Minotaur towards it. The Minotaur tried to resist and pull itself away, but it was unable to get free. It was vacuumed in. When the Minotaur was sucked inside, she stopped spinning her umbrella. Han Sun saw the umbrella, and on it, he now saw the picture of a heavy armor-clad Minotaur. It looked disturbingly alive. No, it really was alive. So powerful. If she used that ability when we last fought, perhaps I could have suffered the same fate as the Minotaur. Han Sun was shocked. Han Sen's heart sank, and he again thought to himself, it is an umbrella Geno core, but why can mine only offer protection? I hope it has developed some new abilities, now that it has reached silver. Han Sun looked at his umbrella, which was now a silver core. There didn't seem to be any changes, and its color was still standard black. As Han Sun eyed the Geno core, more footsteps began to resonate from the valley. It wasn't just one Minotaur. The footsteps were rapid, and it sounded as if there were thousands of the creatures. This was confirmed when they saw many more pouring out of the valley. Didn't you say Geno battle souls are rare? What do you call this? Han Sen's face changed. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't face an entire army of those Minotaurs. That's just what I heard off another spirit. Even Elysian Moon looked disheartened. Han Sun turned around and started to run. Elysian Moon followed, and she was just as quick as him. The Minotaurs were all wielding ruby spears as they gave chase. Chapter 1470. Han Sun and Elysian Moon were both incredibly fast runners, and the Minotaurs had a hard time keeping up with them. But when Han Sun turned around to get a peek, his face changed. There were at least 200 of the fiends pursuing them, and now they were raising their ruby spears up towards the sky, ready to launch them from a distance. The spears vanished from their hands, and when they appeared again, they were all falling from the sky like rain. It was impossible to dodge them. Han Sun gritted his teeth and opened his bulwark umbrella. His only option now was to block them. Bulwark umbrella was only silver class, however. It was 2 tiers lower than the gemstone Geno cores, so he was unsure if it'd be able to protect him fully. Elysian Moon held her own umbrella and did the same, shielding herself from the descending spears. There was a constant patter of thudding noises, and much to his relief, he realized the ruby spears were unable to damage his bulwark umbrella. Are those Minotaurs not all gemstone class, perhaps? Han Sun wondered. He looked at Elysian Moon, and he noticed a number of crude marks had been left across her umbrella after she blocked the spears. If she had to do this a few more times, her umbrella would undoubtedly break. Han Sun thought to himself, perhaps it is a good thing that the bulwark umbrella focuses on defense. Her umbrella is gemstone class, yet it is unable to withstand those spears. My silver class umbrella can withstand them with ease. The difference is fairly massive. As Han Sun thought about this, the Minotaurs prepared to throw another rain-like volley of spears. Han Sun continued to clutch his umbrella as a wave of noise crashed against its top. It stood strong and did not buckle. Still, Han Sun wasn't shaking off the Minotaurs as he ran, and he wouldn't make any progress if he kept on simply blocking their spears. Han Sun ran for a long time, and after a while he heard a moan. He turned around and saw Elysian Moon's umbrella had been pierced through. The umbrella had broken, and the spear that broke it had dug right into Elysian Moon's shoulder. Several spears had struck that same spot on her umbrella, and it had finally crumpled. Their Geno cores were the same tier, but since Elysian Moon's Geno core wasn't primarily defensive, it wasn't entirely unexpected that it had broken. But following that one spear which managed to break through and hurt her, there was already another volley of javelins descending, ready to pierce through the rest of the umbrella and riddle her with holes. Over here. Han Sun waved to Elysian Moon. Han Sun was starting to understand just how scary the Geno battleground really could be, and having a partner in such a place was better than venturing there all alone. Han Sun didn't want to be left to his own devices. Elysian Moon looked back at Han Sun strangely. She was surprised that her gemstone Geno core was unable to block the ruby spears, whereas Han Sun's silver Geno core was doing just fine. Minutes before, she had just been mocking Han Sun's silver Geno core. She thought it'd be rather embarrassing for her to then take refuge beneath it. She bit down on her teeth and decided to keep on running, avoiding the protection Han Sen's umbrella could provide. Han Sen thought she must have had a trick up her sleeve, so he didn't ask her again. He just kept on running. There was a woodland not too far off from them, and he hoped the switch in geography would provide them an opportunity to slip away and lose their pursuers. When Han Sen had almost reached the eaves of the forest, he turned back to look at Elysian Moon. Her umbrella was now closed, and whenever the spears came bearing down on her, she smacked them away. But there were too many in each volley, and each wave resulted in an additional injury. To make matters worse, there was still that first one protruding from her shoulder. The Minotaurs were still coming, and they lifted their powerful arms, gearing up for another throw. Elysian Moon looked pale, and her green clothes were now dyed red. She looked to be in poor condition. Han Sen decided to run back and force her to take cover underneath his bulwark umbrella. And after he got into position, a lot of ding-dong noises quickly followed, as the spears washed across his shield like another heavy rainfall. "Why did you come back?" Elysian Moon clenched her jaw again. "Save the chit-chat for later." Han Sen wrapped an arm around her waist and helped her run into the cover of the nearby woodland. The heavy armor Minotaurs weren't giving up the pursuit just yet, however. And when they came stomping through the forest, their heavy armor knocked down any trees that stood in the way of their desperate chase. "Let me down." Elysian Moon was being carried beneath Han Sen's armpit, and she shyly pleaded for him to let her go. "My umbrella is only so big. It can cover 2 people, but now that we're running, and you're injured, perhaps we should focus on shaking our tail first." Han Sen did not put her down, and simply kept on running. Han Sen looked back as the Minotaurs bulldozed the forest behind them. Even the trees that were 2 people wide were knocked down effortlessly. Fortunately, savaging the forest had slowed down their advance somewhat. Han Sen, as swift of foot as he was, gained some distance on them. After running for another 100 miles, the Minotaurs were out of sight. Han Sen slowed to a stop by the banks of a river. Han Sen looked back and made sure he could no longer hear the sounds of footsteps. Then he said, "It looks like they're gone. Put me down." Elysian Moon was still beneath Han Sen's armpit, and her second request was just as shy. "Oh, sorry." Han Sen put her down, then saw that she was bleeding. "Are you okay?" "I'm okay." Elysian Moon's body glowed, signifying she was trying to repair her own wounds. It didn't look to be very effective. Her wounds were still oozing blood, and her face was becoming paler and paler. "The powers of those Minotaurs are strange. It's like they are forbidding me from healing my own injuries," Elysian Moon confessed after a while. She was in dire shape. "Really? It's lucky you are a spirit then, since you can respawn," Han Sen said. Elysian Moon shook her head. With a wry smile she said, "I lied to you. My spirit stone wasn't in the spirit statue. It's inside me. If I die, I can't respawn." Han Sen frowned and gave her a look, but did not say anything. Elysian Moon went on to say, "The reason I asked you to break the spirit stone in the statue was simply because it belongs to my enemy. I didn't plan to escape. I just wanted him dead." Chapter 1471. Han Sen was not surprised, as he never fully trusted Elysian Moon. "Telling me that now is pointless. Let's just figure out how we're going to live through the next couple hours. Let me examine your wounds." Han Sen checked out her pierced shoulder. Her white skin had been gouged, and there was a lot of blood. It looked horrible, and as the blood continued to cascade, nothing seemed to close the wound. Elysian Moon tried to use her powers to stop the bleeding, but it didn't work. And exhausting her powers had only made her weaker. Han Sen groaned. He simulated the powers of Holy Rhino and tried to imbue her injury with the healing properties and light. Unfortunately, that too was ineffective. Something was prohibiting her wound from being healed. "It won't work. If my Elysium powers don't work, then yours most certainly won't." Elysian Moon shook her head. "I'm afraid I won't be leaving this place alive. I hope you can help me with one last thing before I go." "What is it?" Han Sen asked, looking at her wound. "The chances are slim, but if you do make it out and return to the human world, I'll need you to deliver a message to someone. Elysian Moon seemed hesitant to tell him this, but she did anyway. Who and what? Han Sun looked at Elysian Moon. Han Sun thought to himself, it cannot be Han Jinji, can it? Did he trick the spirits too? She opened her mouth but choked on her words. It seemed a struggle to tell him. Han Sun didn't rush her to spit it out though. He continued to examine her wounds, and it seemed as if a strange power was stopping it from healing. If she had Han Sun's Super King Spirit mode, this wouldn't happen. But she did not have powers such as that. After a while, Elysian Moon mustered the courage to say it. She nibbled her lips and said, I don't know what her identity in the alliance is, but her name is Tang Yu. She is a beautiful woman. Han Sun was surprised. He didn't expect she'd want a message delivered to a woman, and not Han Jinji. What's your relationship with her? And what would you like me to say? Han Sun asked. Our relationship is none of your business, but if you do see her, tell her I never hated her. Elysian Moon spoke softly and quietly. If I see her, I'll tell her. When Han Sun said that, he gathered his power and zapped lightning into her shoulder. This time Han Sun was simulating the silver fox's healing power to strike the wound on her shoulder. Arg! She wasn't prepared for this, and she screamed in pain. What are you doing? Elysian Moon wished to whack Han Sun's hand away, but the wound that was now wrapped in lightning was actually beginning to heal. The broken skin began to seal and scab. How is that possible? Elysian Moon looked at Han Sun in literal shock. Han Sun had learned Ghost Sword, and now he was showing her this. She was very surprised. His performances were continuing to surprise her more and more. They both possessed an Umbrella Geno core. Han Sun's Silver One was able to block the attacks of a Gemstone Geno Battle Soul, and had proven itself to be sturdier than her own Gemstone Geno core. Now Han Sun could heal her wounds where her own powers failed. Elysian Moon withstood the pain of the lightning, and looked at Han Sun, as if she had just met him. With the lightning, her wounds were all healing. Unfortunately, she had bled a lot before she was able to recover, and it left her weak. And because the Silver Fox had just become a demigod, the powers Han Sun was simulating were rather weak. The entire healing process was a little slow as a result. 1 hour later, Han Sun managed to heal her 2 most grievous injuries. Then he moved on to 8 her smaller wounds. There was a wound on her belly, and her green clothes had been shredded around it. The white skin of her torso looked lovely though. Han Sun put his hand on the wound. Perhaps it was the lightning hurting her too much, but her entire body shivered and she blushed. It took Han Sun more than 2 hours to heal her. But when he was done and dusted, she looked perfect. You couldn't even tell she had been wounded. Plenty of internal damage had been dealt, though, and she hadn't fully recovered. Her life force was weaker than before, but that was something she would have to focus on restoring herself. Han Sun still had the red Ganoderma mushrooms, and if she ate one, she would recover much more quickly. But Han Sun was not a good person, and adding to that, she had lied to him. Healing her with his powers was the best he was willing to do for her. He wasn't going to waste one of his precious mushrooms on her. That place was very dangerous, and the red Ganoderma mushrooms might come in handy for himself. But it was good to have Elysian Moon at his side. She wasn't the worst companion to have, and Han Sun did not mind helping her. Right now, Han Sun had to consider the possible consequences if he ever returned without Elysian Moon. Gu Qingqing might not take that kindly. Don't move, Han Sun hissed. Elysian Moon was trying to stand up, but Han Sun held her in place by her shoulders. What? Elysian Moon was shocked. She was still weak, and if Han Sun wished to hurt her, she'd be unable to resist. Han Sun shook his head and pointed at the river. Then, he held a finger up to his lips to gesture for silence. Elysian Moon looked in the direction of the river, and then noticed it. There was a shadow under the surface of the water, suggesting there was something in the river. Elysian Moon realized she had gotten the wrong idea, and she promptly blushed. Han Sun was scanning the river intently, though, and hadn't seen her face. The river was coated in a lot of leaves and flotsam, and the water itself was dirty. Under the red moon, it was almost like a blur. But the shadow was very clear to see. It was 3 to 4 meters long, shaped like a very big fish. Han Sun ran his Dongxian aura, and he was able to sense something in the water that was much stronger than the Minotaur's. "Let's walk away slowly," Han Sun whispered into her ear, pulling her carefully back away from the river. But after they took a single step, a big splash sounded from the river. Something came out with its gaping maw wide open, the smell of death wafting around it. Chapter 1472. Han Sun retreated a bit, trying to get a better look at what it was. It wasn't a big fish like he initially presumed it to be. Its body did look like that of a fish, but it had legs. It didn't have any scales, and its body was made up of a keratinous shell. The color of the beast was black like ink. It was no wonder why the shadow in the water was so dark with its color. And when it emerged from the river, it was far bigger than it had appeared beneath the water. Its mouth was fitted with razor-sharp teeth that could shred anything it sought to chew. It emerged with stunning speed. Before they could get any good distance away, its mouth was directly in front of them. Elysian Moon brought out her umbrella like she was drawing a sword, and with it, she struck the monster's head. The creature's head then glowed with a dark light. It summoned a black, triangle-shaped blade to deflect the incoming umbrella. The umbrella was already badly damaged, and when the triangle blade hit it, the umbrella broke completely. Blood spilled from Elysian Moon's mouth after the blow, and she stumbled back directly into Han Sun's arms. Han Sun frowned. He stabilized Elysian Moon and started to run with her in tow. Her gemstone Geno core wasn't very sturdy, but the fact that the monster had instantly destroyed the umbrella spoke volumes about how wretchedly powerful its own core must have been. Its level could not have possibly been below Elysian Moon's. As Han Sun ran, the monster quickly followed. The creature's legs were short, but they were fleet and fast. Han Sun grabbed Elysian Moon and fired up his Phoenix techniques. With his agility being fueled by those, he was able to dodge every attack that came his way and maintain his speed. He was able to avoid getting bitten and beaten by the teeth and blade, respectively. Elysian Moon found herself under Han Sun's armpit once again. This time she was quiet. Her pride had been stomped on. She had repeatedly called him a wimp. But Han Sun had excused all her transgressions and nastiness, and he was taking good care of her. Han Sun flew up into the air, and the monster followed. It was just as fast as his Phoenix techniques when airborne. The monster's triangle blade was even faster. As it rushed up towards Han Sun, nothing slowed it down. It sped towards Han Sun like a supercar. So Han Sun flew back down into the woodlands. He could use the environment there to his advantage, and dodge the monster more easily. Han Sun couldn't shake it no matter what he tried though. He kept on running until he saw shadows up ahead. They belonged to the Minotaurs. A group of them were resting in the woods, and when they saw Han Sun heading their way, they quickly jumped back onto their hooves and looked at him like a crowd of angry bulls. "Oh no! They're coming!" Elysian Moon screamed, seeing the Minotaurs. Han Sun was still headed their way though. He did not change his direction or turn. "Are you crazy?" Elysian Moon's eyes opened wide. She thought Han Sun was nuts, rushing into the Minotaurs the way he was. But Han Sun just ignored her and pushed to go even faster. He didn't have the time to answer her. Han Sun's Dongxian aura had reached its zenith, and he set it to track each and every movement that the Minotaurs made. He had to deal with them, one way or another, and if he turned to flee another way, the Minotaurs and the monster would both be chasing him. So, Han Sun had decided to flee right into the Minotaurs, thinking it was the best way to shake off both. "You are crazy." Elysian Moon paled when she saw Han Sun speed up as they approached the Minotaurs. She didn't think she was going to survive. Earlier, she had been given some hope, but now death was staring her in the face once more. She was incredibly worried. She was powerless to choose what to do next, and Han Sun tightened his grip on her as he ran straight into the group of Minotaurs. Han Sun was like an angry bird as he swooped through them. The Minotaurs still wanted his blood, and they all summoned their spears when he came into their midst. Their spears were so quick that their prey almost never reacted in time. Elysian Moon did not believe Han Sun could avoid getting impaled, and her heart seemed ready to jump out of her chest. A moment later, Elysian Moon watched as Han Sun continued forward without fear or hesitation. The ruby spears went right past Han Sun's cheek. And with his fearless, unchanging eyes fixed forward, he rushed through the crowd of minotaurs. 2 minotaurs, one on each side, threw spears to prohibit Han Sun's passage. Elysian Moon was stunned, and just before Han Sun took another step forward he pulled back. Like magic, he zapped back to the first minotaur. The 2 minotaurs that had attempted to block him did not hit anything. And the minotaur in the front did not expect Han Sun to return. He didn't have his spear ready. Before any of them could react again, Han Sun was already gone. He had blown right past the minotaurs, right through the crowd of them. Elysian Moon felt as if she was riding a roller coaster. She thought she might be thrown away any second. And all the while, spears were being chucked at her from each and every angle. She felt as if she'd get stabbed any second now. She was a spirit, but she felt as if her heart was going to break. But whenever she thought she was going to die, Han Sun changed direction. And in that hedge maze of spears, he cleaved a clean path right through the group, and avoided coming into contact with a single pointed weapon. It was like a magic show, one that juggled with the meaning of life and death. It was a show that tugged and toyed with the heartbeat of its audience. At that moment, Elysian Moon looked at Han Sun. He looked emotionless and so serious. It was as if he had everything under control. When she saw Han Sun like that, a complicated feeling washed over her. She felt safe in her heart. It was a foreign feeling. Can we really make it out of here? Elysian Moon looked at Han Sun's face and receded into thought. Chapter 1473. Han Sun's fitness was no worse than that of the minotaurs. He used his Dongxian aura to keep track of each minotaur's movement in his mind. Every possible way they could move, and every subsequent calculation, was in his brain. And after his mind worked its way through the hundreds of tracks and ways he could follow, he found one that would get him through safely. Behind Han Sun, the monster ended up running into the crowd of minotaurs. It wasn't gentle like he had been though, and it rushed and stomped its way through. A few of the minotaurs were sent flying. It was immediately apparent that the creature's shell and strength exceeded that of the minotaurs. The legion of heavy armor minotaurs was thrown into chaos. After that, they instantly recognized the beast to be a greater threat to them than Han Sun, and so they all turned their attention towards it. The monster was cruel, and it began stomping around the crowd, crushing and beating on the minotaurs. Han Sun escaped the legion as the mess turned ugly, swooping through the woods, free from pursuers once more. Han Sun did not know if any place would be truly safe to rest, but he selected a spot that seemed to be free from significant life forces. The Geno Core battleground did not have a day or night cycle. The red moon hung in the sky where it always had been. It hadn't moved at all since he got there. The place they were in now was a bamboo forest. The forest was dark green, but under the ominous red moon, it looked dark red. The color made the place look rather miserable. There's no danger here, so let's rest. Han Sun put Elysian Moon down and sat down on the ground. Han Sun had exhausted much of his strength in the escape. His body was uninjured, but he was quite tired. Since there didn't seem to be any nearby danger, Han Sun used his Dongxian Sutra to rest and ready himself for the next fight. Elysian Moon watched him rest. The expression on her face was complicated, and it wasn't entirely clear what she was thinking. As the wind blew, it rustled through the swaying bamboo. She stood up, looked around, and tried to think about where she was. After a while, Elysian Moon suddenly looked happy. I know where we are. You've been here before? Han Sun asked her in shock. She shook her head. No, this is the first time I've been in the Geno battleground too. I've never been here before, but I've heard others from Elysium talk about this place. If I am not mistaken, this is the Firetail Bamboo Forest. Firetail Bamboo Forest? Is this place dangerous? Han Sun had no clue what this place was, but he was mostly concerned with learning whether or not it was safe. It's hard to tell. Scary creatures can enter the Geno battleground from anywhere, but there aren't any powerful Geno battle souls around. I do know this bamboo forest has a Geno tablet somewhere. If it hasn't been taken, we might use it to return. Elysian Moon sounded quite excited. You want to go back? Han-sun asked, looking at her strangely. Han-sun thought she wouldn't leave before getting her Geno core up to super class. Elysian Moon sighed. You think I wanted to come here? Someone forced me here, not wanting me to live. I'd much prefer to level up slowly by myself. You were inside the rock. No one was able to force you out, Han-sun wondered. Elysian Moon shook her head. The Avoid World Stone is probably impossible to destroy, but it is just an object. They would have found a way to deal with me eventually. They'd keep on going until I got out of it. Who is your enemy? Is it Gu Qingqing? Han-sun asked. Elysian Moon shook her head, but she seemed keen to change the subject. She looked around and said, From what I can tell, we need to head through the bamboo forest to find the Geno core tablet. Your body is weak. Why don't you take a load off and rest up here for a few days? Han-sun said. It's fine. Firetail Bamboo Forest is a big place, and it'll probably take us 10 days to get out of here anyway. My wounds will be more than fine by then. If we are lucky, we can find Firetail Bamboo Forest's Firetail Geno battle souls. They're gold battle souls, so even you should be easily able to hunt them. It seemed as if Elysian Moon had caught on to the extent of Han-sun's power. Okay, I just hope we don't meet creatures that enter via here. Han-sun summoned his unicorn, and together, they both rode it deeper into the forest. The Geno battleground was indeed different. There were plants, but aside from Geno battle souls and beings that entered, there was nothing else to hunt. There were no native creatures. The silence was unsettling. The world felt dead. Han-sun was quite glad he had saved her. If he had stayed there alone, he would have ended up running around like a headless chicken. With her accompanying him, there was at least someone else to talk to. Things wouldn't be too miserable and depressing at least. Firetail Geno battle beast soul. Elysian Moon blurted out after half a day. Han-sun looked at where she had pointed, and in the woods, there was a butterfly perched against some bamboo. It was on fire. The fire burned blue, and beneath the red light that bathed the environment, it really stood out. Firetails have fire powers, and they can shoot really hot flames. With your umbrella's defense, though, the fire shouldn't be of too much worry, Elysian Moon explained. Han-sun nodded. He lifted his bulwark umbrella and approached the firetail butterfly. When it saw Han-sun coming, it blew a flurry of flames towards him. Han-sun opened the umbrella and blocked the blue flames headed his way. Then, he closed the umbrella and swung it down against the creature like a sword. The blue flames were extinguished and the firetail butterfly was killed. A gold light flew out, and with his cruel bottle, Han-sun captured it inside. Elysian Moon told Han-sun it was called a core light. That light was gold, which meant it was a gold-class creature. If you absorbed 100 of them, you could make a silver Geno core become gold. If it was a gold Geno core, the gold core lights would be useless. In that circumstance, you would require gemstone core lights to level up. Han-sun hadn't decided if he wanted to level up his bulwark umbrella just yet, so he held on to the core light, so he could make the decision later. Chapter 1474. Perhaps Han-sun got lucky, but after entering Firetail Bamboo Forest, there wasn't any real danger. They saw a few firetail butterflies on the way, but they didn't pose much of a threat. Over the course of the next 2 days, Han-sun had managed to collect 19 gold core lights. Elysian Moon had a gemstone Geno core, so those gold core lights were useless for her. Because of this, Han-sun was able to collect them all. One thing Han-sun did not understand, though, was that Elysian Moon had a gemstone Geno core. That meant she had to collect super core lights to level it up. But with her power being what it was, how could she ever hope to take down a super Geno battle soul, a king spirit, or any super creature for that matter? If she couldn't kill them, it really was pointless for her to enter the Geno battleground. While this confused Han-sun, he didn't ask about it. It was a personal matter of hers, and he decided he didn't want to be nosy. If they were lucky, they could get out of the bamboo forest and leave via a Geno core tablet. It wouldn't matter at that point. They both traveled through the bamboo forest, until all of a sudden, they heard footsteps. Something was fast approaching. The bamboo forest wasn't very dense, so there was nowhere for them to hide. It also meant Han Sun was able to see what was coming. It was a human, one that Han Sun recognized. And he called out, "Old Zhuo, why are you here?" It was Zhuo Donglai, one of the original members of the Demigod Association. Han Sun hadn't expected the man to be able to enter the Geno battleground. "Han Sun, why are you here?" Zhuo Donglai, seeing Han Sun, looked surprised. He came towards them with greater speed. They both had a chat, and through it, Han Sun was able to learn a bit. Zhuo Donglai was unlucky. He was a demigod with a gemstone Geno core, and he was widely considered to be the best out of all humans. He found an abandoned shelter with no one there. He explored it, and eventually noticed there was an access point to the Geno core storage. As a result, he decided to stay there. But when Zhuo Donglai used the Geno core storage, he didn't end up in front of the Rockman. Instead, he ended up here. Zhuo Donglai was quite strong. He had managed to kill a few Geno battle souls already, but the low-tier Geno core lights were useless for him. He was eventually attacked by a greater creature, which prompted him to flee. After escaping, he wandered into Han Sen's path. "So that's me. Han Sun, why are you here?" Zhuo Donglai asked. Han Sun didn't know how to explain succinctly, so he said, "Someone forced me. A crueler fate, I imagine." Zhuo Donglai gave a wry smile. "Your Geno core is only bronze, isn't it? This place is dangerous for you. Why don't you follow after me?" Han Sun shook his head. "No. You follow me. I know the way out of here. We just need to find the Geno core tablet." Han Sun proceeded to tell Zhuo Donglai about him and Elysian Moon. Zhuo Donglai looked very happy hearing this, and he said, "This is great. I guess I'll follow you then." Han Sun allowed Elysian Moon to lead the way. Zhuo Donglai and Han Sun followed behind, talking a lot. Zhuo Donglai told Han Sun that he had wished to take him as a student, but the possibility for that to occur had never transpired, for some reason. When it was time for them to rest, Zhuo Donglai asked them to wait a bit. Then he summoned a stone palace. He smiled and said, "This is my Geno core, Purple Manor. You can sleep in here without fear of being attacked. Your Geno core is very useful. It's like a mansion you can fit into your pocket, one like the rich snobs have." Han Sun was making fun of it. Zhuo Donglai sighed and said, "There's still a lot more to it than that. It's just that people don't understand. I was going to teach you the Purple Manor Sutra even. It's a shame that never came to pass." Han Sun followed him inside the Purple Manor. Inside it, there was a stone statue and a big purple bell. "My Purple Manor Sutra was never mastered, so the manor looks a little cheap. But its defense is good. And what's more, we are hidden. The bell is like an alarm too. It'll ring if something comes our way. You guys should sleep for a bit," Zhuo Donglai said. Han Sun didn't mind doing that, so he went to a corner and rested against the stone. Han Sun had been quite busy the past few days, and now he had the opportunity to sleep worry-free. He was able to sleep uninterrupted there. Not even the rustling of the bamboo was able to disturb him. When he woke up, he felt very energized. After getting up, he found that Elysian Moon was continuing her healing process, and Zhuo Donglai was still fast asleep. Han Sun walked into the hall and tried to push the door open, but nothing happened. It seemed as if only Zhuo Donglai could do that. When Han Sun pushed the door, Zhuo Donglai woke up and smiled. "Why not sleep longer? You won't get many chances to sleep like this, the further we go." "Did I wake you up?" Han Sun asked apologetically. "No, I am fully rested. Don't let my age fool you. I'm still as active as a young buck." Zhuo Donglai proceeded to open the door while he spoke. He looked outside, and after doing so his face changed. He quickly shut the doors again. Han Sun heard something pounding at the door, trying to get inside. Although Zhuo Donglai had only opened the door for 1 second, Han Sun had managed to get a glimpse of what was outside. It was those pretty firetail butterflies. They were resting on the bamboo outside, glittering with their beautiful blue fire. When Zhuo Donglai opened the door, he alerted them. And now, like snowflakes, they were descending on the door. Fortunately, he was able to shut the door quickly. Otherwise, they'd have rushed in like a blizzard. "It's fine. Those butterflies are like mutant creatures. They can't break the Purple Manor, so we should be safe." Zhuodonglai smiled. But after he said that, the purple manor's big door began to melt like molten lava. A hole formed in the door, which spread and got bigger. Then the beautiful blue flames entered. Chapter 1475. Through the hole that had been seared through the door, you could see a beautiful blue flame butterfly that was a firetail Geno battle soul. But this blue flame butterfly was different from the ones Han Sun had dealt with previously. The ones Han Sun had seen the day before were just a little bigger than the average human hand. This one with wings spread was an entire meter across. The blue fire that it carried danced into strange symbols, unlike the ordinary firetail Geno battle souls. Crap! This Geno battle soul is a little strange. It melted the door to my gemstone purple manor. Watch out, I'm going to put it away. Zhuodonglai was afraid if the creature continued to burn the manor, it would all melt. So he returned it for now. The purple manor was gone. And when it was, they could now see the firetail butterfly assembly that was outside. It was impossible to tell how many were there, but the horde of butterflies fluttered around the big one. Geno battle souls weren't proper living creatures, and because of this, Han Sun could not gauge their actual strength through his Dongxian aura. But the giant butterfly was obviously a fair deal stronger than an average one, and if he had to guess, Han Sun would put its strength at no weaker than a gemstone type. The firetail butterflies were headed towards Han Sun next, and the three of them knew they had to fight. To face their flaming wrath, the first thing Han Sun did was open his bulwark umbrella. The firetail butterflies were struck by the umbrella, and they exploded in a bright haze of gold core lights. Of course, Han Sun did not have the time to collect them all right now. More and more butterflies were headed right for him. And that was especially true with the firetail butterfly king. It was like a living blue flame, and it had picked Han Sun as its target. The butterfly king was too fast though. Han Sun hadn't recovered his strength after striking the three butterflies. He was unable to pull away and dodge, so he brought the bulwark umbrella up to defend against the butterfly king's hit. Pang! There was a big explosion, and Han Sun felt impressive power impact his umbrella. He and the umbrella were sent arcing through the air, and atop the umbrella was a nasty scorch mark. It was already breaking. Oh no! I'm not sure this guy is a gemstone battle soul. It might actually be a super battle soul. Han Sun was shocked. To make matters worse, the butterfly king was fixated on him. Zhuodonglai and Elysian Moon were fighting in the midst of the butterfly storm, but they were dealing with gold battle souls, the sort that couldn't even deal damage to them. After they struck down a bastion of the fluttering foes, gold core lights were dropping everywhere. Han Sun dodged the butterfly king's second attack, but he wouldn't be able to dodge the next. When the butterfly king flapped its wings again, it was instantly back at him, ready to attack. Pang! Han Sun used his bulwark umbrella to block the hit again. He was sent flying through the forest once more, as the hand that clutched the bumbershoot started to bleed. The surface of the umbrella was blackened with scorch marks. This guy is most definitely a super-class creature. Han Sun could tell the speed and power of the butterfly exceeded that of a gemstone class. If it had been a gemstone class beast, his own body would definitely have been able to withstand the fire, and the umbrella would not have suffered so greatly. Seeing the butterfly king approach, Han Sun knew he wouldn't be able to dodge this attack, either. Zhuodonglai shouted and summoned the stone palace out of the nether, and it fell on top of the butterfly king and trapped him. Run! Zhuodonglai shouted after trapping the butterfly king. His face looked terrible. Han Sun turned around to take flight. But after gaining a distance of 100 meters, a fresh blue light was already shining from behind. He turned around and saw a blue phantom shoot through the roof of the manor, which had been burned through. The butterfly was flying out, ready to resume its pursuit of Han Sun. He gritted his teeth and continued his sprint through the bamboo forest, but his speed was not good enough. The butterfly king's blue body was already flashing directly behind Han Sun, having caught up with ease. Meowth! Get him! Han Sun wouldn't be able to dodge, so he chomped down on his teeth, summoned Meowth, and had the pet deal with the butterfly's wrath instead. Meowth had absorbed many water drops from the black crystal, and having eaten so much high-class meat, it was definitely worthy of residing in the fourth god's sanctuary. It had been growing quite well. Still, it was rather weak, and it had no notable powers. Its strength was comparable to that of an ordinary demigod with no geno core. Han Sun had kept and treated Meowth as a pet, and even though he summoned it, he didn't want it to die. Han Sun didn't have any other pet beast souls, though. And the super pet armor he had could only be used by a pet beast soul. For this reason, he had to call on Meowth for aid. When Meowth activated battle mode, it took on the shape of a black tiger. Even though it'd appear much bigger than the butterfly, its power would be considerably worse. When Meowth was summoned, Han Sun summoned the red crystal cricket's beast soul for it. When equipped, it clad Meowth in ruby armor and made the pet look like a red tiger. Pang! Firetail Butterfly King struck Meowth, which blasted it away. But the airborne Meowth was able to descend with a firm landing, and once it was down, it leaped towards the Butterfly King swiftly. Han Sun was happy. Even with Meowth's meager strength, he had been able to withstand a direct blow from the Butterfly King and emerged totally fine. It was all thanks to that pet beast soul. Han Sun was worried Meowth's body would be too weak to withstand a blow from the Butterfly King, even with the super pet armor. Seeing its success, Han Sun was greatly relieved. Meowth hopped over to the Butterfly King, which seemed to enrage the creature. The butterfly flapped over to meet with Meowth, its blue flames burning like a sun. Boom! The blue flame exploded like a volcano, blasting Meowth further into the sky. And again upon its descent, the pet looked absolutely perfect. With speed and haste, it was able to leap right back to the Butterfly King. The Butterfly King kept focusing on Meowth, but Meowth had super pet armor. The ruby armor seemed to be fine too, with no scorch marks or signs of wear. That's strong. Too strong. Han Sun was very excited. Zhuo Donglai and Elysian Moon were shocked seeing this too. Even Zhuo Donglai's purple manor had been burned through, and they knew the Butterfly King had to be super class. For Han Sun's pet beast soul to be able to withstand Firetail Butterfly King's attacks, they couldn't help but wonder what level Meowth might have been. It didn't look like a super class creature, as its speed and strength were very low. Its defense, on the other hand, was shockingly high. Chapter 1476. Han Sun looked at what was going on for a while, and then stopped, turning to run directly into the butterfly swarm. He collected all the core lights from the fallen butterflies, and killed a number more on his way through. They were good stuff, and Han Sun needed them to fast-track his 4 self-geno cores to gold class. The Butterfly King squealed, abandoning Meowth to return its focus to Han Sun. But Meowth was too slow to catch up with it and snare its attention again. Han Sun called back Meowth with a desummon, then resummoned it, throwing it right back at the Butterfly King that was drawing near. An explosion sounded right after, as Meowth was blown away by the Butterfly King's attack. The Butterfly King relocked onto Han Sun, wanting to attack him. With the Meowth trick, he was able to keep himself alive, but constantly summoning the pet prevented him from being able to collect all the core lights he wished to. The Butterfly King realized its inability to strike Han Sun now, and cleverly, it changed targets. It went straight for Elysian Moon, who was the weakest of the trio. Elysian Moon would have been stronger than Zhuo Donglai on any other day, but her body had yet to fully recover from the injuries she had sustained. She was able to dodge the Butterfly King's first attack, but not the second. Pang! Han Sun threw Meowth forward again, letting it hit the Butterfly King to absorb the explosive damage. The shockwave was still enough to blow Elysian Moon 10 meters away, however. "You guys go on ahead. I'll deal with him," Han Sun said to Zhuo Donglai and Elysian Moon. Zhuo Donglai and Elysian Moon, who was just getting up, knew they were useless being there. They realized they were more of a burden than an aid for Han Sun, and so they ran. "We'll wait for you near the Geno Core tablet. When you come after us, remember not to get too close," Elysian Moon shouted. "Don't worry, I'll be there later," Han Sun answered. He picked up Meowth and lobbed him at the Butterfly King that was going after Elysian Moon again. After the Butterfly King was blocked this time, Elysian Moon and Zhuodonglai were able to disappear from sight. A few butterflies followed after them, but they were ordinary ones, and of little concern. After they were gone, the Butterfly King released all its wrath on Han Sun, and Han Sun alone. Fortunately, Meowth was able to keep going as Han Sun's meat shield. He wasn't afraid, or put down by being used in the way he was. As Han Sun proceeded in this manner, he used his umbrella to strike down any of the smaller butterflies that were around. Han Sun didn't have the time to collect the core lights in the cruel bottle though. The gold core light was being directly absorbed by the umbrella instead, greatly increasing its strength. Han Sun found something rather funny about it all. While the Butterfly King was still strong, its flames seemed to have quelled a bit after the repeated attacks on Meowth. Although the difference was small, it was definitely not a mistake. The Butterfly King had gotten weaker. After the lengthy encounter, Han Sun could feel it losing strength. Maybe I will have a chance to kill the Butterfly King. Han Sun was rather excited about this prospect, and so he continued using Meowth as a distraction for the Butterfly King, as he went around killing the normal butterflies and collecting their core lights. It didn't take long for the Bulwark Umbrella to absorb 100 core lights, and when it hit that figure, it began to break through. Because self-Geno cores were connected to his body, and the umbrella had absorbed so many core lights, he could feel his Dongxian Sutra becoming stronger. That too was going to level up soon. Han Sun knew if his Dongxian Sutra leveled up, his umbrella would become gold. But Han Sun didn't want that, and so he suppressed his Dongxian Sutra to avoid it leveling up. The Bulwark Umbrella had only just leveled up to silver, and he had yet to reinforce it 9 times. It would be a waste to proceed without doing that, and so that was why he stopped the Dongxian Sutra from leveling up. After getting 100 gold core lights, it seemed useless to get any more, as it wouldn't make the umbrella stronger. So Han Sun summoned his crystal core, and let it absorb the gold core lights directly. As it absorbed them, Han Sun felt his jade skin grow and mature. It would level up soon as well, a process which Han Sun also suppressed. Because there were too many firetail butterflies, there were still a lot of core lights yet to get absorbed. But Han Sun didn't dare to use coin or real blood to get them. They were only bronze Geno cores right now, and if they absorbed gold core lights, Han Sun thought they might level up too quickly, and he'd be unable to put a lid on their development. Suddenly, the Butterfly King squealed once more. The smaller butterflies all started to fly away, joined shortly after by the king itself. The entire horde fled into the bamboo forest. Han Sun wasn't willing to let it run off though. It was a Super Geno battle soul, after all, and he wouldn't allow the chance of killing it to slip away. Not caring for the little butterflies that were also all around, Han Sun went straight for the king. The Butterfly King had been fighting Meowth for a while, and it was visibly weaker now. Han Sun used his phoenix techniques to catch up with it. Meowth had become a living cannonball, and as Han Sun chased after the Butterfly King, he would frequently lob the armored kitty at it. If the Butterfly King dodged, it'd slow down a little, and allow Han Sun the chance to catch up. If it didn't dodge, it'd just be hit by Meowth. This process incited the Butterfly King's rage. The giant butterfly turned back around, and tried to kill Han Sun once again. Han Sun wasn't going to fight it head-on though. Instead, he used Meowth to strip away its power again bit by bit. After an entire day of this, the Butterfly King's power had been almost completely drained. Han Sun delivered a single firm hit and blew it up. After the Firetail Butterfly King's body blew up, however, it didn't reveal a core light that was ripe for the taking. Instead, a red light gathered itself into a ruby-like crystal that was solid. Han Sun picked it up and heard an announcement. Firetail Butterfly Geno core obtained. It's a Geno core and not a core light? Han Sun was shocked, as this was unexpected. Han Sun observed the Geno core's information, and was swiftly confused. Firetail Butterfly, Super Geno core missing. What does missing mean? Han Sun frowned. Geno cores were either destroyed or damaged. He had never seen or heard about missing ones before. The strangest thing about this was that Han Sun could not use the Firetail Butterfly Geno core either. He had no idea why. He didn't have time to investigate it right now though. He returned to the plan and went looking for Elysian Moon and Zhuodonglai. After half a day of travel, he was unable to find them. Han Sun thought he might have strayed too far off the track while he was fighting the Butterfly King. Perhaps he was going in the same direction, just via a different path. He had no idea where the firetail butterflies had all gone either. He had seen no more after the last fight. 3 days later, Han Sun heard a noise coming from someplace deep within the bamboo forest. It sounded like music. Chapter 1477. After listening to that sound, Han Sen's face changed. It wasn't music played by a piano. It was the sound of a sword that was reminiscent of one. Han Sun looked in the direction that the sound was coming from, and he felt a powerful force. Someone seemed to be fighting there. After a while, Han Sun decided to mask his presence and sneak over there to see who was in combat. The battle was not far from Han Sun, and after a few miles of travel, he was able to see the sword that was producing those sounds. And what's more, Han Sun knew the master of the weapon as well. It was Six Paths, whom he once battled in the Geno Core storage. Six Paths was battling a peacock Geno battle soul. He wasn't using heart sword this time. As he wielded his blade, music played from the sword that seemed to damage his opponent. The sword didn't even have to come into contact with the peacock, but regardless, it was screaming in pain. Is that music sword perhaps? Han Sun was shocked seeing this. It was a music element hyper Geno art. Han Sun once tried to learn something similar, but due to a lack of talent and immediate proficiency, he hadn't invested much in it. Han Sun was amazed seeing Six Paths use music sword. It didn't compel him to learn the same technique though. It was just something he greatly admired seeing. The reason Han Sun learned heart sword was for the purpose of introspection. Learning music sword would be pointless. If he wanted a powerful skill, there were far better ones he'd be naturally talented with. He didn't need to chase something music element attuned. The peacock fell on the ground in pain, hearing the song of music sword. Then, Six Paths moved forward and lopped its head off. The peacock Geno battle soul was killed. What surprised Han Sun the most was that the peacock did not leave a core light. Instead, it left behind a green Geno core. Six Paths picked up the Geno core, looked towards where Han Sun was hiding, and said, "Since you're here, why don't you come say hello?" Han Sun was shocked. He had already used his Dongxian aura to hide himself, but Six Paths was able to sense his presence anyway. "You were still able to find me?" Han Sun deactivated his Dongxian aura and stepped out of the thicket. When Six Paths laid eyes on Han Sun, he looked surprised. "You are in the Geno battleground? You knew I was here. Why are you asking?" Han Sun frowned. Six Paths smiled and said, "I felt that a small portion of this place had vanished. As a result, I suspected a creature was hiding out of sight. I didn't expect it to be you." Now Han Sun knew why he was exposed. Six Paths didn't see his Dongxian aura. It was just a flaw of his usage of Dongxian aura. "Ah, that's why." Han Sun looked at Six Paths then, and asked, "Are you here to level up your Geno core?" Six Paths shook his head and said, "If I wanted to level up my Geno core, I wouldn't have destroyed my last one. I will level this new one up step by step. I don't need the help of others." "Then what are you doing here?" Han Sun looked confused. Six Paths looked confused as well. "You didn't come here because of the god Geno core? You are here to level up your Geno core?" Elysian Moon hid something from me. Her power was not enough to kill a super Geno battle soul. So how could she expect to level up? I didn't even know a god Geno core existed, but I suspect this is what she is really here for. Han Sun heard what Six Paths said, and sort of understood. "What is the god Geno core?" Han Sun frowned. "It looks like you don't know," Six Paths said, and then explained. The Geno battleground did not have super core lights. If you killed a super Geno battle soul, you received a missing Geno core like Han Sun had just received. You could not make use of a missing super Geno core, but it was a key to enter God's battleground. No one without a missing Geno core could enter. In the main battleground, it was possible to obtain a God Geno core. When you entered God's battleground, You did so by visiting one of the Geno core tablets, which were scattered around different areas. This was completely different from what Elysian Moon had told him. She told Han's son the Geno core tablet would take him out of this place, but it would in fact lead them to her desired destination, the main battleground. Beautiful women are liars. She wanted to go to the tablet to enter the battleground. But that should mean she has a missing Geno core, Han's son thought to himself. What is this god Geno core used for? Han's son asked Six Paths. A god Geno core is used for you to receive a second self Geno core. I've never had a second one before, so I am here to try to receive another, Six Paths said. You were Emperor class. Wouldn't it have been easier for you to get a god Geno core then? Han's son asked, due to his confusion. Six Paths shook his head. Self-Geno cores that exceed gemstone-class Geno cores can't enter the Geno battleground. I was born an emperor, and as a result, I could not come here. Now the main battleground is open to me, and I want to get a god Geno core. I want to have 2 self-Geno cores. Han's son was not interested in getting another. All creatures had their own special abilities and created a single Geno core. But Han's son wasn't like this. He already had 4 self-Geno cores. It would be pointless for him. So chasing a god Geno core would be a useless venture. Since you are here, you should come to the main battleground with me. You don't need to worry about anything. And you should just try to grab the god Geno core. Six Paths invited Han's son to come along. I'm not interested in obtaining a god Geno core. But do you know how to get out of this place? Han's son asked. When the main battleground shuts down, you can use the teleporter that you entered from to go back. Didn't you know that? You should have known before entering. Six Paths looked at Han's son with surprise. Han's son told him his story, prompting Six Paths to frown. You were tricked by Elysian Moon? She is here for the god Geno core, because she already has a missing Geno core? That's what I'm thinking, yes. Han's son licked his lips. Don't let me see her. If I do, there's no telling what I might do to her. Six Paths smiled. It'll be difficult to find her now. But you should follow me to the main battleground. Assuming she isn't dead yet, that's where she'll be. There are many super creatures and the heirs of emperors on the way. So this'll be the best chance for you to get better. Chapter 1478. Han's son followed Six Paths, searching for the Geno core tablet that would allow them to enter the main battleground. If he couldn't finish the trial of the main battleground, he wouldn't be able to leave. Staying in that realm, with the constant risk of encountering super Geno battle souls, would be dangerous. So he followed after Six Paths, who was an emperor. He didn't even need Geno cores to kill the foes they encountered. Along their way, Han's son inquired about Heart Sword. Six Paths watched Han's son give a performance, then advised him on many tips and tricks he might not have caught on to. Han's son was able to learn a lot. Six Paths was not very secretive about this either. He was even willing to divulge hidden information to Han's son. I'm looking forward to another battle with you. You still need to get stronger though. Six Paths spoke with sincerity. I want to get stronger too. But I don't know how to absorb the life Geno essences of super creatures. Han's son felt bad about this inability. Six Paths said to him, it's not difficult to absorb life Geno essences. You just need to prove yourself to them. You still need to become powerful enough to absorb them. You mean they have their own thoughts and will? Han's son was shocked. Six Paths nodded. The evolution of super creatures is different than our own. They will go to the 5th sanctuary and use life Geno essences to create life. Before they go, they might not be able to create life yet, but they have a consciousness. Killing them is not really killing them. And for as long as their life Geno essences exist, they are still alive in some form. Ah, it's no wonder I cannot absorb them. Now Han's son understood they had a consciousness. He also acknowledged how they were able to avoid being tricked by Han's son's simulation of their life force. Han's son asked Six Paths how to gain the approval of the life Geno essences, but he was told that each of them had a different method. Six Paths' own experiences with them would not help. The two of them searched for the tablet as they talked. But before they could find it, a few shadows began to approach them. It was a small collective of spirits, and they all looked powerful in their own right. They were not all emperor class, but they were all definitely stronger than king class. Six Paths Emperor, we did not expect to see you here. Will you walk with us? The few spirits were shocked seeing him there, and it was the red-haired leader of the few that stepped forward to speak. I would like to be alone, Six Paths said coldly. The spirit frowned, looked at Han Sun, and pointed at him. He asked, if you'd like to be alone, then who is that? Six Paths said icily, he is my opponent. Opponent? When Six Paths said this, all the spirits looked shocked. They all turned to get a look at Han Sun. Six Paths was not like any other emperor they had seen before. He was on top of the entire fourth god sanctuary. Many emperors wouldn't consider a human as their opponent. There was only one other person Six Paths had ever referred to this way, and he was the one who had reached first place on the Super Geno Core leaderboard. Many spirits believed Six Paths destroyed his own Geno Core for a new one that might eliminate the flaws featured in his first, all for the purpose of rising through the ranks to beat the one in that prestigious first place. Six Paths referring to a human as an opponent was nothing short of shocking. I would like to see how this human can be regarded as an opponent. The red-haired spirit stepped forward, summoned a spear, and turned it to face directly at Han Sun. Tell me your name. This is the Red Dragon Spear. Han Sun. Han Sun did not like meaningless fights. He thought them to be a waste of time, as they were devoid of any particular gain. Chapter 1479. All the spirits were in shock, but Six Paths' expression was veiled. He complimented Han Sun by saying, this sword has the essence of Sky Sword. There had only been 100 slashes, and Red Dragon had to drop his Black Dragon Spear to avoid losing his hands. Red Dragon stumbled backwards. He looked pale and exclaimed, it is no wonder this is the sort of man Six Paths would consider an opponent. Han Sun, I'll remember that name. After that, Red Dragon left, and the other spirits followed him from behind. Han Sun simply shrugged. He didn't want people to remember him in a hostile way. Your sword skill was powerful, but it was not perfect. And it lacked Heart Sword, Six Paths said to Han Sun. It doesn't have Heart Sword, no. It's not really a specific technique though. Han Sun laughed. Han Sun had used Ghost Sword, but he had used the Dongxian Sutra and Heavenly Go more during the fight. The core of his modified technique relied on his ability to judge and predict the moves of the enemy, most of all. The sword skill itself was not as important. That was why Six Paths said Han Sun's display lacked Heart Sword. Han Sun did not focus on the intricacy of sword skills in particular, though, so Six Paths' critique on Heart Sword did not matter to him. On the way, Six Paths asked Han Sun about Ghost Sword. Han Sun answered the Emperor to the best of his abilities, and didn't hide anything. The Dongxian Sutra and Heavenly Go were not skills one could simply learn. If you did not have the heart for it, you couldn't learn them. If you had the talent, you could master them. But without understanding what was under the surface, you couldn't gain true proficiency. It is a shame you don't practice sword skills. Otherwise, this would have been perfect for you. Six Paths couldn't help himself from complimenting Han Sun again. On the way, Six Paths found himself learning a lot about sword skills. He also showed much about his own to Han Sun, who learned a lot as well. Six Paths' sword skills were all separate, and there were 6 different ones. Ghost Sword included fragments of every sword skill in existence, but Six Paths' sword skills tended to go beyond the sword that cast them. They walked for half a month together, and still, they saw no sign of Zhuodonglai and Elysian Moon. They had no clue where they went, or if they had already gone ahead and entered the main battleground. But they finally came before the Geno Core tablet. There were a few spirits standing near it, Red Dragon included. I heard Red Dragon say Six Paths Emperor is here, so I have been waiting here for your arrival. A handsome, white-haired spirit said to Six Paths. Who are you? Six Paths asked the white-haired spirit. My name is Sumi, son of Furnace Emperor, the white-haired spirit answered. You are the son of Furnace? Six Paths said, without saying anything more. Sumi wasn't offended though. They were on different tiers, and his father, Furnace Emperor, had once lost to Six Paths in a fight. Sumi wished to exact revenge on behalf of his father, but he knew he wouldn't be able to do that without a super Geno core. You are Sky Sword Han-san? Sumi looked Han-san up and down, checking him out. Yes, I am. But what is the Sky Sword bit? Han-san raised and dropped his shoulders. Sumi, with a serious tone, said, because Six Paths Emperor said you mastered your sword skills, and I have studied sword skills. I have taken it upon myself to teach you the path of the Sky Sword. Sumi drew his sword, which looked very strange. It was like a long needle, for it was as thin as one. Han-san then drew Taya. He didn't like meaningless fights, but he knew he could not reveal any sort of weakness before this crowd. Otherwise, he'd be unable to get a God Geno core when he entered the main battleground. He didn't desire a God Geno core, but since he was here, he wasn't going to miss out on the goodies. Red Dragon and the other spirits looked at Han-san and Sumi, looking forward to the fight that was about to begin. Although Six Paths had admitted Han-san was his opponent, it was clear Han-san's power had yet to reach superclass levels. And what's more, they did not seem interested in fighting each other. It was Six Paths that had set the expectations of Han-san's talent. Sumi was not just any emperor's kid. His father was Furnace Emperor, and his mother was famous too. He had the genes of two emperors, which automatically made him better than both of his parents. Once he became superclass, he would be willing to challenge Six Paths himself. That was why his parents produced a baby. They hoped their heir could become the greatest spirit in the fourth god sanctuary, and possibly ascend to the fifth sanctuary. Sumi did not disappoint his parents either. With his incredible talent and power, his potential was infinitely greater than their own. Sumi watched Han-san draw his sword, but did not say anything before slashing towards him. The needle-thin sword did not gleam, but the spirit wielded it like any ordinary blade, which was quite surprising. Han-san swung Taya, and when the weapons collided, he felt a strong force push him back. He went stumbling backwards 100 meters, cleaving the ground in two as he skidded in reverse. Han-san's hands trembled and bled after that. He was quite surprised. A gemstone-class spirit can be that strong? This is almost like a super creature. Sumi swung towards Han-san again coldly saying, my sword is called Sumi too. My gemstone Geno core has the power of the mountains. Han-san knew now that it was the sword that was strange, and not his actual powers. Red Dragon and the spirit barked compliments saying, Sumi is cool. Just one slash and already this happened. I couldn't do that. If he became superclass, I have no idea how strong his sword might become. Perhaps not even emperors could avoid his wrath. Sword skills like that are so scary. Han-san's face didn't change though. He shook his numbed hand, and put his sword in his left hand. Then with his left hand, he leaped forward to strike his opponent. Brutal strength was not everything, or at least not in accordance with Han-san's Dongxian Sutra. Han-san's brain tracked Sumi's every movement. Taya was primed, ready to plunge deep into Sumi's body. Chapter 1480. Main battleground. If Han-san was competing with a power that lacked the speed to drive it, he would have little trouble. Power was pointless if it couldn't reach an opponent. In this case, Han-Senator Sumi's sword might have carried the strength of a mountain or the force of a super creature. But while it was being tracked by Han-sen's Dongxian aura, it wouldn't find a target. The fight was playing out in advance in Han-sen's mind, as if Sumi was a puppet on strings. Even if Sumi wished to attack, risking his life and putting everything he had into one deadly swing, he wouldn't land a strike. It was as if the two fighters had established a secret agreement that forbade Sumi from even touching Han-sen's clothes. Han-san swung Taya casually, a move which forced Sumi to reel back in a clumsy dodge. His sword was powerful, but he had no choice but to fall back. Red Dragon and the spirits were all in shock, watching an elite such as Sumi find himself unable to fight back against Han-san effectively. The human's opponent kept stumbling back until he was pushed against the Geno core tablet, and he had no place else to evade to. Sumi roared and closed his eyes. He swung his sword like crazy. It wasn't that he didn't want to fight, He was truly no longer capable. He couldn't deal with Han Sen's finesse any longer. Taya came to a stop. Han Sen didn't finish off the spirit, because it was pointless. He'd just respawn, and as an enemy no less. Han Sen sheathed Taya and walked back over to Six Paths. Your sword skills are great. It is no wonder it's called Sky Sword. I Sumi have lost. Sumi was not a sore loser. He admitted his defeat without trouble. Time is up. Let's go, Six Paths said. He went before the Geno Core tablet and placed the missing Geno Core into a slot. The missing Geno Core began to shine and cast its glow on Six Paths. Then the spirit was sucked inside. Han Sen pulled out his own missing Geno Core. He fitted it into the slot neatly and was then pulled inside in the same manner as Six Paths. When the light dimmed and his vision returned, Han Sen found himself inside a giant arena. He was sitting amidst the bleachers, overlooking the battleground. It wasn't just him there either. There were countless other spirits and creatures seated there as well. There was no ruckus or discord in the crowd, even though many might have been enemies back in the sanctuary. Everyone was transfixed with observing the events that unfolded inside the arena. In the arena, right now there were two beasts engaged in battle. One was a lion that looked to have been built from steel, and the other was an echidna with 6 arms. They were fighting, as all the others spectated. Han Sen looked around him, and noticed the arena was far too big for its own good. He couldn't even get a good look at the creatures that were down there, locked in combat. Without Six Paths' information, he wouldn't have had a clue where he was. Elysian Moon. Han Sen did not see Six Paths, but he saw her. Promptly he walked up to her. Elysian Moon saw Han Sen come towards her, and she said coolly, I didn't expect to see you here. Where is old Jua? Han Sen expected Elysian Moon to lie to him, as she had done before. He didn't care much for her though, or her well-being. All he cared for right now was Jua Donglai. Elysian Moon told him, he is fine. He didn't have a Geno Core, so he was unable to enter. He's waiting someplace outside the tablet. Since you were able to enter the main battleground, I can only presume you killed the Firetail Butterfly King. Yes. Your purpose was to come here, wasn't it? Han Sen frowned. Elysian Moon nodded. I'm not going to lie to you. I wanted to come here, yes. Thanks to your help, Elysium is sure to reward you handsomely. Han Sen said coldly. You weren't even able to get here by your own strength. Do you honestly believe you'll manage to earn a God Geno Core? It looks like you know many things, Elysian Moon smiled. But don't worry about me. You helped me get here, and that means your task has finished. I don't think you're going to get what you came for. Han Sen smiled without much warmth. No one can stop me from getting my God Geno Core. Elysian Moon looked very confident in herself. Han Sen did not say anything in return to that. He just sat down to ponder why she was so confident in her ability to earn a God Geno Core, when there were so many other elites competing. She was powerful, but she was nothing outstanding. Where she obtained such confidence, Han Sen hadn't a clue. Since you have protected me for so long, I will give you some advice. Watch and do not participate in the fight. There are so many elites here, you wouldn't stand a chance. I wouldn't have come here if I wasn't prepared, you know, Elysian Moon said to Han Sr. That's all to my discretion, Han Sen said flatly. Han Sen was going to join, and he was going to snatch the God Geno Core from her. More than anything, he just wanted to disappoint and ruin Elysian Moon's day. The only thing Han Sen didn't know, however, was what she meant by the preparations she had made. It was an enigma. Elysian Moon looked like she wanted to say something else, but the super creatures in the arena finished their fight. The lion's legs had been torn to shreds by the echidna, and it had to limp away from the battleground in tears. Fortunately, it had been able to leave without suffering further injuries. It would have surely been killed if it hadn't been allowed to escape. Elysian Moon's Geno Core then shone in her hand. A door of light beamed open before her. I have given you solid advice. You really shouldn't go any further. After Elysian Moon said that, she entered the door of light. Then, she appeared down below in the arena. On the other side of the arena was another spirit. That spirit was wielding a large hammer. It didn't say anything, and simply leaped forward to attack Elysian Moon. The power of that weapon was fierce, and it looked as if it could sunder mountains. Elysian Moon summoned her Elysian umbrella. The umbrella seemed a bit different this time. Weird. Why does her umbrella feel so much stronger? Han Sun looked at the umbrella and frowned. It looked far stronger than before. It looked as if it was a super Geno core now. Her spirit opponent swung his hammer, but she didn't dodge. She spun her umbrella and cast Elysian Vortex. The hammer landed on it and got sucked inside. The spirit used both hands to hold onto his hammer and pull it out, but the suction force of her skill sucked the entire spirit inside. When the Elysian umbrella stopped spinning, the image of a spirit with a hammer then appeared on top of it. The faces of the spirits and creatures in the audience all changed. That was a king spirit's heir that had been sucked into an umbrella. Whether he was alive or not in there, they had no clue. No, something is wrong. The umbrella wasn't this strong before. Did she level up? But I thought the Geno battleground only allowed Geno cores that were gemstone or below. Han Sun frowned. Now you understand. It does not matter who the opponent is. I will be the one obtaining the god Geno core. Elysian Moon returned from the door, sitting down next to Han Sun with unnerving confidence. Chapter 1481. Concede. If you've always had this power, why did you pretend to be so weak? Han Sun asked. Elysian Moon shook her head. I never really pretended, but I had a way to increase the strength of my Elysian umbrella. It can temporarily possess the strength of a super Geno core. That time is quite limited, so I saved it until I got to the main battleground. I would have preferred to die out there rather than use it before reaching this point. I am appreciative to you and Zhuo Donglai for bringing me here. Han Sun didn't say anything in return. He hadn't minded helping her at the time, but the fact she had been lying to him all along made him angry. Elysian Moon wanted to say something more, but Han Sun's missing Geno core lit up. A door of light appeared in front of him, indicating it was his turn to fight. You are a human that cannot respawn. There are so many elites here. If I were you, I wouldn't join a pointless fight such as this. Elysian Moon looked at Han Sun and offered advice. I don't like pointless fights. You're right about that. That's why I need to get the god Geno core. To nullify the pointlessness of my current participation, Han Sun said coldly. He walked into the open doorway, and then appeared out in the arena. Elysian Moon said to herself, I'm sorry, but I have to get the god Geno core no matter the cost. After that, Elysian Moon turned to look at the arena. His opponent was Red Dragon. She frowned. Red Dragon is better than an emperor. It looks like Han Sun had bad luck. If he ever hopes to win this battle, it'll cost him a lot. That's good though. I'd hate to end up being forced to suck him into my umbrella. Han Sun saw Red Dragon, and Red Dragon saw him. They froze, and then Red Dragon bore a wry smile. It's bad luck for me to meet you again in my first round. Han Sun smiled and did not say anything. Red Dragon shook his head and went on to say, I was probably going to lose anyway. I suppose it isn't all that shameful to lose against Sky Sword, of all opponents. After that, Red Dragon decided to concede and exit the battleground. Red Dragon was like an emperor. He was a very famous individual amongst the spirits. Everyone was shocked to see him not even bother to fight, and simply concede right away. As shock swept the audience, everyone wondered who his opponent had been. Elysian Moon was shocked too. It surprised her a great deal that Red Dragon had conceded like that. She had no idea what was happening. Han Sun walked back out of the light door and sat back down in his seat. He wasn't going to say anything to her, so Elysian Moon asked, Why did Red Dragon concede? Maybe I'm just lucky, or perhaps he thought I was too handsome, and he didn't want to scar my beauty? Han Sun smiled. Elysian Moon didn't believe that, of course. Although Red Dragon was an emperor, he wasn't the strongest. As such, she didn't dwell on it too much. There were many elites entering the arena to fight after that. Regardless of whether they were creatures or spirits, each one of them was very powerful. When Six Paths entered the arena, Elysian Moon's face changed. Six Paths Emperor is here. You said you were going to win. Does his presence here matter? Han Sun mocked her. Six Paths is different. He doesn't have a super Geno core, but he has the body of an emperor. Now not even I am able to guarantee a win. Elysian Moon spoke with grave sincerity. Han Sun licked his lips but did not respond. Elysian Moon was evil, but she wasn't a fighter. Even if she had a super Geno core, he didn't think she had the fighting talent to back it up. And that didn't just apply to her fighting six paths. Han Sun wagered she wouldn't win, even if the two of them had to battle. It didn't matter how strong a super Geno core was. The wielder himself had to be powerful. Elysian Moon was not super class in body, and she wasn't much of a fighter. She couldn't depend on the strength of the Super Elysian umbrella entirely. Not many creatures were able to enter the main battleground, and after a few more hours passed, the first round was over. The second round would begin soon. The creatures that were defeated could not fight again, as they were disqualified. The winner of each previous fight were the ones who could go on. Elysian Moon was up for the next fight again. Her umbrella was incredibly strong, and she was able to suck the super creature she went up against into her weapon, as she did before. The image of that same super creature then blazed across the top of the umbrella. Who is that female spirit? She is so strong. If I am not wrong, she has the Elysian powers. The Elysium used to be the best in the fourth god's sanctuary. The Elysium were once that strong? Why have I not heard of them for many years? Back then there was a horrible battle. Many old families went into hiding, and Elysium was one of them. I think it is either six paths or this Elysium spirit that will get the god Geno core. I'm just here to watch, more than anything. I know I don't stand a chance. It's scary. That super creature Air, with a gemstone Geno core, was defeated by the umbrella so easily. Can six paths really beat her? If I end up facing her, I'll just concede. Who knows if I can respawn at my spirit stone if I end up getting sucked into that umbrella. Everyone was discussing Elysian Moon's performance, having all been shocked by her display of power. Not long after, Han Sun was up again. When he saw his next opponent, he was shocked. What is happening today? Another one I already beat? Han Sun licked his lips. It was Sumi who was frozen. When the audience saw Han Sun and Sumi, the excitement across the stadium rose. Han Sun was the human who had made Red Dragon concede. Sumi was the son of two emperors. He was very talented and extremely famous amongst the spirits. Now that they were to square off, everyone was ecstatic for the prospect of an exciting battle. I wonder which one of them is stronger. Sumi for sure. He's the heir of two emperors. I've heard his powers are abhorrently strong. His gemstone Geno core allows him to do battle with super creatures. Why are so many elites appearing here at once? It is difficult to determine who will end up obtaining the god Geno core. Seeing Han Sun's opponent was Sumi, Elysian Moon frowned and said to herself, Sumi is far too powerful. If Han Sun is hit, I don't think he'll even have the time to concede. If I was him, I'd turn tail and run right this second. In the arena, Sumi approached Han's senator. He hadn't drawn his weapon, and the spirit just looked at the human and said, A human once told me every man has a price for everything. How much are your sword skills worth? What would you accept as payment for teaching me your technique? After Sumi said this, everyone was shocked. The son of two emperors who was really famous wanted to learn the fighting techniques of a human. It was almost too shocking to comprehend. For one super Geno core, I'll teach you anything, Han Sun said. Okay, but I cannot bring a super Geno core here. When we leave Geno core battleground, you can seek me out and furnish shelter. If you'd prefer, I can come find you in a place of your determining. Sumi immediately agreed to this, and it seemed Han Sun's sword techniques were deemed more valuable than a super Geno core. The people in the audience were all in shock. Not everyone could obtain a super Geno core so easily. Many creatures toiled and struggled across the years to get their one soul super Geno core. Now Sumi wanted to swap Han Sun's sword skills for a super Geno core. It made everyone want to know what Han Sun's talents were, and why they were worth such a Geno core. I'll find you and furnish shelter when I have the time, Han Sun said randomly. Sumi's agreement actually came as a surprise. But it made Han Sun feel as if the kids of emperors were typical spoiled rich kids, and unsure of the actual value of items, such as a super geno core. So if this business is concluded, let's fight, Han Sun said, as he drew Taya. Fight? If I was able to beat you, I wouldn't have to learn your sword skills now, would I? I concede. Just remember, come and find me in furnished shelter, Sumi said casually. If the audience had been surprised by Red Dragon's concession, then they were completely floored as Sumi conceded and exited the arena. Elysian Moon's face contorted. She had never imagined something like this could happen. While we were separated, what did he get up to? Elysian Moon thought she had come to know Han Sun, but again, she was now feeling like he was a stranger. Han Sun returned to his same seat. Elysian Moon didn't say anything, and just looked at him instead. She never thought he'd actually be able to compete, and her expression was growing more serious. Even Sumi, the son of two emperors, conceded to him. She was feeling a lot of pressure now. The spirits and creatures around the bleachers all had their eyes on Han Sun and Elysian Moon now. They were all talking about them, despite the fact those two were silent. Han Sun had won twice without needing to fight. Everyone was getting an idea of how powerful he must have been. But Han Sun didn't think this was of much help. To get a God Geno core, Han Sun would inevitably have to go through Elysian Moon and Six Paths. If he was lucky, Elysian Moon and Six Paths would have to battle each other first, leaving Han Sun with only one to deal with. The fights would go on until there was a winner. The phantom doors continued to light up, beckoning fighters into the arena. Whoever found themselves going up against Six Paths or Elysian Moon surrendered and conceded immediately, with much fear for their life. Han Sun was not so lucky though. Although all the combatants knew his name as Sky Sword, many of them still wished to witness his true strength. A super creature in the third round sniffed Han Sun and decided to concede, but on the fourth round, the king spirit he faced did not want to give up. Sky Sword, huh? I want to see if you have what it takes to wear such a fancy, self-loving title. You really think you are the strongest swordsman in existence? The spirit drew his own sword and lunged towards Han Sr. I never said I am Sky Sword, Han Sun said tiredly, pulling out his own sword to do battle with the spirit. Han Sun didn't like the title Sky Sword either. It sounded old-fashioned and stiff. He much preferred the title Dollar, because that at least suggested he was rich. The spirit swung his blade in a flurry that looked like 1,000 simultaneous strikes. The entire arena was covered in those slashes, in a bid to not give Han Sun the space to dodge. The spirit was called 100 Swords, and his Geno core was 10,000 swords. He had been born with very powerful AoE skills. 100 Swords heard Han Sun had beaten Red Dragon and Sumi, so he knew his opponent's sword skills had to be formidable. If this was a case of sword skill versus sword skill, there was a chance he'd be the weaker of the two. But he had the 10,000 swords Geno core, and with its spread, it did not allow Han Sun to use his sword skills. It forced him to fight his opponent with strength. Seeing all the swords coming at him, though, Han Sun was not afraid. With Taya primed, he was more than ready to fight back. Han Sun needed his sword skills to win, but that was only for Sumi. Sumi's sword was too strong, so Han Sun had to beat the spirit with movements. 100 Swords had a gemstone Geno core, but it was weaker than Sumi's. As a result, Han Sun did not have to dodge. Dong! Han Sun's Taya blocked every sword that came close. He didn't flinch once, and he managed to approach 100 Swords amidst that barrage. With Han Sun's strength, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage against any gemstone-owning beings. The audience had only heard Han Sun's skills were strong. They had yet to see him in action with their own two eyes. Now, seeing Han Sun fight 100 Swords the way he was, they were able to understand why Sumi was willing to pay the price of a super Geno core to learn Han Sun's techniques. Aside from the first attack, 100 Swords was unable to make another. All his skills were successfully cancelled, and if he kept going, he was going to end up on Han Sun's sword. Han Sun's sword skills seemed almost able to predict the future, like the wielder was a god. At first, Han Sun's attacks seemed to be missing anything critical, but after seeing 100 Swords' strike, They noticed the moveset was nothing short of miraculous. Every one of Han Sen's attacks was for the future, and this godly sword skill shocked everyone to see. After witnessing its capabilities, no one thought a Super Geno Core was too expensive a price to pay. It's a fucking bargain. If I had a Super Geno Core and an affinity for the sword, I'd pay up to learn a sword skill as godly as this. "100 swords couldn't correctly cast 10,000 swords on Han Sen, and without further ado, he conceded and abandoned the battleground. Although Han Sen won, it wasn't a scary and unsettling victory like Elysian Moon's wins. When Han Sen reached the next round, all his opponents decided to fight, until there was no choice for them but to concede. Han Sen's sword skills were very suppressive. He couldn't kill his opponents in one hit, so there was no need for any of them to truly be afraid. This did give Han Sen the chance to practice more and more with the technique, though. All his opponents were super creature or king spirits, and fighting against them challenged his proficiency with the sword skill. It did not matter what the abilities of his opponents were, as Han Sen could change his move set on the fly to respond appropriately. While his strikes changed a lot, the base of the skill was still focused on his formation and judgment. Elysian Moon was scared watching him perform this way. Han Sen was using Ghost Sword. It wasn't perfect, but somehow, Han Sen's version of Ghost Sword was far better than her original one. It was more than just better. In fact, Elysian Moon thought to herself, why is Ghost Sword not that effective when I use it? If it was this good, I wouldn't have to rely solely on my Elysian umbrella. After many more opponents were defeated by Han Sen, many creatures and spirits were willing to approve and respect his title of Sky Sword. When Han Sen entered the arena next, everyone was shocked. His opponent was none other than Six Paths Emperor. This is a shame. If Han Sen was superclass, he might have been able to fight Six Paths. As he is now, he does not stand a chance. They met far too soon. I wanted to see more of those sword skills. They were so amazing. Everyone believed Han Sen was going to lose. His sword skills were powerful, but they were still inhibited by the strength of his body. When a fight was down to power and speed alone, the versatility of his sword skills would not be of much aid. Elysian Moon felt great relief. Seeing Han Sen square off against Six Paths, Han Sen was sure to lose, she thought, and that took one of her most feared opponents off the board. Elysian Moon was confident in her umbrella, but Han Sen was so strange to her. She thought it would be best if she could avoid him at all costs. It would be great if Han Sen was able to beat Six Paths, however. She still considered Six Paths to be her greatest foe there. Han Sen gave a wry smile, seeing Six Paths as his opponent. He understood his foe, and also acknowledged there was a 90% chance of the spirit winning. Six Paths' sword skills rivaled his own, but the spirit's fitness was much higher than Han Sen's. This fight was sure not to last very long. Six Paths looked at Han Sen and smiled. I know what you're thinking. I want to see you defeat her, as that would most certainly be an interesting watch. When Six Paths said that, he immediately exited the arena. Everyone was shocked. No one expected Six Paths to be willing to concede in the way he had. And he had clearly been referring to Elysian Moon in his brief dialogue. Six Paths quit for him? That is surprising. Is he really Six Paths' opponent? He didn't look up to Scruff. You don't know much. When you're strong like Six Paths, finding a worthy opponent is quite difficult. It's natural for him to treat the human nicely. I thought the Elysium woman was stronger. I didn't expect Six Paths to respect Sky Sword that much. Six Paths sounded as if he was very confident Sky Sword would triumph. Six Paths gave up his opportunity for Sky Sword. If he doesn't win, even after that, it will be very disappointing for them both. Elysian Moon felt a wash of relief. She didn't like what Six Paths had said, but she was glad she could avoid battling Six Paths Emperor. The biggest obstacle to her obtaining the God Geno Core was now out the way. This was good for her. I didn't think bringing Han Sen here would yield such a benefit. Elysian Moon looked at Han Sen with a complicated expression. Then she thought, what kind of human is he? for even the likes of Six Paths to treat him with such respect. The next battles were boring, all in the anticipation of Han Sun and Elysian Moon's upcoming fight. The spirits against Han Sun all gave up, just eager to get things over with, and watch the fight they were hyped for. They thought Han Sun's chance to win was low initially, but Six Paths Emperor believed Han Sun could make it, and this had them doubting their own expectations. Because the creatures and spirits that met Han Sun and Elysian Moon all gave up, it wasn't long before the two were facing each other on the grounds of the arena. I never thought the biggest obstacle between me and the god Geno Core would be you. Elysian Moon sighed. Han Sun said coldly, "It's too late to regret this. You should not have brought me here." Elysian Moon shook her head. "Bringing you here was not my choice. You know it was Gu Qingcheng. She said you were better than Ghost Moon, and she was right. If it was Ghost Moon, I don't think I'd be here right now. But even she could not foresee you would end up being my opponent." "What is your relationship to Gu Qingcheng?" Han Sun asked, but he didn't expect a reply. Elysian Moon didn't want to answer this either. She opened up her Elysian umbrella and pointed it at Han Sr. "That which is absorbed by this umbrella does not survive. Not even spirits can respawn. You have helped me a lot, and I do not want to kill you. I am getting that god Geno Core though. You should quit now while you have the chance." "Didn't you say I shouldn't join a meaningless fight? This entire event would be pointless if I quit now," Han Sun replied. Han Sun had watched the umbrella for a while. He figured that she must possess the powers of space. She could suck creatures and spirits inside, and refine them once they were held in the umbrella. Han Sun had practiced space hyper-genoarts before, so he was familiar with the idea, but he had never tried to fight something like that before. He didn't know whether or not his prior experience would benefit him here. The easiest way to win would be to use his Super King Spirit mode, as the umbrella suction probably wouldn't work when that was active. Unless it was absolutely necessary, though. Han Sun was not going to use his Super King Spirit mode in front of everyone. "If you really want to fight me, then don't say I didn't warn you," Elysian Moon said, her tone growing chilly. Then she began spinning her umbrella. The umbrella began to glow, and as it spun, the dimension it occupied began to swirl. Han Sun immediately felt a strong suction pulling his body towards the vortex. The vortex was so strong. Han Sun tried his hardest to resist, but he was still being pulled towards the umbrella. He was going to be sucked inside. The creatures and spirits saw Han Sun unable to resist, and they felt it was a great shame. A great sword master of spectacular skill was going to die before his prime. But just as they watched Han Sun about to get sucked into the umbrella, he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Everyone thought he had been pulled inside, but he hadn't. He reappeared right next to Elysian Moon, with his sword poised to cut deep into Elysian Moon's throat. What happened? How did he escape? I couldn't see it. No one knew how Han Sun had pried himself away from the suction of the Elysian umbrella, and even Elysian Moon herself was surprised. She had no clue how he had slipped out of her pull. Elysian Moon gritted her teeth and spun her umbrella. She stumbled back in a hasty retreat, aimed the umbrella at her enemy, and tried to suck him in again. In another flash, Han Sun had appeared directly next to Elysian Moon, behind the umbrella. With its face not pointing towards him, he couldn't get sucked inside. It was then that everyone noticed the dimensions of space around Han Sun had become somewhat distorted and warped. It was like he was able to teleport directly towards his opponent, and the umbrella had been rendered useless. Is he employing the powers of time and space? Does Sky's sword have a rare time and space elemental attunement? A spirit, upon recognizing Han Sen's amazing power, found himself in complete awe. Time or space alone was rare to see, but to have both of them together was far beyond that. It was rarer than winning the lottery. Across the history of the Fourth God's Sanctuary, only a small handful of creatures and spirits had possessed both the powers of time and space. Coincidentally, they also happened to be the strongest known. But Han Sun was not naturally talented in both of these. His time and space element came from the spirit genopoints he received in the Third God's Sanctuary. It might not have been as effective as those who were naturally talented with such boons, but he could still briefly teleport through space with Ghost Slash. This short-distance blink could not take Han Sun a distance further than 1 meter, and while it would have been ineffective against those who had only space but were all natural, it was enough for him to evade the suction of the umbrella. But Ghost Slash wasn't enough for him to wholly escape the suction truthfully. It was because Han Sen's body was not strong enough, and he had yet to reach superclass. As such, Ghost Slash was not enough to compete against the umbrella completely. With Han Sen's observational skills, though, he was able to tell the vortex sat on the surface of the umbrella, and the suction power was strongest towards the center. Whenever Elysian Moon used her umbrella, she'd point the center directly at her enemy. Han Sun wanted to prove whether or not his theory was correct. So, when the umbrella was facing him, he shifted his position to its side, and only allowed the side of the vortex to grip him. Han Sun felt a strong power pulling on him. Yes, but the teleportation ability of Ghost Slash allowed him to easily escape that manner of suction. Now that Han Sun had witnessed this, he knew the umbrella couldn't deal with everything. This flaw would allow Han Sun to keep on top of it. Han Sun could see now that Elysian Moon was no greater than Sumi. A little bit stronger, maybe, but that was all. Sumi's sword was small, and it had a limited range. Therefore, Han Sun was able to dodge fairly easily. Elysian Moon's Elysian umbrella had a longer and wider range, and it was therefore just a little harder to deal with. Han Sun did not get annoyed easily when he fought, so he patiently sidestepped around, staying mobile to avoid the center of the umbrella. Elysian Moon noticed that Han Sen's teleportation ability was rather weak though. She swung her umbrella, trying to grab Han Sun with the vortex's center point. If she was able to do this, her umbrella would have enough grunt to pull and finish Han Senator, but she suddenly made a mistake. She shouldn't have let Han Sun get close, for he was able to keep on getting near after that. He was at her side, he was behind her. Elysian Moon was able to respond and keep away, but she had no clue where he'd appear next. She was unable to target him the way she wanted to. The suction at the brim of the vortex would hardly snag Han Sun, and it was impossible to catch him and draw him into the umbrella. The spirits watched the scene with weird feelings. All they could see was a child holding a gun, firing willy-nilly, failing to hit the man that was next to her. It made them think they were watching an adult play with a kid. Of course, they knew they weren't playing. And if Han Sun made a mistake, he'd surely die. But for reasons unbeknownst to themselves, they weren't worried for Han Senator. They knew he wouldn't fail or miss. Elysian Moon was getting annoyed. She was unable to point the center of the umbrella at Han Sun, and the human sword was slowly pushing her towards the edge of the arena. Suddenly, Elysian Moon stopped, and did not allow Han Sun to push her any further. She turned and ran straight to the wall of the arena by her own volition. The reason why Han Sun could fight was because of his strange movements and his constant reappearances around her. She couldn't use the center to aim at Han Senator. If she went up against the wall, Han Sun would be unable to use this same tactic to avoid her, and she'd be able to beat him with ease. The spirits and creatures acknowledged what she was going to do, and for this, they now started to worry about Han Senator. If she put her back against the wall, Han Sun would be unable to attack her. Elysian Moon was currently 10 meters away from the wall. If she reached it, Han Sun would lose. But for her, in the heat of that moment, it felt like a great distance away. All she had to do was take 2 steps. That simple dash felt like an impossible mission for her to accomplish. Han Sun used his Dongxian Sutra and Ghost Slash. When he teleported, he started to attack a strange spot. It was like he was deliberately missing her. But when Han Sun moved, and she moved, it suddenly looked as if he was targeting her in a weak spot. Elysian Moon was right in front of the wall, but she felt as if there was a countless number of barricades and corners she had to traverse to get there. She had to turn to move forward, lest she crash like a car. The barricades were Han Sun and his sword. Elysian Moon was still using her Elysian umbrella, but she was unable to hurt him. She was being controlled by Han Sun like a puppet on strings. She couldn't get close to the wall, and it now felt as if she was moving further from it. These sword skills are like those of a god. Red Dragon couldn't help but blurt out a compliment. Emperor, it is no wonder you selected Han's son, Sumi said as he sat next to Six Paths. Six Paths shook his head and said, this is only half of his true adeptness with the sword. Half of his sword skills? Sumi looked at Six Paths with confusion. Six Paths looked at Han Sr. The core of his talent with the sword does not rely on the sword skills used, and he can use knives, spears, or even his hands with the same result. The sword is merely another tool for him. If you actually want to learn what he knows, you'll need your own god. Otherwise, you won't get what you seek, and you'll simply lose yourself. Thank you for the advice. I will remember this, Sumi said. Down in the arena, Elysian Moon was getting desperate. The sword skills were suffocating her. She recalled what he was doing, as it was something he had learned directly from her. But she couldn't block a single strike, and nor guess where the next would be coming from. The sword cut down across her shoulder, forming a cleft through her white skin. Her fitness had not increased, and it was only her Geno core that had elevated to become super class. Elysian Moon looked to be in poor condition. Never in her worst nightmares did she envision Han's son being her greatest obstacle, prohibiting her victory. Not even her super Elysian umbrella had what it took to deal with him. Han's son, I'm telling you again. Quit now before I kill you. I am getting the god Geno core, no matter what, Elysian Moon said, stumbling backwards. That's my line, Han's son responded coldly, as his hands refused to halt. Dodging the umbrella and attacking her this way, Han's son was not in a rush. It looked as if he was just playing a game with her. You forced me to do this. Elysian Moon appeared to have made a decision, and she looked incredibly cruel. Han's son's heart jumped, stricken by a sudden worry. Her eyes turned blue, like two gleaming moons. Their brightness increased, brighter and brighter. As this occurred, he noticed Elysian Moon's life force growing stronger. It was unbelievably strong, as if she had injected a crazy stimulant. Did she take a stimulant? Han's son frowned as he looked at her. Her powers were growing stronger, and with her Elysium umbrella, her power became incredibly scary. She was feeling like a real king spirit now. How did she do that? She can increase her fitness to the level of king class? Sumi said with shock. Six Paths coldly responded. The Elysium have remained hidden for too long. It seems far too few recall their Elysium god body. It looks like she has the true Elysium blood. Without that in her veins, this change could not be triggered. Elysium god body? Is that their special ability? Sumi asked. Not really. Elysium King Emperor had this ability, but not many heirs were able to contain this power, Six Paths explained. What kind of ability is this? How do you suddenly raise your fitness to such a level? Sumi asked. Six Paths looked at Elysian Moon and said, Elysian King had another name. He was called the God of Death. Elysium God body enables the Elysium God to possess her. Their Elysium God is not an actual god mind, but their power exceeds most emperors. Elysium King Emperor used this power to kill 6 emperors, but after that, he started to lose. If he was that strong, then does that mean Han's son will lose? Sumi asked. Six Paths smiled. Maybe not. Elysium God body is strong, and Elysium God was strong. Before I self-destructed, I might not have won against him. To be possessed by Elysium God will swiftly drain your body though. Elysium King Emperor, when he used Elysium God, could only last like so for a single day. He managed to kill 6 emperors, but by that point, he was unable to withstand the power of the Elysium God, and had to self-destruct. Elysian Moon's fitness is nowhere near Emperor class. Such a weak body won't be able to harness the Elysium God power for long. Her time in such a condition is very limited. I think she needs to stop before she tries to possess all that power. If she becomes entirely possessed by Elysium God, she'll only succeed in blowing herself up. But even if she is not fully possessed, Han's son won't be able to survive an attack like that surely. The Elysian umbrella, if fueled by that power, will wipe him out in a single strike, won't it? Sumi then asked Six Paths. Do you think Han Sun still has a chance? I don't know. Usually, I wouldn't think so, but he's a special guy. Maybe he will make it. Six Paths looked at Han Sun with tingling interest. Sumi gave a wry smile. What Six Paths said meant he was basically hoping for a miracle to show up. In the arena, just like Six Paths said, Elysian Moon started her attack before she was fully transformed. She moved her umbrella, using it to face Han Senator. The power made the vortex spin incredibly fast, and Han Sun was unable to react. He wished to dodge, but his body was too slow to do so. Han Sun felt the suction grab hold and pull him in. He used Ghost Slash, but he was unable to escape the suction. He was still getting pulled towards the pinwheel umbrella. With Elysian Moon's power increased like that, the suction was far stronger. It wasn't just the center either. Even if he was at the side of the umbrella, he wouldn't be able to escape that pull. This was the benefit of a self-Geno core. The power changed in accordance with the master's body, unlike those that were simply collected. Those didn't change regardless of the state of your body. Han Sun used a few different powers to attempt an escape, but nothing worked. The suction was too strong, and over the course of the next moment, he was sucked into the vortex. Everyone was shocked. An elite like Han Sun had been pulled into the Elysian umbrella, and it told them no other spirit or creature could hope to compete with her. After she sucked Han Sun into the Elysian umbrella, she stopped the Elysium God possession. Although it had not been finished, that short amount of time was enough to crack her body. If she kept going, she would have surely died. As she stopped Elysium God body, her flesh became a webwork of cracks. Rivers of blood coursed down her body, and she looked terrible. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have had to do that. Elysian Moon endured her painful and weakened state, speaking to the surface of the umbrella. She wanted to take a look at Han Sun's image, but she froze in shock when her eyes noticed its absence. Elysian Moon was stunned. She rubbed her eyes to get a better look, but there really was nothing. The umbrella was plain, and there wasn't even the image of a single bone atop it. The audience looked at the surface of the Elysian umbrella the same way, thinking it to be strange. They knew what it ought to have shown, and they were just as confused at not seeing the expected picture rest atop the umbrella. Suddenly, something red appeared on the umbrella. It was like a flower that was blooming rapidly. The color red was spreading quickly, dyeing her entire weapon red. Even the handle of the umbrella was beginning to get consumed by that rampant color. Elysian Moon didn't know what to do as she watched the renegade coloring reach towards the hand with which she gripped the umbrella. She had no clue what this was, and she couldn't stop its spread. She couldn't risk contact with it, so she simply let go and dropped the Elysian umbrella. As the umbrella fell through the air, it continued to turn red. Before it hit the ground, the red color had consumed it completely. Blurg. Some blood spilled from Elysian Moon's mouth. Her eyes opened wide, unable to believe her airborne umbrella had turned red. The umbrella had practically been destroyed. Her connection to it had been severed, and this breakage caused her to sustain an even greater amount of damage. The Elysium God power had already severely injured her, and now, with this, she found herself barely able to stand. The red umbrella then began to spin by its own volition. A vortex appeared, one that was red, and from inside it Han Sun jumped out. As he did, he turned and allowed the umbrella to fall neatly into his hand. Everybody looked at the scene with mouths firmly agape. They looked at Han Sun umbrella in hand in absolute shock. They had no clue how he had avoided being consumed by the umbrella, and had actually ended up taking the entire weapon off her. Han Sun looked at the umbrella, and then pointed it down at her. The umbrella began to spin again, and its suction power pulled the original master into the spooky vortex. No, Elysian Moon blurted out, amidst her shock. Before she could finish, though, her entire body had disappeared into the vortex, alongside her voice. Han Sun stopped its spin. Now an image appeared atop the umbrella, one of a green-clothed woman. It was her. Everyone was in shock. No one expected things to turn around so quickly, and in a manner such as that. Elysian Moon had been winning, and all of a sudden, Han Sun took the umbrella off her, and sucked her into it instead. It was such a grand table flip, none knew what to think. Han Sun had entered the Elysian umbrella, but before he went inside, he attached his real blood Geno core to the umbrella. Han Sun had spent a lot of time researching the blood ability of the real blood Geno core. If it touched an object, the object would be infused with Han Sen's blood and fall under his control. Real blood Geno core had many limitations, and it didn't even do anything on its own. If it wasn't attached to anything, as it just had been, it'd be completely useless. And its control was not permanent either. If Han Sun took the real blood Geno core away, his control over an item would vanish again. Han Sun didn't know much about its temporary control, and he was still in the midst of researching other abilities it might possess. Han Sun merely wanted to try it, though, and see if the real blood Geno core could control the Elysian umbrella. There was quite a gulf in level between the two, so he didn't even expect it to work. Real blood Geno core had worked better than he imagined it would. When the Geno core was on the umbrella, it swiftly melted into the weapon. He didn't even have to activate his Super King Spirit mode. Elysian Moon and the umbrella were taken over by Han Sun, and after that, nothing happened in the next battle. His next opponents all decided to give up when they faced him. When Han Sun walked to the next arena, there was no opponent. But in the center he found an altar. The altar exuded a holy light like a delicate spring. Beckoning Han Senator, the light came towards him. But it did not come for him directly. It went towards the missing Geno core he had used to enter. The Geno core floated before Han Sun, caressed by that holy light. It started to change, taking on the appearance of a butterfly, just like the Firetail Butterfly King it originally was. When the Geno core was filled up by that light, it became alive. It became a butterfly, and it fluttered towards Han Sen's forehead, entering his Sea of Soul. Obtained God Geno core butterfly. Han Sun checked out the butterfly Geno core in his Sea of Soul, and he noted how it looked like a Firetail Butterfly King, despite it not actually being one. It wasn't a fire element Geno core. It was glazed with ruby, but it wasn't attached to the element of fire. God Geno core. Super Butterfly Han Sun saw the level of the butterfly and immediately became super happy. It was a complete Super Geno core, his first ever. God Geno cores were practically self-Geno cores, but they weren't. Still, their abilities were quite similar. God Geno cores were like self-Geno cores in that, if they were destroyed, they'd be rebuilt inside the owner's Sea of Soul. The strength of a God Geno core would be affected by the master's strength too, much like self-Geno cores. But there was something else that was different about them. If a God Geno core was destroyed, the owner wouldn't be damaged, as would happen with the self-Geno cores. The God Geno core event was finished, and the main battleground was shut down. Everyone was forced to leave, made to return to the Geno core tablet they had entered from. Elysian Moon had been dealt with, and Han Sun had obtained a God Geno core. It was a surefire victory for him, but it made him think of something. After he left the Geno battleground, would he be returned to the Elysium Shelter's Geno core storage? And if so, how would he escape from that place? If Elysium knew he was the one who had killed Elysian Moon, they'd undoubtedly want to fight him. And it was likely Gu Qingqing would kill him. It'd be great if I could end up elsewhere. Han Sun sighed. He knew it'd be impossible, and some way or another, he was going to have to face Elysium and Gu Qingqing. If he didn't get through it, he'd die. Zhou Donglai really was waiting for him, right outside the Geno core tablet. He was waiting for Elysian Moon to come out. He had realized that she had tricked him, and so he wanted to grab hold of her and ask her questions whenever she decided to emerge. But then all of a sudden the tablet began to shine. It wasn't Elysian Moon that appeared. Instead, it was a number of strong spirits and creatures. Zhou Donglai's face changed, and he immediately turned around and tried to flee. The creatures took off after him. As they were following, they shouted out, "Are you Zhou Donglai? Did that bitch Elysian Moon call on all those foul beings to kill me? Damn it!" Zhou Donglai was both scared and angry. He thought Elysian Moon had sent them to dispose of him. so he just kept on running, refusing to respond. Why are you running? I asked if you are Zhuodonglai. One of the spirits behind shouted again. I am not Zhuodonglai. You fellows made a mistake, Zhuodonglai shouted in response, not slowing down his feet the slightest. He was so old, he did not care about his name or reputation anymore. At that age, he only cared about survival. How can you not be Zhuodonglai? You look just like the description Sky Sword gave us. You must be him. The spirit on his heels did not believe Zhuodonglai's dismissal, and kept pursuing him. Sky bitch. The spirit must be referring to Elysian Moon. I hope she knows how cheap she is, he thought to himself. Then still at top speed shouted, I really am not Zhuodonglai. And I don't know Sky Sword, neither her brother Earth Sword. You guys must be mistaken, I swear. I know I'm not wrong. You have to be the one. Sky Sword told us to look for someone who was old, ugly, and had the beard of a goat. I don't see anyone else out here that looks like that, the spirit said. Fuck you. You're the old and ugly one. I'm what you'd call vintage. Zhuodonglai was extremely angry at hearing the description. When Zhuodonglai looked at the horde closing in, he thought it was all over. As the group spread out behind him, a few more came forward to his front and sides. He was entirely surrounded. It looks like I, Zhuodonglai, will meet my end here. It's a shame there was nothing I could do to kill that bitch. Zhuodonglai accepted his fate, knowing he could no longer run. He went on to say, Come on. If you want to kill me, I'll still take you all down one by one. You'll pay for this. The spirits and creatures looked at him like he was a strange madman. The spirit that had been calling after him in the pursuit then said, Are you insane? Who said we were going to kill you? Sky Sword said that if we saw you, we should help take you back to the teleporter. What nonsense are you going on about? Zhuodonglai was shocked. He thought he had slipped into a strange dream, and he said, Who is this Sky bastard? And why would they want you to escort me? Isn't he your friend? He said you were his friend. That's why we wanted to help you. Are you sure you're Zhuodonglai? All the spirits looked at the funny man in confusion. Zhuodonglai then waved his hand and said, I am. But I don't know who this Sky bastard is. Let me think. Zhuodonglai retreated into his mind. Who would be retarded enough to call themselves Sky Sword? I don't know who that is. Whatever, I'll admit who I am first. That'll help me stay alive at least. Oh yeah, Sky Sword said his real name is Han Sun. The spirit added. Zhuodonglai opened his eyes wide and said, You guys have been talking about Han Sun? Again, Zhuodonglai thought he was dreaming. Guarded by the spirits and creatures, he was escorted back to the teleporter. Then, he was able to return to his garbage shelter. Maybe I'm getting too old. I didn't expect the young ones to be able to befriend or affect the attitude of spirits and creatures in such a way. It looks like humans might find their place in the fourth god's sanctuary soon after all. Zhuodonglai thought it was amazing. Han Sun said goodbye to Six Paths and the other spirits, then returned to his own teleporter. As that would be the only way he could leave, he investigated the butterfly Geno core as he went. If he was getting into a fight, that'd be his biggest support for sure. Butterfly Geno core wasn't associated with the fire element. After the holy light he had witnessed in the main battleground, the missing part was fixed and something changed. The butterfly Geno core was like a ruby, but there was a blue fire symbol etched onto it. It looked rather beautiful, and Han Sun thought it to be one of the prettiest Geno cores he had ever seen. The abilities of this Geno core were very obvious to see though. He wouldn't have to spend much time researching it to find out what they were. The butterfly Geno core could land on Han Sun and grow a pair of butterfly wings for him. It was different than a flying beast soul. The butterfly wings could fly, yes, but they could also provide him a bounty of additional power. It would give him the strength of a super creature. It's no wonder it's a god Geno core. It's incredibly strong. After Han Sun tried the butterfly Geno core, he found himself quite surprised. The butterfly Geno core meant he could make battle with super-class enemies. His strength and speed wouldn't be too far behind, whatever the case. Maybe I really can escape from Elysium shelter with this thing. Han Sun mulled it over. Han Sun reached the teleporter and compiled all his ideas on how to proceed. He stepped onto the plate. The teleporter was activated, and the dimension before him twisted. A second later, he was back in Elysium Shelter's Geno Core storage. Han Sun immediately saw a lot of the Elysium there before him. Most were there, actually. Gu Qingqing was standing 2 meters away from Han Sun, eyes staring right at him. Where is the Holy Child? Do you remember what I told you? If she lives, you live. If she dies, you die. Don't dare tell me she didn't make it. Gu Qingqing peered at Han Sun coldly. Han Sun looked at all the Elysium around. His brows stopped on Gu Qingqing's face. He summoned the red Elysium umbrella, opened it, and showed them the picture of the green-clothed woman. Are you telling me this is the Holy Child? Han Sun said coldly. Why would she be inside the umbrella? All the Elysium were in shock, as was Gu Qingqing. She stepped forward to grab the umbrella. Don't move. One step further, and I will destroy the umbrella, and your whole child within. Han Sun shouted menacingly. How dare you? Exclaimed many of the Elysium. The power of their shouts was enough to level a city. Chapter 1488. Ignoring the angry crowd of Elysium spirits. Han Sun drew Taya, and swung it at the Elysian umbrella. Stop! Gu Qingqing shouted. It was not loud, but it quelled the roaring of the spirits. The area around the Geno Core storage platform went quiet. Han Sun stopped Taya mid-swing. Leave the umbrella and release the Holy Child. Do that, and I will let you live. Gu Qingqing looked at Han Sun and spoke slowly. My life is my own. I don't need your protection. If you want my life, then come, Han Sun said, then stepped outside the Geno Core storage. The Elysium wished to stop him, and without saying a word, Han Sun lifted his sword over the umbrella again. Back off, Gu Qingqing shouted at the spirits. Then she said to Han Sun, do you really think you can escape Elysium Shelter? I would like to, but if I can't, the Holy Child dies with me. Han Sun looked fearless, and he continued to walk with the umbrella and his sword drawn. The Elysium bosses didn't want to leave him be, and they stared at Han Sun with anger. Han Sun continued walking forward, heading towards them. Step aside, let him through, Gu Qingqing said shortly. Master, the umbrella feels like the Holy Child's umbrella, but it doesn't look like it. Perhaps this is all a trick of some sort? Suggested an Elysium boss. Yeah, even if that was the real thing, no human can destroy that umbrella. We can't let him go, another boss stated. All the Elysium began to shout again, deploring the idea of letting him go. Han Sun was shocked. At least Elysian wasn't lying when she said that she had an enemy in Elysium Shelter. It doesn't seem as if these spirits like her very much. She's definitely not the most reliable hostage to have. Gu Qingqing said quietly. Why doesn't one of you become master of the shelter and replace me? No, we wouldn't dare. The Elysium spirits were all in shock, and they responded as quickly as they could. They obviously feared her. Then what are all doing there? Gu Qingqing's expression looked grim as she glanced at the spirits blocking Han Sun's way. The Elysium parted to form a path, prompting Han Sun to sigh in relief. While he could now proceed, he still kept his guard up. He maintained his grip on the umbrella and his sword. Under the gaze of all those Elysium, Han Sun slowly walked away from the Geno Core storage. When he took another step, a creature suddenly appeared near him. It was a white snake, and it came lunging towards Han Sun with a snapping maw. The Elysium were delighted at the sight. The creature, while it was motionless, had the ability to become entirely invisible. That invisibility would disappear as soon as the creature moved. So, it had waited until Han Sun came within range before trying to bite him. Han Sun's body flashed red as ruby butterfly wings appeared on his back. His tail gleamed crimson like a laser beam, and with the greatest of ease, he sliced the monster's head off. Its blood squirted through the air like a shower of flower petals. The Elysium spirits had been stepping up to support the creature, but they were shocked into motionlessness again. They stopped their advance, not expecting Han Sun to possess such power. The beast was a super creature. Its body might not have had the highest fortitude, but it would require the strength of something superclass to triumph over it. The fact that Han Sun had just cut its head off with such ease was a revelation of his true power. Super creature alien beast killed. Beast soul gained. Geno core unobtained. The flesh of this creature is inedible, but you may harvest its life Geno essence. Han Sun was so happy. The butterfly Geno core was far stronger than he imagined it to be. The red light was able to kill super creatures, and while the super creature's defense was fairly weak, the result was still surprising. And after that swift kill, the last thing Han Sun expected to receive was a super beast soul. You obtained the god Geno core? Gu Qingqing snapped out of her daze and finally asked Han Sun the question. After Gu Qingqing said that, the rest of Elysium awoke from their shock too. Han Sun had been very weak when he first came there, and now, he had suddenly become very strong. The reason he had so much power must be because he obtained the god Geno core in the god battleground. But even so, they found it a struggle to believe such a thing. There were so many elites there, and Elysian Moon had gone there on the heels of intense preparation. How a human had managed to beat such odds was incomprehensible. I do want to try out the extent of the god Geno core's power. I wonder if this thing can actually allow me to break the umbrella. Han Sun walked over to the headless corpse of the fallen alien beast and collected its life Geno essence. Han Sun continued walking. The Elysium spirits watched him with conflicted expressions. They wished to stop Han Sun from leaving and attack him, but they found themselves too afraid to do so. They didn't stop Han Sun leaving, but they did not move from their positions. The Elysium all just stared at Han Sun, looking as if they were ready to fight. After Han Sun exited the Geno core storage, the spirits and creatures had begun to slowly surround Han Sun from all sides. If they found the opening they wished to find, they'd tear him to shreds. Han Sun continued to move forward, watching the subtle movements of each being there in his mind's eye. If any of them moved his way, Han Sun was ready to react. The way Han Sun walked kept them from finding an opportunity to attack though. But there were too many of them, and Han Sun couldn't keep track of them all. Whether they attacked ultimately depended on their collective bravery. Fortunately, Gu Qingqing was still in command. With her there, the spirits were unlikely to disobey her order to leave Han Sun untouched. But when Han Sun had reached the shelter's door, the spirits decided not to let him go any further. They assembled at the door, barring his way. "Master, you can't let him go. If he leaves, it would be profoundly embarrassing. And I think the Holy Child will die. He won't let her go, even after he leaves. If he is kept here, perhaps she will stand a chance," an Elysium spirit said angrily. The other spirits were in agreement. They did not want Han Sun to depart either. Chapter 1489. I told you to move. Did you not hear me? Gu Qingqing's face darkened. The Elysium wore cloaks that obscured their faces. They lowered their heads and did not vocally object to her repeated command. But still, they did not move. Standing where they were blocking Han Sun's exit. It looks like the politics of Elysium Shelter are quite complex. Gu Qingqing is not 100% in charge. And because Elysian Moon isn't all that popular, my hostage isn't invaluable, Han Sun thought to himself. Gu Qingqing, you are the master of the shelter. You should think about the Elysium. If the human can simply walk out so boldly, how can we expect to survive and maintain our strength in the fourth god's sanctuary? A voice echoed across the shelter, and the spirits then divided their ranks to form a path. A spirit with a gray cloak and a black staff was approaching. When the spirits saw him, they bowed and exclaimed, "The big priest! Why is there another big priest here? How many priests do they have?" Han Sun looked at him and frowned. Strangely, Han Sun could not detect a life force from him. It was as if he was inspecting a dead man walking. Gu Qingqing, seeing the spirit, frowned and said, "Priest, this is my business. I don't need your lectures." The priest laughed quietly. "I, Ghost Holy, followed Elysium King in the fourth god's sanctuary for an untold number of years. We engaged in many battles, and became the priests that nurtured many holy children. Elysium is my life, and nothing is more important to me than upholding all this. Even if you are the leader of the shelter, If you ever tried to do something to embarrass me, I would forbid it. Then what must be done to avoid this embarrassment? Gu Qingqing said, looking at Ghost Holy. Elysium will not be threatened by humans. We must kill all who try, the big priest said. You would really prefer Elysian moon to perish? Gu Qingqing looked at him with disdain. The priest was fearless in his response. Every holy child of Elysium must attain further glory for us. If they fail, even they cannot be allowed to embarrass us any further. If they cannot be saved, dying for the betterment of Elysium is the most glorious thing they can attain. What if I have to let him go? Gu Qingqing looked at the priest implacably. You want to let him leave? Over my dead body, the priest said with a modicum of cruelty. Gu Qingqing looked at Ghost Holy before addressing Han Sun again. Leave now, and I will see to those who might dare stop you. Han Sun knew this would be his last chance for freedom. Elysian moon, being a hostage, only seemed to affect Gu Qingqing. He listened to what she told him, and proceeded on towards the gate. But the spirits at the gate did not part for him, and Han Sun realized they were most likely going to side with the priest. Han Sun was going to walk right in front of them. If the crowds did not part for him, he'd have no choice but to swing his sword. But before he did, another powerful sword cleaved through the masses to form a way for Han Sun. Many of the Elysium spirits were instantly annihilated. Han Sun was shocked by the sudden spectacle. He turned around and saw Gu Qingqing's hand grasping a green sword with the delicateness of a fairy. The strike had come from her. Gu Qingqing, do you dare to kill those of Elysium? Do you truly think we fear you? The priest was enraged by her actions. He brought his staff down on the ground as the Elysium-born powers began to rise. You guys were afraid of me for 2 years. Isn't this rebellion a little late? Gu Qingqing said icily. Fine, Gu Qingqing. I will let you witness the true power of Elysium. Kill the humans. None will be leaving Elysium shelter today. The priest raised his staff, as the entire shelter was consumed by a void of nothingness. Han Sun understood now that it was the priest who controlled the spirits truthfully. The spirit stone inside the spirit hall's statue had to be his, no doubt. When the order was received, the eyes of all the spirits became frightening. Their bodies all turned gray, as if they were hell-raised minions. The Elysium did not have an elder, but there were many king-class spirits amongst the horde. 20 of them had super geno cores, while the rest had gemstone geno cores. The power they unleashed was wretchedly powerful, and it even made Han Sun a little nervous. Fighting individual king spirits wouldn't be difficult for Han Sun now that he had his butterfly geno core. But their numbers were so grand, getting out would still prove a major problem. Han Sun put away his useless umbrella. He summoned his bulwark umbrella instead, determined to use that alongside Taya. He was ready to fight. Han Sun watched another strike come from Gu Qingqing's direction. It was so bright, and it slammed right into the gate. The gate had been hewn open in two, kicking up a murky haze from the debris. The way outside was now clear. Get out of here, Gu Qingqing shouted. She didn't say his name, but Han Sun knew she was speaking to him. His butterfly wings glowed red as he started flying out of the shelter through the curtain of fog. Gu Qingqing, how dare you? The priest was further enraged. His body exuded a horrible aura, and he swung his staff towards Gu Qingqing. Some of the king spirits took off after Han Sun, following him out of the shelter. Han Sun did not stop, and with his butterfly wings, he employed the grace of his phoenix techniques. But the king spirits were incredibly fast, and his evasive maneuvers weren't losing them. Elysium shelter was shaking with thunderously loud noises, as if the entire place was falling to pieces. Most of the Elysium and the priest had been locked inside the shelter. She is so strong. Who is she? Is she really a human? Han Sun was shocked by it all. He did not think a member of Blood Legion could be that strong either. Han Sun didn't have time to think about such things though. Right now he was flying fast. He rushed forward, determined to return to the underworld. Gu Qingqing had appeared before him in the underworld before. She was not of the Elysium, and so it was highly likely those who were would have to abide by the 100-tribe deal. If they did not follow the rules and break off when Han Sun entered the underworld, Dark Spirit would have no choice but to teach them a lesson. There were 6 spirits coming after Han's son, all king spirits wielding super Geno cores. It looks like this place belongs entirely to Dark Spirit. Should we continue our pursuit? One of the king spirits asked, frowning. The other king spirits hesitated, but one said boldly, "Of course. He is not of Dark Spirit, so what is there for us to be afraid of? We can't let him escape. And if we fail to kill him, what can we tell the priest?" After that, the king spirit entered. Clenching their jaws, the others followed him. When Han's son saw the Elysium king spirits following, he was delighted. The landscape of the underworld was complicated. It was perfect for him to make the most of Heavenly Go and the Dongxian Sutra. If he used the terrain to his advantage, it might even be possible for him to kill them there. But Han's son, after thinking about it some more, decided not to attempt to kill them immediately. He was going to go to the place where the Shell King had died. He remembered the hordes of scary creatures that had gathered there. So, there was still a chance he could use them to aid in the fight against the king spirits. If he was lucky, he could end up hitting 2 birds with 1 stone. Han's son traveled for a while, but he didn't see any creatures. There were no super creatures, or creatures of lower classes either. That's weird. Where did they all go? Han's son ran towards the fallen Shell King, but there was no sign of a creature there. Han's son flew past the shell, planning to proceed onwards to Dark Spirit Shelter. If Dark Spirit discovered they had been invaded by Elysium spirits, Han's son could pretend to be Ling Mayer's subordinate. If he pulled that off, it did not fare well for the spirits that chased him. When Han's son flew over the shell and glanced down into the big hole at its top, his heart jumped. A dark purple pincer flashed from the hole like an excavator. The teeth-laden pincer almost nicked Han's son. Han's son looked inside the hole where the pincer had come from, and he could see more. A dark purple crab was crawling up into the light. Han's son did not know since when the Shell King's body had been claimed by the crab. But the crab, after coming out of the shell, immediately encountered the king spirits that were still in pursuit. The pincers moved so fast it looked like they were teleporting, and the crab tried to grab 2 of the king spirits. The spirits had not expected something so big to be lying in wait beneath them. When they noticed the pincers coming towards them, they had to use their swords to block. Dong! The Super Geno core weapons, fueled with Elysium power, came crashing down on the pincer. But the strikes did not even leave a mark. They only succeeded in making the creature even angrier. The eyes of the crab gleamed with a purple color and obvious bloodlust. Next, the crab gathered itself, then hurled its entire body forward. The pincers were going for the king spirits at a blisteringly quick speed. Chapter 1491. Han's son looked around him, and he was able to understand why there were no other creatures around. They must have vacated the area in fear of the big purple crab. Watching the big purple crab use its shell to block the king spirit's attack was enough for Han's son to tell how strong it was. While the crab was occupied by the king spirits, Han's son took the time to examine it. Its shell was black and purplish like obsidian. Its entire body was like that, and you couldn't see a single gap or crevice in its form. It was like it had been wholly forged from steel. Its body was a little bigger than an excavator, but it moved frighteningly quickly. It was more akin to a spider than a crab. The 6 king spirits surrounded the fiend, but they were unable to damage it. They seemed to be at an impasse. Han's son stopped running and watched until the 6 king spirits ended up getting chased away by the crab, which was a fearless monster. It just let their super Geno cores bang against its shell, all the while it suffered no damage. Between the crab and the corpse of the Shell King, there was very little room in the tunnel. Me and Ghost Shadow will keep this guy busy. You go after the human and kill him. One king spirit shouted. This monster is extremely strong. I'm not sure you 2 can hold it by yourselves. I'll stay. Let Ghost Claw and the other 2 deal with the human. Another king spirit said. Okay. The other king spirits agreed, and the 6 of them split into 2 equal-numbered teams. One group would remain with the crab, while the other went over the shell to resume their chase of Han Sun. Han Sun rolled his eyes. Instead of running, he simply flapped his wings to meet with the 3 king spirits that were coming for him. The king spirits were happy about this. The underworld was not their territory. They were worried they might not be able to catch Han Sun there. But now it seemed their need to pursue him had ended. He was coming straight to them. This was good. But Han Sun did not want to spend time with them exclusively. After he dodged them a few times, he flew right by them and landed on the shell near the crab. The crab saw Han Sun and tried to attack him with its pincer. He dodged the pincer, and then the crab saw the 3 spirits that were directly behind Han Sun. It quickly moved to attack them. The scene suddenly became weird. Considering Han Sun's reaction and judgment skills, the king spirits were far worse off than he was. He fought the king spirits near the crab so smoothly that it almost looked like he was cooperating with the shelled fiend. In truth, the crab was trying to attack Han Sun too, but with his movement and ability of prediction, he was able to lead the crab into actually attacking the king spirits. The crab was incredibly powerful. Its body was tough and lethally fast. But even after all that time, Han Sun had yet to learn what its Geno core was. Whatever it was, if the creature used it, it'd undoubtedly be a scary item. The king spirits were feeling the heat of defeat, and they were struggling to understand whether or not the crab was neutral. It attacked them every time, and Han Sun was benefiting from each and every move it made. The king spirits didn't want to go back empty-handed. They couldn't report back if they didn't kill Han Sun. Furthermore, they couldn't deal with the humiliation of finding themselves being manipulated and toyed with by a human either. You guys stay here, don't let him run. Let me use my cauldron to take out the monster. Then kill the human, said the king spirit with the bronze cauldron. He had noticed they'd be unable to kill Han Sun without first removing the crab from the field of play. Okay. A few of the spirits agreed. They split up and blocked all the routes that Han Sun might use to escape. The king spirit with the cauldron gripped the item, making it glow with Elysium power. He opened the cauldron, and something green emerged from it. It was headed for the crab. The crab was big, but it was soon covered by that green light. It was then pulled into the bronze cauldron. The king spirit immediately closed the lid of the cauldron, and you could see a flame flicker around the rim. The crab was being refined on the inside. The bronze cauldron began to rattle and shake, prompting the king spirit to try his hardest to calm it down. The crab was raging like mad on the inside, wishing nothing more than to break free. Kill the human quick. This beast is too strong, and my cauldron cannot hold it for long. The king spirit shouted as he clutched the cauldron tight. The other king spirits did not say anything. They simply folded in on Han Sun. They were angry, and their desire to crush Han Sun was high. Han Sun saw there were no escape routes, but he wasn't planning on leaving. He could tell the Elysium cauldron was far weaker than the Elysian umbrella. It wouldn't keep the crab down for long. Han Sun just had to hold on until the crab got free. Once it was, the spirits would be done for. Han Sun's movements and sword skills were firing on all cylinders, but he was still on the losing side. He was up against 5 after all. Dad, you can do it. Dad, you can do it. Bao was on Han Sun's back. She shouted support as she clung to his neck. Han Sun's arm was nicked by a sword, and so he asked, Bao, your gourd absorbed their mist. Can you use it to grab their weapons? Yes, Bao said straightforwardly. Han Sun glanced at her in surprise, and he almost got hit again. He'd asked the question casually, not expecting Bao to actually be able to do this. Why don't you use the gourd to take their weapons away then? Han Sun asked as he dodged another weapon. Bao lowered her head and said, You said you would keep teaching me to do things on my own. I need to grow up and be independent to be useful. Han Sun almost coughed up some blood. He always wondered why the gourd only worked sometimes and not all the time. It did work, she just never planned to make use of it. But right now, Han Sun couldn't ask Bao for help. If he did, he'd be going against his own word. I can bleed, but I sure can't afford to embarrass myself. Han Sun gritted his teeth, realizing he couldn't ask Bauer for help anymore. "Dad, you can do it! Dad, you can do it!" Bauer chanted her support for Han Sun again, but he wasn't really fond of it. "Hurry up! I'm not going to last." A number of green vines were wreathing around the king's spirit that was holding the cauldron. His entire body smoked and trembled as he clutched the cauldron. He was at the end of his rope. Chapter 1492. The five spirits that were closing in on Han Sun were in a hurry. Under the buffs of the butterfly Geno core, Han Sun's speed and power made him just as strong as them. His movement was strange, and when the five of them surrounded him, they felt that their powers were suppressed and unusable. Many times they thought they were going to hit Han Sun, but their strikes would end up being deflected by an attack coming from one of their own. Try as they might, they couldn't hit him. Pang! There was an explosion. The Elysium cauldron blew up, and the king's spirit holding it was sent flying away, spewing blood. The big crab leaped after the spirit through the subsiding fires. It snapped one of its pincers closed on the spirit, immediately cutting him in half. "It's out!" Han Sun was so happy. The faces of the five Elysium spirits changed. Before they could react any further, the crab was rushing over to them, with a gold word emblazoned across its back. Han Sun was shocked. The word written on the dark purple shell was from an ancient language, and it gleamed as if it had been stitched onto the shell with gold. Han Sun had studied ancient texts before, so he quickly remembered that the word meant overbearing. Where did that word come from? Is that the crab's Geno core? As Han Sun pondered its nature, the crab moved forward to attack one of the king spirits. That king spirit had been holding a sword Geno core, and with Elysium power, he repeatedly whacked the incoming pincer. Catcha! With his last hit, the king's spirit broke his Geno core across the pincer. Blood flew from his mouth right before he fell into the grasp of the crab's pincers. He too was snapped in half. The crab inscribed with the word overbearing really was overbearing. The king spirit's Geno core, and his armor, had been cut in half easily. It was scary. Han Sun didn't dare watch, as it was too frightening for him to see. If the crab could so easily sunder super Geno cores, it had to be a berserk super creature. Han Sun grabbed Bauer and ran, but the other king spirits were running too. Shortly after, the crab's kill tally had mounted to 4, and only 2 spirits were still trying to scramble away. But the big crab did not go after those remaining king spirits. It had instead chosen to go after Han Sun. "Shit! Why are you going for me and not them?" Han Sun felt depressed. Han Sun thought he could pick up a few easy kills, but that idea was now out the window. All he wanted to do at this point was run. The crab was faster than the king spirits were, and with its claws dragging across the rocks, it caught up to Han Sun with ease. Han Sun realized he had lost the king spirits, but this threat was in even greater trouble. "Daddy, you can do it!" Bauer continued to support Han Sun. Han Sun wanted to cry as he ran, and he said, "You are my good daughter." The human and the crab ran the length of the underworld, and no matter how he tried, Han Sun couldn't shake off his tail. He tried using the labyrinthic passages and complex routes to escape the crab. Eventually, Han Sun proceeded through a tunnel that was too small for the crab, but that didn't keep him safe for long, for when the crab came through, it brought down the walls to get to him. The few-meter walls were torn down as if they were paper. Han Sun kept running, but he eventually found himself at a dead end. There was a wall up ahead that was sealing the cave. Han Sun gritted his teeth and used Taya to slash. He wanted to be like the crab and bring the wall down so he could proceed. With the god Geno core's buff, Han Sun's sword glowed red. His strike managed to create a cleft in the stone that was a few meters deep. But Han Sun was disheartened. His strike hadn't gotten to the other side of the wall, and how thick that wall might have been, he did not know. Han Sun stood in front of the wall as the crab behind him bulldozed through stone. The 2-meter cave had doubled. As the walls behind him were turned into rubble, the crab was only 20 meters away from him. Han Sun clenched his jaw, and swung his sword at the same spot he had previously. He managed to go a few meters deeper this time, but he was still striking stone. Shit! Is this entirely solid? Is there nothing behind this? Han Sun was getting frustrated. The big crab was already behind him, and its pincers were swinging wildly around. Their length covered the extent of the tunnel, robbing Han Sun of the ability to dodge. It looks like I'll have to just take a chance. There was no turning back right now, and so Han Sun summoned a beast soul. The beast soul was like a scaleless snake. Its body was very strange. It was the super beast soul Han Sun had received from Alien Beast. Super Alien Beast Beast Soul. Shapeshift type. After the alien beast combined with Han Sun became a white scaleless snake. He slithered like an eel. The butterfly Geno core was pocketed for the time being, and Han Sun used his alien beast form to writhe around the cave until he became paper thin. Then, he moved against the wall and slithered straight past the pincers. Alien Beast had low defense and not much power, but its body could take on a bunch of different shapes. That made it quite useful. Han Sun with Bauer evaded the pincer. The Alien Beast soul had thinned, squeezing through the minor gap. But the crab was difficult to deal with. The sharp pincers were still taking aim at Han Sun. He had to change direction, and he missed the chance to escape. The crab moved its pincers and claws, and continued to attack Han Sun. He used Alien Beast to become thin and short to dodge it. But this couldn't go on for long, and if he got hit once he'd undoubtedly die. He had to find a way out of this predicament and escape. Han Sun looked at the big crab, and decided he'd go under it. The mass of its body had blocked the exit, but there was a minor gap directly below the crab's belly. Unfortunately, the belly was the crab's strongest point, and its claws could easily reach there. But still he went for the gap. The claws responded quickly, blocking his escape from that direction, and he lurched back. Han Sun bit down on his teeth and jumped up. He became a thin paper-like figure that stuck itself to the crab's belly like a sticker. The crab was incredibly smart though. It brought its own belly down on the ground, trying to crush Han Sun and Bauer against the floor of the cave. The thin snake-like body crawled across the crab, and when the crab's belly whacked the ground, Han Sun had already brought Bauer to its back. He was on top of where the gold overbearing word had appeared. Chapter 1493. 1493. The crab swung its claws, but they couldn't reach Han Sun and Bauer, who were now on its back. After a while, the crab gave up trying to kill Han Sun. Instead, it just started to go back the way it had come. The gold word upon its back, overbearing, eventually dissipated as well. Han Sun became human again, holding Bauer as he stood on the back of the crab. They weren't sure what to do. The crab ignored his presence there, but who knew what would happen if Han Sun decided to leap off? So, Han Sun remained there, and did not yet dare to jump. The crab waddled its way through the cave systems, but eventually, Han Sun realized it was not returning to where the Shell King had been. He had no idea which way it was going. Not long after, Han Sun heard a roaring sound in the distance. His face changed when he realized it was the sound of a waterfall. Does the crab want to dive into the water and try to drown us? Han Sun frowned. He could breathe underwater, but it was not like he could spend the rest of his days submerged in water. And what's more, he didn't know if Bauer would fare as well as he would. He didn't know if she could breathe underwater or not. An underground river eventually appeared in front of them. The crab jumped into the river and dived below the surface. Han Sun and Bauer stayed with it. Fortunately, Han Sun was able to breathe underwater, and he was unaffected. He looked over to Bauer and noticed she was entirely fine as well. She was playing in the water, and it brought him some peace of mind. The underground river was deeper than Han Sun believed it to be though. The giant gold-patterned crab was firmly inside it. It had dived deeper into the stream. The crab seemed to be swimming downstream too. Han Sun held on to Bauer as he looked around. He saw a number of underwater creatures that all fled upon seeing the crab. They all made sure to stay out of its way. The crab remained underwater for an hour. Han Sun thought that the crab might have forgotten about him and Bauer's presence on its back, and he considered ways in which he might be able to sneak away. But as soon as Han's son left its back, the pincers quickly approached. He hastily used alien beast to dodge the claw and returned to its back. It seemed as if the crab was clearly aware that Han's son was still there. The crab remained intent on trying to kill him. Han's son sat on the crab's back and tried to think of a way in which he might escape. Bauer looked happy, swinging her arms against the water's resistance. She always loved water. The crab did not stop traveling. It followed the stream for a few days, and they had no idea how long that river might have been. It seemed endless. But whenever there was a cave, Han's son could see parts of the holy vine wreathing its way across the ceilings. The vine was huge, and it supposedly held up the entire underworld. This vine is much bigger than the one that gave birth to Bauer. I wonder what will reside in the gourd on this holy vine. Will it be another being similar to Bauer? Han's son wondered to himself. Han's son was unable to think of a way to get out of his current situation. He followed the crab through the water for an additional 2 days. He eventually noticed the waters had become wider and even deeper. It was like they had come to a bottomless ocean. The crab continued swimming through the wider expanse of water, diving deeper and deeper. This place was far deeper than the river, and not long after, they were submerged a few hundred meters deep underwater. Some underwater creatures were moving around. Han's son could see. They were not afraid of the crab like the others. But still, the crab raised its pincers and grabbed a few of the creatures to munch on. Han's son opened his bulwark umbrella for respite from the water. He brought out some food and water of his own that he could share with Bauer. Not long after, Han's son saw some sort of blue light flash in the distance. It looked like a thunderstorm, but without the sound. The crab was heading in the direction of that thunder. But what its aim was, Han's son had no idea. The thunderstorm flickered between dark and bright, and once the crab had gotten closer, Han's son noticed it wasn't a thunderstorm. It was a giant eel that was like a diamond. The eel had some blue lightning coursing around it. It was like a living storm, and it was rather beautiful. That eel can't be the crab's mate, can it? Is it going to ask the eel to eat us off its back? Han's son's face looked ill as he thought about this. Han's son saw the eel and how scary it looked. If the two really were related in some way, Han's son didn't fancy his chances. The fact that he would have to deal with both the crab and the eel dropped his survival rate by a significant margin. Bauer, can you absorb the crab and eel into the gourd? Han's son asked Bauer. If this would work, Han's son wouldn't mind sacrificing his pride by getting Bauer to solve the problem for him. Bauer shook her head and said, "They are too strong. The gourd can't do it." Han's son felt depressed. Nothing was working out for him this time. The eel noticed the crab coming closer, and it became alert. It stared at the crab, and its translucent diamond body, which channeled and coursed with lightning, became stronger. The increased volume of lightning was like a warning for the crab not to come any closer. Han's son was very happy seeing this, and he thought to himself, they aren't together after all. That's great. But when Han's son thought some more, his face fell. The crab was provoking the eel. If the eel released lightning and attacked the crab with it, Han's son and Bauer would obviously be caught in the crossfire. The crab's shell was very strong, so it could take a lightning strike just fine. Han's son was afraid the reason the crab had gone there was to get the eel to kill them on its behalf. The crab raised its pincers to provoke the eel, and then the eel went mad. The blue lightning around it rose in volume. Its entire body was consumed by blue lightning, making it look like some sort of thunder dragon. Boom! A bolt of blue lightning was launched from the eel's body, and it covered the entirety of the crab. The crab hadn't dodged, and it simply accepted the blue lightning. It showered itself in it. There were no injuries, and only a number of bubbles rose around the creature. Han's son felt terrible. When the blue lightning rained down, the umbrella took a powerful hit. It already seemed likely to break. Damn crab. You are mean. But electrifying us won't be that easy. Han's son tightened his jaw and looked around, trying to find a means of escape. Chapter 1494. Fight between a fish and a crab, it wasn't easy, suffering that first barrage of lightning. It had damaged the bulwark umbrella, covering it in cracks. The crab, seeing that Han's son was not dead, swung its pincers to provoke the eel more. The eel became even angrier, and it fired an even greater discharge of lightning towards the crab. Han's son prepared himself, raising himself up from the crab's back. If he tried to weather the next attack, it wouldn't just be the umbrella that would be burned to cinders. Han's son would be too. Han's son simply took off from the crab's back. The crab whipped around, following Han's son with its pincers to finish him off. But Han's son transformed into the alien beast and became a scaleless white snake in the water. He dodged the crab's pincers. The alien beast's body lent itself well to underwater maneuverability. Its speed in the water was far greater than Han's son's natural body. Unfortunately, it still wasn't as fast as the crab. Han's son wasn't in a rush to flee just yet, however. He grabbed Bauer and went to the side of the eel. The big crab caught up. Really wanting to kill Han's senator, the eel thought the crab was actually coming after it though. The lightning appeared once more, headed for the crab again. Han's son kept circling around the eel to stay out of harm's way. But the eel was getting angrier and angrier in its failed attacks against the crab. The lightning it expelled was getting stronger. In the end, the eel became very infuriated. It spat out a ball of thunder that was as bright as the sun. It landed on the crab, prompting the crab's hair to stand on end. The creature's shell was wholly blackened. The crab had been provoking the eel to kill Han's son. But now that the eel had actually wounded the crab itself lost its temper with the eel. The crab quit chasing Han's son and went for the eel instead. Both of them fought there beneath the sea. The seawater rolled like mad. Han's son used this opportunity to return to the surface, shoot out of the water, and transform back into a human while airborne. As Han's son hung in the air, he saw major waves kicking up from the depths of the sea. The blue lightning in the water was lighting up their entire surroundings for some distance. Han's son saw some gold light amidst it too, which was the gold word on the crab's back, overbearing. The two beasts were fighting like crazy, but Han's son wasn't in a rush to leave. From his airborne position, he watched the two fight. Damn crab! Don't let me find the opportunity to kill you. Han's son watched them in the air, planning how he might execute a sneak attack to kill the crab whenever the time was right. After a while, Han's son noticed that while the eel was strong, it still couldn't compete with the gold-patterned crab. It was at a disadvantage, and the situation was slowly getting worse for it. It is no wonder he provoked the eel. The creature is weaker than the crab itself. Han's son was annoyed. He wanted to find the chance for an easy kill. But more than anything, he really just wanted to see the crab dead. Seeing the cruel crab's face, Han's son realized that even if the eel died, he wouldn't be able to get anything. If Han's son didn't run, though, the crab would only return its attention to Han's son once the battle with the eel was over. Han's son felt as if leaving now would be wasting an opportunity. So he thought it over in his mind, and decided to summon his butterfly Genocore and draw Taya. When he found his chance, he swung his red sword towards the crab. But the red light did nothing to the creature. The water extinguished some of its power, unfortunately, and the attack did not even leave a light scratch on its back. Han's son didn't give up though. He used his sword to attack the crab again, whenever he had the chance. He attacked it in a number of different spots, trying to expose a possible weak spot. The results were disappointing ultimately. No matter which region of its shell Han's son struck, its edges or even its eyes, nothing seemed to deal damage. No way, there's no weak spot. If there isn't, this thing could very well be invincible. Han's son frowned and returned to watch it. The crab's pincers left a lot of marks and wounds on the eel. But the eel's body was very tough, almost as if it had been made out of diamond. There was no blood, and it was still able to remain upright in its fight against the crab. The eel was damaged by the crab again. The eel retaliated by suddenly spitting lightning that went through the crab's eye. It pierced directly through its eyeball. Han's son was shocked. He looked at where the lightning hit, and saw a diamond-tipped arrow that had been carried by electricity. It looked rather beautiful. The crab, with its eye gouged by the lightning, let out a fierce squeal. Its pincer grabbed the diamond arrow and pulled it out. The pincer had been able to break a king spirit's super geno core, but it couldn't cut the arrow. The crab had no choice but to pull it out and just toss it into the sea. The diamond arrow then flew back to the eel's mouth by its own volition. Then eel fired the same arrow out again, aiming for the crab's other eye. The crab was visibly afraid of this diamond arrow. It stared at the arrow intently as the weapon flew towards it, then caught the arrow in mid-flight with its pincer. The crab didn't throw it away this time though. He went to attack the eel with just one pincer, as his other remained occupied with clutching the arrow. The diamond arrow was unable to get free, putting the eel at a disadvantage once more. The eel hadn't used the diamond arrow earlier, because it hadn't thought the arrow would do anything to the crab. It was very difficult finding an opportunity in which it could strike the creature in its eye. But despite that one strike earlier, nothing seemed to change. Han-sen noticed the crab had been blinded in one eye though. It was bleeding. Strange. The crab should be able to heal rather swiftly. Why has the wound in its eye not healed yet? Is its healing ability simply slow? Or has the arrow stopped that? Han-sen wondered. Whatever the reason, Han-sen was given a dash of hope. Han-sen took a thoughtful breath and dived into the water. He became a white snake before swimming down towards the crab. He watched underwater for a while, then found a chance in which he could land on the crab's back. After landing down on the crab's back, Han-sen returned to his human form. He drew Taya and carefully crawled down beside the crab's eye. The crab was fighting the eel, and it hadn't noticed Han-sen there. So he was able to raise his sword. Taya, covered in the god Geno Core's red light, was plunged deep into the crab's wounded left eye. The wounded eye's defense wasn't very strong. The red light pierced through it, and Taya sank almost entirely into the damaged left eye. The crab was in agony, and it swung its pincers around in a mad bid to get Han-sen, but already Han-sen had pulled the sword out and retreated to the spot on the creature's back where it was safe, and its claws couldn't get him. The crab's eye was bleeding like mad, and it looked to be in very bad condition. Chapter 1495. Berserk Super Beast Soul. The crab was reeling in agony, and the tension in its pincers relaxed as a result. Because of this, the eel was able to recollect its diamond arrow. The eel had been bullied by the crab the whole time, but now it had an opportunity for retaliation. It fired its arrow at its foe without hesitation. The crab, in the pain it was suffering, could do little more than flail its pincers. The arrow found its target, plunging itself neatly into the crab's second eye. Both of its eye had been rendered blind, and having lost its vision, the crab had to rely on everything it could feel. Han-sen used his Dongxian aura to hide his movement, meaning the crab couldn't detect him at all. With red Taya in his hand, Han-sen returned to its other eye and stabbed it to deliver more anguish. The crab, unable to feel its attacker, continued to flail its claws in futile resistance. The eel's arrow was cooperating with Han-sen to bring an end to the crab. The crab wished to flee now, but it was too late for that. The next time it was loosed, the eel's thunder arrow pierced directly into the crab's body. It made the crab spew blood from its mouth. Han-sen summoned his strength and ran into the crab's other broken eye. He waved Taya like mad, trying to bring ruin to the insides of the crab. But the crab's vitality was very good. In the weakest spot Han-sen could find, despite using both Taya and the Super Geno Core, he was only able to deal a minor amount of damage. He couldn't inflict fatal wounds. Han-sen and the diamond arrow were still free to work, though, and they were slowly able to destroy the inside of the crab's body. The eel itself was continuing to fire geysers of lightning. After half a day of this, the big crab stopped moving. Han-sen had been slashing nonstop like a madman. He was afraid if the crab's final blow was delivered by the eel, he'd walk away empty-handed. Seeing that the crab was no longer moving, Han-sen didn't stop though. He used the power of Super Spank to deliver a firm hit to its brain. Although he was unable to break the crab's sequence structure, The blow was enough to deal hearty damage to it. And at the same time, the diamond arrow was in the creature's body, controlled telepathically by the eel. It seemed like the eel was eager to slay the crab too. After a while, Han Sun heard an announcement play in his head. Berserk super creature gold patterned crab king killed. Beast soul gained. Geno core unobtained. Flesh is edible, and you may harvest its life Geno essence. Han Sun was very happy. This was a very good super creature, and he had actually managed to obtain its beast soul. Even the eel might have been a berserk super creature. In Han Sun's delight, he suddenly felt lightning course through the crab. Han Sun knew he'd have to get away from its body. The eel looked at Han Sun, then used its entire body to grab hold of the lifeless crab and pull it deep down into the sea. Han Sun felt it was a great shame that the Crab King's body and life Geno essence had been claimed by the eel, but he knew he couldn't fight the creature. So he had no choice but to let it go. Still, he knew he was lucky enough to obtain a berserk super beast soul. Han Sun looked into the Sea of Soul, eager to find out what the Crab King's beast soul was like. It looks like an armor-type beast soul. That'd be great if it was. The defense of a berserk super creature is incredibly strong, and that would mean I wouldn't have to be afraid of super creatures and king spirits anymore. Han Sun thought to himself, as he looked at the gold-patterned Crab King beast soul. Berserk super beast soul gold-patterned Crab King, arm shield arm shield. Han Sun was surprised. A shield beast soul wasn't incredibly rare, but it wasn't common either. Han Sun used to have a shield super beast soul, but he ended up trading it for weapons. Arm shield type beast souls were rare. This was the first one he had ever received. He had seen other people make use of them, but he always believed ordinary shields to be better. It's a berserk super beast soul though. It has to be something special, Han Sun thought. Then he summoned the king crab shield. Han Sun saw a purple crab appear on his arm, one that was around the size of a plate. Han Sun thought it was a mini king crab, but it was the arm shield. It's so small. I can't defend much with this. I wish it was bigger. Han Sun frowned. The defensive properties would be too small. It might be able to block swords, but not AoE-type attacks. Han Sun thought of that, and then he suddenly saw the shield expand. It became something like a grinding wheel. Han Sun was so happy. This thing can grow in size. Can it get even bigger? As Han Sun thought of this, the shield grew even bigger. But it also got heavier when this happened, which made it difficult for him to carry. Not long after, the Crab King's shield became as big as a house. It was too heavy for Han Sun to lift, so he set it down on the ground to let it grow. Luckily, the shield's growth limit was not infinite. When it reached the size of the king crab the beast's soul belonged to, it stopped growing. With all of Han Sun's power, he was unable to pick it up. Why can't I see the gold word overbearing? Han Sun wondered, seeing the absence of that golden word. Although the shield looked good, without the word overbearing on the back, it wasn't perfect. Han Sun reverted it back to its smallest size, and it looked like an ordinary crab had latched onto his arm. As he examined it, he suddenly saw a swordfish approaching him. The crab had died, and the eel had gone. The creatures that had previously lived here were now on their way back. Thinking Han Sun looked like food, they decided to attack him. The swordfish was coming at Han Sun like an arrow. He didn't dodge though. He raised his arm shield and turned it into a grinding wheel before deflecting the swordfish. Let's try out the defense of this arm shield, Han Sun was thinking. The swordfish should have been a sacred blood creature. At that high speed, it looked like a javelin coming directly towards the arm shield. Pang! The moment the swordfish hit the arm shield, Han Sun imbued the shield with power, and it flashed gold. And at that point, the word overbearing appeared. The swordfish's body blew up, following that hit, dyeing the water around it red. Sacred blood creature shockfish killed. No beast soul gained. Geno core shattered. Eat the flesh to gain 0 to 10 Geno points randomly. Han Sun was frozen. He knew that a sacred blood creature wouldn't be able to break the shield, but he hadn't expected the fish to explode after just hitting it. Chapter 1496. It's that dollar. Han's son conducted a few tests. When the arm shield absorbed an impact, the gold word overbearing would show up, and the inflicted force would be repelled by the spellwork of that word. That's scary. The arm shield has a powerful anti-shock conductivity. This is much stronger than any defensive armor. Han's son was satisfied with the arm shield. Its only con was its weight. If it reached a certain size, Han's son would not even be able to move it. Han's son brought Bauer out of the water with him. Then the two followed the river. They walked all the way to Mask Shelter, and fortunately, they suffered no more trouble in their journey back. Ling Mayer seemed to have been fine all along, and she was happy to see Han's son return. Moment Queen told Han's son there had been a commotion in the shelter. Someone held a grudge against Ling Mayer, but when trouble arose, Moment Queen was able to sort it out and keep things running. For the time being, there was nothing concerning going on. Han's son hadn't been home in a while, so he went back to the alliance with Bauer. Han's son couldn't wait to see Little Flower again. Little Flower, did you miss Dad? Han's son picked up Little Flower and kissed his cheek. He still wasn't able to talk. You haven't been back in a long time. It's been so long. Little Flower will have a hard time recognizing you, Ji Yanran complained. That's because I had some business to take care of. I can stay with you and Little Flower now, at least for a while. Han's son made plans to stay in the alliance for a time. He'd also be able to examine all the fruits of his labor. Good. I need to select a school for Little Flower to attend. The Tang family built a kindergarten. I've heard good things about it. Many demigods choose to send their kids there, so maybe we should go check it out sometime, Ji Yanran said. How old is Little Flower? You're already shipping him off to school? Han's son looked at Ji Yanran with mild shock. Education is best started young. We'll only go and take a look at first. If the place checks out, we can send him there in a couple of years, when he's 3 years old. Ji Yanran thought about it some more, and then went on to say, you and Tang Junliu are good friends, aren't you? Maybe you should give him a nudge about this. And the teachers can give a bit more attention and care to Little Flower. Han's son told her, it's still early. Let's cross this bridge when we come to it. No, we can't get lazy when it comes to Little Flower. And since you'll now be resting at home, let me conclude some business of my own. When I'm done, we'll take Little Flower to the school and see if he likes it there. Ji Yanran was speaking with a tone of seriousness. She was beginning to sound obsessive, but he's still so young. Who knows if he'll like it? Han's son wasn't really sure how to respond to her. Human instincts are most accurate when we're children. We should go now. Han's son started to say something, but Ji Yanran gave him a painful stare. Han's son quickly changed what he was going to say and told her, okay, we'll go later. Little Flower's education is important. But Han's son inside was thinking, does my son really need to go to school to learn stuff? It would be good enough if he just went there to make friends. With his fitness, even if he entered the sanctuaries at this age, he could crawl around and kill super creatures. I wonder if Little Flower can access the sanctuary now? Or does the rule of being a normal human, being of the age of 16, still apply? Oh well, maybe it's not necessary just yet. He should enjoy the few short years of his childhood first. He can go there when he's grown up a little. Han's son didn't plan on making Little Flower a fighter like his father was. It was Little Flower's life, and Han's son was happy to let him dictate his own course. Han's son rested at home for about 2 days, and when boredom hit, he decided to return to the sanctuary. He didn't go hunting though. He went into the Geno core storage that was in the shelter. Real Blood, Crystal Core, and Bulwark Umbrella were all silver-class Geno cores. Only Coin had yet to be reinforced 9 times. Han's son planned on reinforcing it. As he had come to expect, after testing Coin, it leapfrogged to first place in the Bronze Geno core storage's ranking. By this point, the spirits and creatures were numb to this happening. Too many powerful Geno cores had appeared as of late. Coin's appearance, while it may have been surprising, wasn't as shocking as it had been before. But the name Coin shocked humans far more than when Bulwark Umbrella, Real Blood, and Crystal Core appeared. Humans thought those names were Geno cores for spirits or creatures, But Coin was making people think about the enigmatic dollar. Do you think Coin might be dollar? I'm pretty sure it's dollar. You guys are naive to think this, just because his title is dollar, and his Geno core is called Coin. My title is lady's friend, but I don't have a Geno core associated with pretty women. Your name is lady's friend. You should probably summon an old woman with your Geno core. Pa. As if you'd ever summon a young, pretty woman. I'm pretty sure it is Dollar's Geno core. It's a Geno core that reached first place in the test, and we know Dollar is simply too strong. There is no way this is Dollar. He's strong, but he can't be that strong. The humans bickered and argued about this. Many claimed it was Dollar, many others claimed it wasn't. It became a hot topic of discussion in the alliance. But no one knew who Dollar really was either. And a human in the bronze Geno core storage had never made it to the top 10 before. No one could challenge Coin to find out. Some spirits and creatures wanted to challenge Coin, of course. But Han Sun did not accept any requests. If he couldn't get to silver in a month, only then would he consider a battle. Han Sun exited the Geno core storage. Then, he used Crystal Core as his key for re-entry. He let Crystal Core conduct a test to confirm its ranking. As expected, Crystal Core once again made it to the first place in the silver test. Crystal Core becoming the #1 silver Geno core was not too surprising. Many people expected this would happen. Now they were hoping to see Real Blood, Bulwark Umbrella, and Coin make the leap. They had all jumped to the first rank before. So people were keen to wonder which one of those would become first and maintain the first rank. Han Sun didn't level up his others yet though. They could wait, as he didn't want to draw any more unnecessary attention. The Geno core ranking wasn't everything. The strength of a Geno core was still dependent on the master that wielded it, as Geno cores and their abilities were just tools to be used. Han Sun did not put much stock in the simple rankings though. Without a proper fight, it wasn't convincing enough. A few days later, Ji Yanran concluded her business. She brought Bauer and Little Flower to the kindergarten on planet Gunnet. Once you were 3 years old, you could enter the kindergarten proper. Little Flower had a long time to go before then. So for now, he was just visiting. Chapter 1497. Shadow Old Han, how are you doing lately? At the docking station of planet Gunnet, Tang Jinliu welcomed Han Sun and Ji Yanran. Then, he took them to visit the kindergarten. I'm doing fine. What with the steady acceleration of strength, money and handsomeness. I have a son now too. Nothing else special really, Han Sun said. If I wasn't weaker than you, I'd kill you right now. Tang Jinliu gave a smile that showed his teeth. How have you been recently? Han Sun asked Tang Jinliu. Me and old Lin are still struggling in the third god's sanctuary. There's still a while to go before I max out my super Geno points there. At this rate, it might take me another 10 years before I'm able to become a demigod. Tang Jinliu sighed. Then he went on to say, you're the sort that walks too fast, and no one else is able to keep up. Old Lin is working hard too, you know. To max out one's super Geno points and become a demigod is not something achievable within a mere couple of years. I was just lucky then. Han Sun opened his hands. Han Sun was being honest though. It was the succession of fortunate developments that allowed him to become so strong over such a short period of time. Tang Jinliu and Lin Feng were talented. They just lacked the luck. It stunted their growth by comparison. Anyway, you really hurt my feelings. Although this is my place, I'm still going to ask that you buy me dinner. Tang Jinliu sounded a little angry. The whole of planet Gunnet is yours. I can't find a place to buy you something here. Han Sun laughed. I don't care. But each expense will be on you, Tang Jinliu said, then proceeded to take them to the kindergarten. The entirety of planet Gunnet was focused around kindergarten schools. In different areas of the place, they even had creatures that were copies of those that could be found in the first god's sanctuary. For instance, there were black bugs that looked like those Han Sun fought in the first god's sanctuary. They looked exactly alike. The shape, speed, strength, and attack pattern were the same as the real thing. They were robots with AI tailored to train the babies and provide them knowledge regarding creatures and such before they entered the sanctuaries. Technology is pretty great these days, isn't it? We didn't have things like this before. When I was in school, we only had instructional videos to watch. Now we can have actual fights, I see. Han Sun complimented what he was seeing. Tang Junliu smiled and said, "We had that technology before. But you went to a school that was for anyone. You didn't have the specialized treatment we can provide. Here now things are more delicate. These creatures are 99% real. And most of the creatures you used to see in the first God's sanctuary can be found here. They are quite expensive to make." "But my school was cheaper than your school," Han Sun said. "One simple year of education on planet Gunnet cost more than many people would earn throughout their entire lifetime." "Haha, how else am I going to make money? But the Tang family school has the best education available. And it employs the greatest technology you can find in the Alliance. Many high-tier Alliance members and demigods send their kids to my school, I'll have you know." Tang Junliu paused and continued to say, "And that's another important point to factor in. The people who come here to study are of the absolute finest tier of the Alliance. They are our future. This works as a smaller society that prepares them for a bigger society in the future." "Poor kids." Han Sun gave a wry smile. "There's nothing we can do about that. There's simply too much competition. The Alliance is developing so fast. There aren't many new solar systems left to be discovered. Now we're just competing with others for the resources currently available." Tang Junli went on to say, "The conflict between the humans and Shura is only getting worse. I am afraid there will be another war soon. If we are unable to establish a decidedly dominant species to rule the universe, these fights and skirmishes will never stop. This is the best era and also the worst. I hope our kids can live a better life and not have to suffer and slog through the many battles we have had to endure," Ji Yanran said. "If you can live in peace and comfort, who would ever want to fight? But as for our role in the universe and the sanctuaries, holding ground in both is difficult. We have to fight." Tang Junliu paused a little before continuing to say, "And truthfully, even if humans do control everything, there'll be infighting. No matter what generation they are, the need to fight will always arise. And our kindergarten is perfect for giving kids a head start." "Old Tang, your sales pitch is not too shabby." Han Sun mocked him. Tang Junliu laughed and retorted, "I can't help it. I need to earn money. I have 2 daughters and a horrid wife. I need a steady paycheck. I remember your smallest daughter is around the same age as Little Flower. Will she be coming here too?" Han Sun asked. "You're interested in my daughter already?" Tang Junliu laughed. "We are brothers. Look at my Little Flower. You just know he'll be so handsome in the future. If your daughter doesn't work hard, she'll have no chance with him," Han Sun said. "That is nonsense. Your Little Flower is the one that should be working harder. My daughter will be a pretty woman, and guys will be queuing around the block and around the galaxy for a chance of making her theirs. Your Little Flower needs to grab a ticket and get in line." As they spoke, they ended up walking around the entire school. Ji Yanran was satisfied with the equipment on display and the teachers that were employed. "Is the principal of the kindergarten still Tang Yan?" Ji Yanran asked. Tang Junliu answered, "My uncle was called back to command an army. The current principal is my grandma. Her name is Tang Yu." "Tang Yu?" Han Sun was shocked. In the Geno battleground, Elysian Moon told Han Sun to deliver a message to a person called Tang Yu. Now that Han Sun heard her name again, he remembered the request. But with Elysian Moon's subsequent behavior, Han Sun believed she had just been pretending. The possibility of her just making up a name was not something he'd put past her. It could have just been a coincidence, so he didn't keep it in mind too much. After visiting the kindergarten, Tang Junliu asked them to stay there for 2 days. After that they returned to planet Roka. They had taken their aircraft to Gunnet this time, as it had been a very long time since Ji Yanran went traveling. It was something of a vacation for them. They had been traveling away from Gunnet for half a day, with Ji Yanran driving. Suddenly, Something huge appeared and immediately jumped out of slip space. The giant shadow covered their entire airship. Chapter 1498. A new community. A big battleship had leaped out of slip space, appearing directly above Han Sen's airship. A Shura battleship? Han Sen and Ji Yinran's faces changed when they saw it. The ship looked strange, and it wasn't similar to any human ship they had seen before. It didn't quite look like a Shura ship either. This area belongs to the Alliance. There is no way a Shura ship would appear here. Ji Yinran was handling the ship, and she moved it away from a possible attack trajectory. This possibly Shura battleship was enormous. Comparing it to Han Sen's ship was like comparing an elephant with an ant. Before Ji Yinran could drive off, the battleship opened up what looked like a tunnel, and then they were pulled inside. After Han Sen's ship was abducted, the battleship went into slip space once again and disappeared. In Han Sen's ship on screen, there was a signal telling him that they had been boarded. Then the image of a royal Shura appeared. Demigod Han Sen, if I were you, I'd bring your family down to talk. The royal Shura was smiling. Do you think your battleship can trap me here? Han Sen said, looking at the royal Shura. Of course not. A star-class battleship cannot trap a demigod. But look outside. There are 5 demigod elites standing right outside the ship, and they can destroy you immediately. Even if you are fearless against such odds, you must consider the well-being of your family. The royal Shura was sounding as if he had everything sorted out, under control. Han Sen looked outside the ship, and he saw 5 humans there, alongside a few royal Shuras. They did indeed look powerful, just like demigods. What shocked Han Sen and Ji Yinran the most was that the humans and Shura were standing there together. Even stranger, there was no sign that this was a proper Shura army. This didn't look like a formally sanctioned team. Han Sen's power was enough to break a star-class battleship, but with so many demigods there, he wouldn't be able to save his own airship. Han Sen could survive in space for a time, but Ji Yinran and Little Flower could not. Who are you people? Han Sen asked with a frown. The Shura smiled before answering. Han Sen, do not worry. We are not working for the Shura. We are not working for anyone. As a matter of fact, we are an organization that trumpets liberty, and we have requested your presence here to strike a deal. What deal? Han Sen was not nervous in any way. As a matter of fact, he was quite interested. Even if their ship was destroyed, Han Sen still had his Black Beetle to use. He wasn't in that much danger. Why don't we sit down and talk, so I can explain things to you? The royal Shura smiled once more. Han Sen and Ji Yinran looked at each other, and then nodded. Han Sen responded with an, okay. Han Sen opened the ship. He and Ji Yinran, holding Little Flower and Bower, stepped out. The 5 demigod humans and Shuras approached. I've come to know a lot about you. My name is Naga, and I am the vice leader of the new community. The 4 by my side are also important members. It was the royal Shura on screen earlier that was now before him. He smiled when he spoke to Senator Han Sen, and Ji Yinran frowned. They had never heard of the new community before, but apparently, it already had 5 demigods as members. It also seemed to include a mix of humans and Shuras. They should have heard of a powerful organization such as this before. For what reason did you kidnap me and my family? Han Sen asked straightly. Naga told him. It's not how we usually treat guests, but I'd ask you to come to the discussion room. Han Sen and Ji Yinran did not reject their offer. They were here now, and where exactly they discussed matters did not make much of a difference. They followed Naga to the discussion room, where only Naga remained with them. The other 4 demigods did not join, but a lady brought some drinks, and was in the room briefly before leaving. We were supposed to see you at your home, but because of the limited power we possess, we had to do this. Naga seemed apologetic. I'm surprised you went to such lengths. It must have been difficult for you. Han Sen knew that even if they were not Shura, appearing here and doing what they had was not an easy task to accomplish. Their little kidnapping hadn't simply required a battleship and a few demigods. They must have had influence in the alliance to be allowed to slip space into where they had appeared. The effort was worth it, since we've been able to meet you. Naga spoke with sincerity. Then what do you want me here for? Han Sen asked. Naga looked at him seriously. I want to invite you to the new community, and have you become one of us. I don't know anything about this new community. Why would I join? Han Sen said. Naga expected him to say this. The new community is an organization in which race does not matter. All the members are composed of different races. There are humans, Shura, and others too. Our purpose is to keep the universe safe and make sure that every race is treated fairly. Han Sen felt as if the new community was more of a religion or a business organization. They had many demigods and different races, though, so it wasn't a normal religion if it was one. Han Sen, don't you want to see peace flourish between races? Naga looked at Han. Senator Han Sen coldly responded. I want peace in the universe, but I'm just an average guy. I don't have such far-reaching dreams. Keeping the world safe sounds like it should be your job. Han Sen, you only need to support the ideology. How much extra you do for it does not matter. Even if you only do a small bit, it's fine. We are an organization that believes in freedom. If you can help us in small matters when we need it, that would be tremendous, Naga said. What small help? Han Sen asked. It is hard for us to say, but every action performed will be for the betterment of others. You will know this. Han Sen frowned. It seemed as if Naga wasn't keen on going into detail, and any information Han Sen wished to extract was proving too difficult to retrieve. Sorry, I am not that thoughtful of others. You've got the wrong man. You can go to the association that protects different races. The members there will probably share the same values as you do, Han Sen said. Naga stopped smiling, and with a serious look he said, Han Sen, I hope you can reconsider your stance. Your power is capable of threatening most creatures that exist in the universe. If I can't ensure that your work will be for the betterment of others, I will have to employ force to ensure you do not bring harm instead. Chapter 1499. Kill. Han Sen's eyes were filled with murder, and he threw a punch towards Naga. His powerful fist did not look special at all, but the power he had gathered up in that one thrown fist was enough to sunder an alloy battleship. A fight seemed unavoidable, so Han Sen thought he should be the one to get the first punch in. Naga coldly laughed and threw a punch back towards Han Sen, not wanting to retreat. Pang! Both fists collided, and although neither of them had exhausted the full extent of their powers, the shockwave was enough to blow up the alloy wall in the room. Han Sen did not move. Ji Yanran stood behind Han Sen unaffected, clutching Little Flower. Naga's body stumbled backwards a fair bit, which resulted in him tumbling into an alloy wall and bringing it down on himself. Han Sen's demigod name is real. His fitness is like a gemstone demigod. Naga stood up from the metallic debris with blood smeared across his face. The four demigod humans and Shura swiftly approached and surrounded Han. Senator Naga wiped his lips and said, Because you are too strong. If you lose control, it will bring nothing but harm to the universe. It is our responsibility to avoid this by erasing you. Han Sen looked at him and laughed coldly. Who are you to judge if I am harmful to the rest of existence? Do you think you are God? We aren't gods. We are merely those tasked with protecting this world. Naga's face hadn't changed at all. The power in his body suddenly exploded. His body began to change, and the beautiful face of a royal Shura was chased away by a horrid replacement. After he used Shura change, Naga stepped forward to Han Sen and said, I will give you one more chance. If you join us and prove the goodness of your heart, we will let you live. This is the biggest joke I have ever heard and seen. I don't need to prove to anyone whether I'm good or bad. Han Sen's eyes raged with fire as they peered back at Naga. But I have decided that for this day, I'll take a trip to the dark side. That is a shame. I guess I will have to proceed with erasing you, Naga said, then threw a punch towards Han Senator with the Shura change, and him being a 4-ranked fighter, It was plain to see how tremendously powerful he was. The other 4 elites unleashed their own power too. Humans summoned their demigod Geno cores while the Shura employed their Shura change abilities. Their powers were very strong, easily putting them at a sacred blood level of strength. While sacred blood level enemies might have been fierce opposition to others, it was nothing to Han. Senator Han Sun opened his ruby wings, covering his body in red light. With that strong red light, Han Sun simply used his hands like swords. He threw one at Naga's incoming fist. Naga's fist, and his arm as well, was entirely lopped off. He realized something was wrong before their forces collided, though, and so he was fortunate enough to take a minor step away. If he hadn't, his entire body would have been cut in half. Without pausing, Han Sun flapped his wings and teleported 4 times. 4 red light sweeps accompanied each move, quickly bringing an end to 4 of the demigods and Shuras. They hadn't even been given the opportunity to fight. Impossible. How can you possess such power? You have only just become a demigod. Even if you maxed out your super Geno points, you could not reach super. Naga held the shoulder that was squirting blood. With wide open eyes, he looked at the bodies and blood all around him. Ji Yanran was still behind Han Sun, covering Little Flower's eyes. She didn't want her baby to see blood so soon in his life. Who is your master? Who asked you to kill me? Han Sun looked at Naga directly. No nameless faction could rally so many demigods. It had to be something rather big. Naga laughed, shook his head and said, "If you had entered the new community, you would have been allowed to see who the leader was." From the way you ask, it doesn't seem as if you'd believe me even if I told you. I might not be able to kill you this time, but next time I surely will. You are getting stronger, and that only equals more harm to the universe. I won't allow you to exist much longer. Who said you'd be given another chance? You're dead, Han Sun said quietly. Naga was not afraid. His shoulder continued to bleed, and his face was turning pale, but he still managed to raise a smile. You won't kill me. We miscalculated, because we were unaware you had achieved the strength of a super class. So it was our mistake that we did not bring super classes along with us. Remember, you are not alone. You might be able to survive, but your wife and son won't. I set up a dead man's trigger. If I die, then the ship will self-destruct. Can your wife and son survive in deep space until you find another planet? Naga cackled loudly. So you can't kill me. Next time, I won't make the same mistake. Even if you are super class, the new community will destroy you. Are you done yet? It's time to go, Han Sun said. He threw a punch at Naga. Naga was unable to resist. He fell back screaming. You can't kill me. Everything I said is true. If you kill me, your wife and son will die as well. Blurg. Han Sun didn't say a word. His hand simply moved to strike Naga's head, and the red light severed it from the neck. The bloodied head rolled away, its eyes full of shock. Naga clearly hadn't expected Han Sun to kill him like that. Boom. Naga hadn't been lying. When he died, the self-destruct system activated. The ship was starting to blow up. Han Sun's hand flashed as he summoned the black beetle. He said, Ji Yanran, you drive. Ji Yanran put Little Flower inside the black beetle. But Han Sun did not go in just yet. He jumped on top of the beetle and punched upwards, and the red light cleaved a hole through the ceiling. It went up 1,000 meters, forming a route outside the ship. Ji Yanran drove the beetle out, just as the Star-class ship blew up with an explosion that was brighter than the sun. Han Sun worried the beetle might get damaged, so he summoned his arm shield to block the shockwave. The gold-patterned shield was so powerful, and the explosion of the Star-class ship did not hurt it. Unfortunately, they were lost. While they were on the battleship, they had flown into the borderlands. There was no signal, and Han Sun had no clue where they were. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.